Millions of ghouls and ghouls began to attack the forest one after another, and the spreading front was extremely long. Ghouls are level 1 to 2 spiritual creatures. They are extremely ugly, with dry and hunched bodies. There are only 3 or 2 hairs on their heads, which makes them look a little deformed. Their nails are very sharp, and the flesh and blood on their bodies seems to be rotten. It's like a hyena-like creature. These undead creatures feed on corpses, and their overall strength is much stronger than that of skeleton soldiers. After eating enough corpses, they can also advance into ghouls. The ghoul is a 3 to 4 undead creature. Its shape is similar to that of the ghoul, but it is enlarged and more powerful. Its shining eyes are like a wolf in the dark, and its ferocious teeth have completely emerged from the inside of its mouth. Grow out. Crazy, this all looks crazy. Just as these waves of ghouls and ghouls launched their attack, the elf hunters on the forest defense line also launched attacks. But I saw countless arrows flying, forming dense black curtains, shooting at these ghouls and waves of ghouls. Arrows passed through the body one after another, and a large number of ghouls were penetrated by the arrows and stabbed directly to the ground. These ghouls were not dead yet, and were still struggling. But the ghouls rushing over from behind trampled it into a pulp. But for the entire wave of ghouls, this doesn't change much. The overall strength of ghouls is stronger than that of skeleton soldiers. As undead creatures, they move very fast and are immune to arrow damage to a large extent, which is equivalent to immunity to vital points. Dead tree guards. In the forest, the ground shook, and the ancient tree spirits that reached the sky kept shaking, and the dead tree guards kept falling from the sky. At the same time, the forest seemed to tremble. Some of the surrounding big trees also opened their eyes and turned into dead tree guards. In an instant, a large number of dead tree guards were added in front of the forest. The dead tree guards summoned from the ancient tree spirits were only level 8. However, the dead tree guards that the forest automatically transformed were as high as 10 levels. These dead tree guards built the most powerful city wall, blocking the forest. In the next moment, all the dead tree guards rushed forward, and these dead tree guards rushed forward. As the tree guards charged, it was as if the forest was moving. Arrows rained down from the sky, and the dead tree guards also galloped. The two huge legions collided instantly. When the two sides collided, countless ghouls were hit. Flying out, like water splashing, all the dead tree guards were like chariots, pushing forward without stopping. No one could stop them. In the sky, the elf prince Nigwang was also locked on the battlefield ahead. After experiencing the war with Lin Jin, he showed much better. He knew that facing this kind of large-scale undead, he could not use his trump card easily, so he did not let the ancient tree spirit use tree roots, but let the dead tree guards act as human shields. Launch an attack. The druids and elders behind them also stared at them, began to save their own magic points, and used magic to the maximum extent. These elves don't look stupid, they actually know how to save their power. A ray of light suddenly flashed through the gap in King Actanen's bandage, and he seemed a little surprised. He sent ghouls to attack, just to consume some of the elves' power first. Unexpectedly, these elves were very alert. Choose such a safe way. However, with these alone, there is no way to stop my undead army. Elder Mummy attack. King Actanen waved his right hand and saw the famous mummy elders moving one after another. They raised the golden scepter in their hands, and they all chanted spells. However, they saw the sky and the earth change color. The next moment, dark clouds gathered, and there were dark clouds. The raindrops filled the entire forest sky. Corroding corpse rain. The dark and dirty raindrops fell, but it seemed that the vitality of the entire forest had been wiped out. The green grass withered, the flowers withered, and the health of all the big trees began to drop continuously. In addition, all the elves began to have poison states and a large number of negative states. Corrosive poison rain, which is also one of the skills controlled by the mummy elders, is also a powerful field magic and has been bathed in the corrosive corpse rain. The land will be more suitable for the survival of the undead. In this rain of corrosive corpses, the auras of each ghoul and ghoul become stronger. On the battlefield, the bodies of the dead tree guards are constantly leaking. White smoke rises, which is the smell of their own bodies being corroded. One by one, the ghouls and ghouls also jumped up, like hyenas, and flew towards the dead tree guards, their claws tearing and biting with sharp teeth. It was extremely ferocious. Visible to the naked eye, the bodies of these dead tree guards were overwhelmed by the large number of ghouls and completely collapsed. However, more dead tree guards still became violent, kept waving his hands, sweeping away the ghouls one by one. Mummy attack. A mummy received the order. An array of light burst out from his eyes. They quickly rushed into the camp of ghouls and rushed towards the dead tree guards. A mummy had already rushed in front of the dead tree guards, but saw that he waved his right hand, and the bandage in his hand instantly extended and then locked the withered tree guard. When the bandage was wrapped, the dark corrosive power instantly enveloped the withered tree guard, and the mummy exerted his right hand, and it was smashed along the pump, and the bandage in his hand was swung like a whip, making a sound that broke through the air and hitting the dead tree guards. The dead tree guards also swept the mummy out, and arrows flew in the sky. Come, hit the mummy. But when the arrow hit the mummy, it was like hitting fine steel, unable to penetrate deep at all. The mummy's defense was too strong. The mummy immediately stood up and pounced quickly again dead tree guard. Boom! But there was a flash of thunder, and a roar of thunder hit the mummy, and the latter's figure froze. Several more extremely sharp arrows flew in, and then the mummy was killed. Both sides on the battlefield, the undead once again have a greater advantage. Of course, this is just the beginning. With the level of defense in the Eleland Forest, it may not be that simple for these people to kill through this Eleland Forest. The battle will inevitably continue deadlocked. Feilu reminds you 3 things about reading collection. The Sand Golden Tower Empire is at war with the elves of Ireland. Lin Jin also got the news. After he dealt with the real life matters for the first time and left the Angel of Death and Raphael in charge of the real city, he returned to the game. Now people in the entire city are slowly beginning to believe in the Angel of Death, and the power of their faith will also build a channel. If they wait until the second alien invasion, Lin Jin will be able to summon the Angel of Death. Everything is considered to be on the right track. The atmosphere in the Evernight Empire has also taken on a completely new look. The original nobles disappeared, and everything seemed to be overturned and started all over again. Lin Jin did not let the undead manage the city, but chose a contribution system and recommendation system to maintain the greatest degree of fairness and justice. Everyone also began to accept new academics, and many people began to learn magic. The idea of loyalty to the Eternal Night Empire also began to spread bit by bit. Lin Jin really didn't need to worry about these things. The Dark Elves, King Varian, the dead and resurrected Great Pope, and the think tank of Shrouded Wings all worked together in a multi-pronged manner without any dissent. The empire created by this will definitely be a perfect empire. The only thing he has to worry about is one thing: money. He is short of money. Lin Jin has a lot of assets, and he also has a lot of cash storage, but he can't handle his family's huge business. The reconstruction of the entire empire requires gold and resources. Even Lin Jin has obtained a large amount of gold resources, but it still seems to be a drop in the bucket. He has a lot of gold resources in his account every week, but his own recruitment quota is full, but he also recruits all middle and high-level undead. After transforming the buildings of the Greyhound Principality and the Bull Principality, the weekly recruitment quota for the Death Angel has reached more than 500. Every week, Lin Jin is able to recruit more than 500 Death Angels. This number is still increasing. Now, the recruitment of the Dark Elves' Crown troops has stopped, but the Orcs' Crown troops are still recruiting. Lin Jin could no longer afford to keep the expensive Black Dragon. If he hadn't considered that the maintenance cost of the Orcs' Angry Cyclops was relatively cheap, and Lin Jin also had demons as enemies, he might have wanted to reduce the expenses of the Orcs' Legion. The finances have been severely overdrawn, but the world is in chaos now. It is impossible for Lin Jin to stop recruiting troops at this time, so the only thing he can do is to start a war. War is the only way to obtain gold and resources. Lin Jin has been able to develop at such a rapid pace, which is inseparable from his endless wars. Now he is going to continue to fight. Looking at his territory, it is bordered on the sea by the United Kingdom of Calco, and beyond the poisonous mist swamp spanning a long distance to the northwest is the Intega Kingdom. That is, the Tamer Nation. In addition, There are the Orolan elves in the southwest. Now the Elolan elves are at war with the Sand Tower Empire. It is said that the Sand Empire is not weak, and Lin Jin does not want to get involved in this muddy water. Although Lin Jin is an undead, he may not be on the side of the undead. He also knows that the undead in the underworld are extremely chaotic, and because he obtained the fragment of authority in the underworld, he has already attracted the attention of the undead in the underworld. Those who can exist in the underworld are the true undead masters. Now that the Sand Golden Tower Empire suddenly became stronger, it was not a good thing for him. Therefore, he was happy to see the Iralan elves and the Saudi Golden Tower Empire at war. The remaining ones are the Intega Kingdom and the United Kingdom of Calco. Lin Jin had certain advantages in attacking the Intega Kingdom. The poisonous mist, swamp, and dangerous environment could not affect Lin Jin's army. However, the environment of Intega country was really not very good, and the resources were relatively poor, and Lin Jin didn't like it very much. In addition is the United Kingdom of Calco. Facing this country, Lin Jin didn't know what to say. In reality, players from the Kingdom of Thousand Islands are now basically exiled to this kingdom and have begun to join it to compete for territory. If Lin Jin gets involved again, it will be a bolt from the blue for the players in the Thousand Islands country. This doesn't give them any chance of survival. After thinking for less than 3 seconds, Lin Jin made his decision. Let's attack here. Players from the Kingdom of Thousand Islands have nothing to do with him, and the latter is now entering the United Kingdom of Calco as an invader. The identities of both parties are equal, so what is there to say? After getting ready, Lin Jin began to mobilize his troops. He did not intend to take away the low-level undead, but began to gather mid- to high-level undead and crown-level undead. He also began to mobilize his generals. Legendary undead heroes began to gather again. When gathering the legions, Lin Jin also came to the island of Eternal Night. This is the starting point of his revenge and the beginning of his dream. Without such an island, he would not have been able to develop. As the beginning of everything for Lin Jin, this island is now very well constructed. Not only does it have a large number of high-end towns, but also a large number of troops are stationed on it. It can be said that it is a piece of ironclad. Coming here, Lin Jin also came to the city of Eternal Night. At this moment, the city of Eternal Night exudes a dark green light, cast a mysterious aura, like a guiding light even on the sea. This is also because of the fragments of authority in the underworld. After integrating the fragments of the authority of the underworld, the appearance of the city of Eternal Night has also undergone some changes, the most important of which is its effect. Recruitment for all arms 10, which is a huge improvement. Just as Lin Jin was staring at the city of Eternal Night, he suddenly felt a throbbing in his heart, an invisible force that seemed to be pulling him. The realm of God. This is the call from the realm of God. Could it be said that the realm of gods also needs fragments of authority from the underworld? Lin Jin was startled, and a thought came to his mind. The fragment of authority in the underworld sounds unusual. If it only has the ability to increase the number of soldiers recruited, it would actually be a bit insulting to its name. Now when the realm of gods is conveyed when there is an urgent need, it seems to mean that the fragment of authority in the underworld has found its home. The top items must naturally be placed in the top places. Without any hesitation, Lin Jin stretched out his hand and explored the eternal world. City of Night. Ding. Are you releasing the fragments of the authority of the underworld? Yes. The next moment, a fragment suddenly flew into Lin Jin's hand. With a thought in Lin Jin's mind, he himself disappeared from the place, and the fragment also disappeared from the place. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. The realm of death, angel god. The bright moon is shining high, casting a hazy light on the whole world. Two death angels can be seen fighting and training with each other, honing their fighting skills. The continuous power of faith around them began to pour into their bodies, making them stronger. They themselves are also feeding back their own strength, accelerating the expansion of the entire realm of God. Owner. When Lin Jin came here, the two people also stopped fighting and saluted respectfully towards Lin Jin. Their eyes were full of piety, but also a little smart, and they felt different from ordinary angels of death. Lin Jin nodded, which was regarded as a greeting. He focused more on the fragment of the underworld authority in his hand, and saw that the fragment was now emitting a strong light, and the entire light was pulling the world. Ding! Should the fragments of the authority of the underworld be fused into the realm of God? The fusion of the fragments of authority of the underworld will promote the evolution of the realm of gods, and there should be a probability of the birth of a guardian beast. Yes, hearing this system prompt, Lin Jin's body shape after a pause, a light flashed through his deep eyes. He immediately no longer hesitated and immediately chose to fuse the fragments. It was so powerful, promoting the evolution of the realm of gods. Let's not mention this for the moment. Just the birth of the guardian beast. Lin Jin was excited. He knew how powerful the guardian beasts were. Especially when fighting in the local area, the guardian beasts could burst out with stronger power. Moreover, the birth of the guardian beast mentioned in this article may not mean the birth of just one. With the evolution of the god realm, there is a probability of giving birth to a guardian beast. No matter how you look at it, this advantage is not ordinary. Lin Jin is extremely sure at this moment that the integration of the fragments of the underworld's authority into the god realm is absolutely the right thing to do. Perhaps this is the true purpose of the fragments of authority in the underworld. After Lin Jin made his choice, he saw that the fragment of authority in the underworld in his hand also turned into a laser, which instantly flew towards the bright moon in the sky. The fragment of authority in the underworld instantly hit the bright moon. A burst of strong light waves was stirred up, and the whole world was immersed in a burst of bright light. At this time, the density of spiritual energy in the whole world began to spread continuously, and the bright moon seemed to be breathing and began to swallow violently. The realm of God was originally just over 10,000 square meters, neither big nor small, but at this moment, the entire realm of God began to expand violently. The space trembled, and the world seemed to be expanding, constantly expanding. Opening up, this feeling is very wonderful. Mountains, lakes, plains, hills, and various landforms also emerge. At a glance, the current scope of the Death Angel God realm is nearly 10 times larger, reaching more than 100,000 square meters. The resources in the realm of gods are limited, and the crown-level creatures are also limited. Just like Hell, although Hell is extremely vast, it still has borders, and what can exist in Hell, the number of demons, is also limited. It is precisely because the number of demons is limited that the Demon King allows demons to kill each other, leaving only truly powerful demons. With the scope of the original realm of gods, it is probably possible it can only accommodate nearly 100 death angels, but now it can hold nearly 1,000 death angels. In addition, Lin Jin can also feel that the entire realm of God has become stronger. The growth cycle of the death angels has been reduced again, and the number of death angels that can be hatched has been reduced. The number of angels will also increase. Originally, if the power of faith in a death angel underworld altar was fully charged, a death angel could be born a week. But now, Lin Jin can make a death angel underworld without deliberately consuming the power of faith. Altar. A death angel is born every week. Build the Hades altar of the angel of death. The territory expanded, the entire world became more stable, and the elements it contained were very rich. Lin Jin also needed to recruit the angel of death. He gathered the power of the world together, paid gold and crystals, and continued constructing the death angel Hades altar. Lin Jin generally would not hesitate to improve the potential of something like this. He himself was biased towards the development stream. Therefore, he also started building the Death Angel's Hades altar as soon as possible. Until the Death Angel Hades altar was completed, the number increased to 10. At this moment, the 8 newly added Death Angel Hades also began to outline their shadows, giving birth to Death Angels. Not long after, 8 more Death Angels emerged. The only pity is that there are no signs of the pregnancy of mythical beasts. This kind of thing should also depend on luck. The Death Angel born here is also ordinary. It all depends on luck, and its quality varies. If you are lucky, you can see a high-quality Death Angel, so a high-quality one. The Death Angel has a certain chance to be promoted to a hero, even a high-quality hero. It all depends on appearance, and it may take time. Lin Jin didn't care. He took a look at the newly born Death Angel. The initial attributes were relatively similar. It was a little higher, and the overall quality was also improved. This should also be the function of the fragments of authority of the underworld. Lin Jin did not stay long. He took another look, and then returned to reality. He had two fragments of authority of the underworld. One is on the island of Eternal Night, which he just took away, and the other one is on the Guazhan Islands. Once the world is completely integrated, all kinds of dangers and unknowns will come. Even if Lin Jin is on the island of Eternal Night and the country the Zhan Islands have deployed such a powerful defense, but it is still not safe when faced with attacks by enemies of the level of angels and demons. This fragment of authority in the underworld is so important that we can take this opportunity to transfer it to the God's Palace. The realm couldn't be better. When he arrived at the Guazhan Islands, Lin Jin immediately took away the fragment of the authority of the underworld and then came to the realm of gods again. As before, he directly let the fragment of the authority of the underworld and the gods at this time. The entire gods realm began to expand again. It expanded directly from 100,000 square meters to 300,000 square meters. You can feel that the entire world has become stronger and stronger. The world is slowly recovering. Stable, Lin Jin thought that the fusion was over. At this moment, a beam of light suddenly shone on the ground, and a huge egg like a hill appeared out of thin air. The mythical beast egg. The first one. The fusion of the fragments of authority in the underworld did not produce any mythical beast eggs. Originally, Lin Jin did not pay much attention to the second fusion of fragments of authority in the underworld. In his opinion, this should take a certain amount of time, and there was no need to rush it. He unexpectedly, after the second fusion of the fragments of authority in the underworld, a mythical beast egg appeared directly in this realm of gods. Is this a case of overwhelming luck? Fei Lu reminds you 3 things about reading collection. Even though the mythical beast egg already exists, it cannot be hatched for a while. Lin Jin could feel that the power around him was being continuously poured into the mythical beast egg, nourishing it. It would take at least some time before the mythical beast egg could begin to hatch. After the mythical beast egg appeared, Lin Jin hatched 10 more Death Angel Underworld altars. He currently has no plans to build the Death Angel Hades altar in the entire Holy Empire, except for the high-end towns that have already been built. He will try his best to place all Death Angel Hades altars within the territory of God. This represents real protection. After checking everything in this world, Lin Jin left here not long after. Now that he has spent a lot of gold and rare resources, the pressure is even greater. Rainbow Pearl Naria has gathered a large number of legions here. Resentful souls, rotten Lamassu, and ghost dragons are flying in the sky. On the ground is a 9th-level abomination with a name as big as a hill. A huge vampire legion vast. The terrifying knights, and the deep corpse witch army. Lin Jin has been cultivating for such a long time. Instead of weakening, his entire power has become stronger and stronger. The constant recruitment made the quality of his legion improve by leaps and bounds. He also sent all the zombies and plague zombies in the entire Eternal Night Empire here to merge. The number of abominations here alone has exceeded 20,000 to 30,000. These 30,000 hatreds are enough to make people despair. This huge island was filled with the aura of darkness. The next moment, with a thought in his mind, Lin Jin cast the Return to the City spell and disappeared in an instant with this huge legion. By the time Lin Jin appeared, he had already appeared on an island near the mainland. Lin Jin's army has fully occupied the sea, and he can reach almost any corner of the sea. A majestic dark aura suddenly came to the island, and a dark aura rose into the sky from the entire island. This ominous aura could be felt from a distance. On the back of the dark iron ghost dragon king, Lin Jin looked into the distance, his deep and cold eyes also glowing with a faint light. The location of this island is okay. It is only more than 10 kilometers away from the mainland, which is not too far. Let's do it. Lin Jin shouted calmly to on the side. In addition to Letitia, Uther, Casper, and Patchwick, Lin Jin also summoned the heroes of the original Hasima Empire. Although this part the heroes are transformed into necromancers, but they can still control water magic. Yes, master. The former emperor of the Hasima Empire now shouted with great respect. He swayed his body and quickly came to the sea. The undead Naga heroes around him also came to the sea one after another. Freeze the sea. But he saw the four swords in Oarim's hand dissipate and turn into a golden trident. He grabbed the golden trident with four hands at the same time, and then stabbed towards the sea with his backhand. Stab. The golden trident was instantly hitting the sea. A terrifying power of frost also spread. This is the Poseidon trident, and it is also the top national weapon closest to a divine weapon. On the sea, it can exert an effect comparable to that of a divine weapon. ZZZZG. However, I saw a series of freezing sounds sounding quickly. The sea in front of me was frozen instantly. The ice surface began to spread instantly at a speed visible to the naked eye and kept rushing towards the land. All the Hasima Empire, the heroes also worked together, and their energy beams also hit the ice one after another, intensifying the force. The ice began to expand and thicken and began to spread towards the shore at a faster speed. A legion has long been stationed here on the sea, but these are no longer the Naga troops of the Hasima Empire, but a group of trolls. This is also a player from the Thousand Islands country. After they escaped from the sea, they marched into the United Kingdom of Calco, and everyone joined the most powerful forest troll clan in the forest. Forest trolls are tall but thin, with fangs, and are very ugly. Due to unknown changes, their body surface is covered with moss, which has become their best armor. Their excellent overall strength makes these trolls become very powerful monsters. Players from the Kingdom of Thousand Islands do have a great advantage when they fall into the arms of the forest trolls. However, there is still a fear in their hearts, the King of Eternal Night. They can never forget when darkness enveloped them and everything fell into despair. Therefore, they have been stationed here, keeping an eye on Lin Jin's movements and paying attention to the disturbances in the Evernight Empire. They could only pray in their hearts that Lin Jin would not attack the Calco United Kingdom. As long as Lin Jin did not attack here, they would have a chance to breathe. They can even develop here, wait for the opportunity, and then attack the sea again. They all thought well, but everything just disappeared like a mirror as the darkness rose into the sky in the distance. The undead are still here. Quick! Report to the president immediately. The undead has arrived. The island is still some distance away from here. It will take a certain amount of time for his army to reach the shore. We still have a chance. One person looked at the sea and immediately shouted to the subordinates beside him. Just as he finished speaking, he felt a chill and his body couldn't help but tremble. Logically speaking, he had transformed into a troll and possessed strong temperature resistance, so you won't feel cold. Team, Captain, look over there. His men looked at the sea with dull faces and said in a trembling voice. The man finally turned around, only to find that the entire sea began to freeze quickly, and the ice had spread to this side in an instant. Land. In his eyes, the ice finally covered the land. At this moment, these players were completely stupid. Can they still do this? This is too luxurious. The ice surface was completely covered, but I saw another breath of ice sweeping across quickly, as if the entire ice surface was beginning to thicken. Now at a glance, there was only a patch of white snow as far as the eye could see. It was like a sky of ice and snow. The next moment, darkness spread towards here. The figures on the ice, like hills, are rushing and surging, rushing towards here. It's so spectacular. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. Escape. Run away. Mountains of hatred surged towards here. In front of these nearly 3-meter tall, pot-bellied abominations, even these trolls, each of whom was more than 2 meters tall, turned into dwarfs. The faces of the abominations became more and more ferocious, and the bulging white eyeballs seemed to be about to fall out. Seeing the abominations getting closer and closer, these players dared not stay for long, and they immediately fled frantically into the jungle. Not long after they escaped, they encountered the oncoming legion. What are you running from? The leader of the troll heroes asked in a deep voice. This is also the army of the forest troll clan. When the undead arrived, the troll clan near the sea also felt the uneasy atmosphere, so they all gathered and came. Check. Unexpectedly, I saw the fleeing trolls before I met the target. They trolls are extremely powerful creatures. In this land, no one dares to be their enemy, and no one can defeat them. The trolls represent hunters, and they are even hunting giant dragons. Now these trolls are running away, looking embarrassed, which makes him very unhappy. "My lord, the undead. Countless undead legions are coming," the player shouted quickly. He couldn't help but look back to see if the undead were chasing after him. Lin Jin had long left a profound shadow on the players in the Kingdom of Thousand Islands. Now after hearing these 4 words from Lord Yongyi, everyone trembled at the word. Not to mention, Lin Jin is now leading the main force here. "Humph, the weak undead have scared you like this. Look how I defeated them." Hearing this, the troll hero breathed a sigh of relief and said disdainfully. Perhaps his impression of the undead is still at the level of those skeleton soldiers. No matter how many of those skeleton soldiers there are, they will not be powerful giants. Demon's opponent. "Sir, these undead are different." When the players heard this, they said with panic and astonishment. They were very indifferent to the undead at first, but after fighting Lin Jin, they completely changed their minds. The undead under Lin Jin's control are not ordinary at all. The undead. Now seeing how these trolls treat the undead with such contempt, they know that they are going to suffer. Facing the undead, no amount of preparation can be too serious. Different, what difference can there be? Powerful troll warriors, let those undead who dare to set foot on our territory see our power. The troll hero turned to look at his legion, raised a spear in his hand, and roared loudly. However, no troll responded to him, and the scene seemed dead. He frowned and looked in front of him. The trolls found that their faces were dull, as if they had seen some natural enemy, and even their pupils involuntarily dilated. At this moment, the earth began to faintly shake. The troll hero finally realized that something was wrong, and he slowly turning his head, he found that the darkness in the distance was coming towards here. Half of the sky was completely covered by darkness. In the sky, a ghost dragon, a rotten poison lamassu, and countless resentful souls could be seen, flying. As for the ground, headed by the hill, like abomination, the fat, bellied but able-footed abomination made even the troll hero stunned. "What is this?" He couldn't help but murmured. "Abomination, this is also a brand new undead." Originally, Lin Jin planned to let them participate in the war in heaven, but the war in heaven went very smoothly, which resulted in Lin Jin not needing to invest in abomination at all. Now it was the first time he used abomination to fight. While he was stunned, the undead in the distance were getting faster and faster, and black shadows flew over in the sky at an alarming speed. Lin Jin had the national weapon Abyss War Shadow Greaves on him. This Abyss War Shadow Greaves greatly increased the speed of his legion. Its passive sprint battle can increase the movement speed of all the undead legions under Lin Jin by 20%. In non-combat conditions, the movement speed is increased by 40%. It can be said that with this increase, the speed of his legion has completely increased by another level. Withdraw. Escape. Seeing the crown-level death angel flying over, the troll hero reacted. How could he dare to stay for a long time? He immediately shouted loudly. All the trolls dispersed in a hurry, but the death angels were all poor, reluctant to give up. In a moment, the death angel caught up with the troll army. There were only more than 3,000 people in this army. Although they were small in number, their overall quality was very high. Except for in addition to mid to high level troll warriors, troll war generals, and troll shamans, there are also ancient beemen at the crown level. Although the orcs have also conquered the beeman tribe, it does not mean that beeman is their race. There are still very few behemoths in the entire orc tribe, but the crown creatures among these trolls are all ancient behemoths. This means that the summoned ancient behemoths should be in their buildings. Troll warriors, fight these enemies. Feeling the angel of death getting closer and closer, the troll hero knew that he could no longer escape. He simply stopped and let the legion launch a counterattack. At the first moment, all the trolls stopped, and a famous giant, all the magic staffs in the hands of the magic shaman stood on the ground, and a bloodthirsty aura enveloped all the troll warriors. At the same time, the trolls holding spears also threw their spears and started the formation. The sound of the formation broke through the air. All the troll war generals were holding double axes and were ready for battle. Even the ancient behemoths jumped up and rushed towards the angel of death in the sky. Facing the attack of the trolls, the angels were still very calm. However, they saw that each death angel easily dodged the enemy's attack. The long swords and double knives in their hands kept waving, and the thick and powerful spears were directly chopped away by them. One death angel dodged. However, she was also hit by the troll's spear, but her body only paused slightly. The clearly sonorous and powerful spear could not penetrate the body of the death angel at all. It only missed an inch before falling to the ground again. Defense the power is too strong. After completing the mission of the rise of the mythical race, the attributes of all death angels have been improved again, and Lin Jin's own strength has also been improved. He also added a passive, Death Angel Dominator. Death Angel Dominator. Description: after leading when the Death Angel fights, the combat effectiveness of the Death Angel under your command increases by 25%, and they are immune to negative status, immune to a certain degree of suppression effects, and have higher unit initiative. Lin Jin is the well-deserved master of the Death Angel. He not only created Death Angel himself, changed his profession, and became the Death Angel. However, he has never had the exclusive increase of the Death Angel, and after completing the mythical mission, he finally obtained this title. This made his Death Angel's combat effectiveness skyrocket. He personally led the Death Angel to fight, and these people were not able to stop it. The only ones who could cause casualties to the Death Angel were ancient behemoths, but these ancient behemoths may not be able to encounter the Death Angel. Just in the ancient behemoth clause, when his subordinates swung at a Death Angel, the latter's figure flickered, but disappeared out of thin air. Teleport. When she reappeared, she was behind the ancient behemoth, with the two knives in her hands already slashed. Next, he brought out two sharp arc slashes. This ancient behemoth was hit by these two swords, and a deep scar was added to his strong body, and his blood volume dropped sharply. This is the most essential difference. The Angel of Death is here. What was achieved at this time was the attack power and defense values, which far exceeded the ancient behemoth led by this troll hero. Fei Lu reminds you 3 things about reading collection. Tear. The giant sword in the hand of a Death Angel directly cut open the axe of a level 10 troll warrior, cut it in half with one sword, and then quickly drew the sword to block a flying spear, slashing at the surrounding trolls again. These powerful trolls have now become the targets of slaughter. Their fighting instincts are also very strong, and they can detect the approaching danger. However, just detecting it is useless. Angel of Death, the speed is so fast that they have no way to defend themselves. Even if they know which direction the Death Angel's attack will come from, they can't defend it in time. Even if it is defense, they can't defend it at all. Broadsword, shield, war axe, no matter what it is, the Angel of Death can cut it open like a torrent. On the other hand, their attacks cannot hit the Angel of Death at all. However, they saw several troll generals besieging a Death Angel, but saw their powerful and heavy double axes. It kept slashing down, and each axe brought out a sharp light. Anyone hit by this axe would be split open even if it was a stone. Several trolls launched attacks at the same time, and these attacks came together, bringing up there were almost no gaps in the storms of axes, and the axes were constantly falling. But the Angel of Death, surrounded by them, was still able to do it with ease. She seemed to be dancing on the tip of the knife, and her graceful figure brought up phantoms. She always avoided the attack with the smallest distance, which was dizzying. Amidst the graceful dodge, she kept waving the two knives in her hands. The double blades were burning with dark flames. The sickle, like scimitar, swept towards the troll's neck. The only thing visible was blood pouring out, and bloodlines appeared on the necks of each troll, who died suddenly on the spot. However, in a short period of time, these trolls fought the generals were all killed. Even the troll generals couldn't stop the Death Angel, let alone the other trolls. The whole battle was a one-sided crushing, with more and more Death Angels, 2,000 of them. The Angels of Death all went into battle. There was no suspense about the pure crown troops versus the Troll Legion. It must be said that this was too luxurious. Being able to directly organize the Crowned Legion to launch an attack, this kind of card is the only one in the world. They are all unique. Before the hatred came, all the trolls were killed. Divine Spiritualism. On the Dark Iron Ghost Dragon King's back, Lin Jin casually performed a god-level spiritualism. Without even looking at it, he led the Legion to continue marching into the distance. There is no need to look at this kind of Legion. Even now, thousands of high-level undead were given to Lin Jin, and there would be no disturbance in his heart. The Death Angels all returned to the sky, and Lin Jin also used the group Undead healing technique on them to restore their lives. Value. His current magic value is unfathomable. In addition, after merging with the ocean stars, his magic value recovers very quickly. Even the magic value consumed now will not be long enough to recover again. The Legion of Hate, crazy rushing into the forest, the huge army of the undead began to spread out in a fan shape. Lin Jin's purpose was simple. One was the towns. Destroying the towns would allow him to obtain the maximum amount of gold and resources. His territory is too big now, and the world dramatic changes are about to happen, and he can no longer capture and defend the territory. It will instead drag him into another whirlpool. Being too greedy sometimes leads to no good end. Besides, these trolls have a relatively small population, and they also have my own beliefs and culture don't seem to accept the undead. Like the dwarves, these are stubborn. In addition to the towns, they are resource mines. After destroying the towns, Lin Jin will not occupy the towns. They will only occupy each resource mine point and guard these resource mine points. Resource mine points mean an endless supply of resources. For Lin Jin, the additional resources that can be added every week are a steady harvest. One by one, the undead heroes all led their respective legions to leave, and countless undead also dispersed. The leaving legion of undead were either legendary heroes or epic heroes. All luxurious lineups. No one from any camp. It may be like Lin Jin, who has so many high-quality heroes. But Lin Jin has it. The heroes who are constantly resurrected have also been transformed into the power of the undead. He now has a reign of counselors and a cloud of good generals. A large gold mine. Uther also led the undead knights here, but saw an undead war horse rolling up waves of black shadows and quickly killing here. As the undead war horses galloped, the momentum was fierce, and in the air it seemed as if there was an invisible giant mouth opening, bringing fear to people. All the creatures on both sides were trembling. When Uther arrived, the troll army guarding the gold mine was already waiting. However, their preparedness was undoubtedly, it's like a joke. 500 soul, snatching death size, and tens of thousands of terrifying knights are all at the lowest level 12. How can they be resisted by the guards of resource mines? Kill. Uther held the Chinese weapon in his hand, and the stag's galloping sword suddenly came under his command. Behind him, the soul, grabbing death scythes wearing hoods took the lead and rushed towards the troll one after another. Fight, fight. Although the trolls were afraid, they still chose to fight tenaciously. All the troll legions rushed towards Uther like a rushing torrent. The two armies clashed, but in an instant, the souls were stolen. The huge scythe in the hand of the death scythe was swung, but the broken limbs were flying, and countless trolls flew out one after another. Each soul, grabbing death scythe, kept waving his scythe. Like a chariot like this, they completely crushed into the enemy's legion. There was a bloody storm along the way. The charge of the undead cavalry was unstoppable, easily killing the troll legion, and then the terrifying knights who rushed over were left behind. All the trolls were killed. Uther casually cast a spiritual spell and occupied this large gold mine. The guards at resource points are generally not strong. After all, no one will keep spreading their troops. This were defeated one by one. Under normal circumstances, if the enemy steps into their territory, then the main army in the town will be dispatched to defeat the enemy. If the defenders defeat the invader army, then the resource points can naturally be defended. If they are all defeated, then even if they station the legion at the resource point, it will be for nothing. Generally, there are no guards at resource points. However, this is a large resource point, so there are some troops. Of course, this part of the troops is in front of the undead. It was useless. Moreover, in order to capture this place with the highest efficiency, Lin Jin had no intention of following the enemy step by step and slowly defeating their main force. He wanted to launch an attack on the entire troll at once. Not just Uther. When the war broke out, the other undead heroes also launched attacks on various resource points. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. A mercury mine. With the last sound, it suddenly stopped, and there was no longer any standing troll on the entire battlefield. The battle here is over. The only thing visible on the ground was a large number of troll corpses. Some vampires could be seen standing on the troll corpses, and the blood-sucking swords in their hands had been submerged into the troll's body. The latter's body became more and more shriveled up. What a vulnerable opponent. Letitia, whose lips were as red as blood, had a hint of contempt in her eyes. She left part of the vampire army stationed here and led the army to march forward. Beside her, there were all 14 vampire emperors. Each of those pale-faced vampire emperors crawled out from the endless mountains of corpses and seas of bones, and their fighting power is extremely powerful. Now her number of vampire emperors alone exceeds 800. Just here alone are not even her main force. She has the ability to let the vampires continue to fight and upgrade, and with Lin Jin, she is fighting with superiority. In order to ensure a better fight for the vampire army, Lin Jin always lets the cannon fodder army provides cover. It is precisely because of this that the vampire's power is constantly preserved. In addition, Letitia is also constantly training her vampire army and cultivating their power. This leads to the vampires. The power is so powerful. If this scale continues, the size and number of the vampire army will further increase. In front of a high-end town, more than 100,000 trolls have begun to gather together. Their faces are very solemn, and their eyes are solemnly looking into the distance. The undead invaded in large numbers, and the news spread throughout the forest in an instant. The vultures and dark crows in the forest are the eyes of the trolls, and the undead army reflected in them is simply frightening. They are all high-level troops, and even the low-level ones are all level 6 resentful souls. Moreover, there are too many undead. If they divide their forces to fight, they can be overwhelming. If they gather together, their combat effectiveness will only be stronger. Not to mention the trolls here. Even the goblin clan on the other side of the vast forest were shocked. The undead invaded in large numbers, with a huge momentum, and it looked like they were coming with bad intentions. Originally, goblins and trolls were fighting openly and secretly, but when the undead arrived, even those who were hostile to each other had to unite. Once they fight against each other again, they will only gain advantage over the undead in the end. Troll warriors, we will never invade this forest. Raise your weapons and prepare to unleash your wrath. The leader of the trolls, Valjean, shouted loudly. From the time they learned about the undead attack until now, there hasn't been much time, and they didn't even have time to prepare. However, the town is here, and here they must not go without a fight. Escape. Roar, roar, roar. Hearing this, all the trolls screamed as if they had been given blood. Their eyes slowly turned scarlet, dyed with a scarlet color. One after another, the troll shamans also began to prepare, got up, and some people began to distribute some blood packs. Blood packs, as the name suggests, are made from the blood of animals, together with some medicinal materials prepared by shamans. They can make trolls enter a violent state and become stronger. Infinite, it can even make them bigger. There are not many buildings of troll shamans, but their racial reproduction is not small. The number of masters in the group is much higher, relatively speaking. No matter what, compared to the human race, the basic strength of other races is basically relatively higher. This is especially true for the troll race. The evil spirit of the gun, what should we do? Want to fight? Just behind the troll legion, some more trolls gathered together. It is worth mentioning that among these trolls, there are actually many legions belonging to the Hasima Empire. You can still see many 12 trolls inside. The Abyss Naga on the first floor. Surrounded by these people was a troll holding a spear. This was none other than the Ghost of the Spear, one of the 5 leaders of the Ghost Society of the Hasima Empire. The original how arrogant the Ghost of the Gun is. He can be said to be a strong man respected by countless people. Even in the real Thousand Islands country, he is quite famous. But after the undead attacked the Hasima Empire, everything slowly changed. Later, the undead defeated Emperor Om and conquered the Rainbow Pearl Neria. He also had to take the evil Ghost Society and withdraw from the Hasima Empire. They traveled across the ocean and came to this forest. This was just the beginning. They were getting better and ready to develop, but they didn't expect that they would be attacked by the undead at this time. This once again cast a shadow on their hearts, and they even became a little desperate. How to fight? Give up? This troll clan is no longer reliable. The evil ghost of the gun gritted his teeth, his eyes unwilling but helpless. Are you unwilling? So what can you do? Are you just going to roar or curse? It's just a joke. Originally, Lin Jin hadn't come to this land yet. On the other hand, he could also pretend to deceive himself and tell himself that the trolls and goblins could defeat the undead army. Or, Lin Jin would still worry about the rest of the power and would not attack here. But when Lin Jin came, everyone the lies he told are all in pieces. This is a force that established the Eternal Night Empire and has a vast army. Now Lin Jin is 10 times more powerful than when he attacked the Hasima Empire in the past. Even the powerful Hasima Empire can block it if they can't stop the undead army. How can these little trolls stop the undead? However, if we escape again, where can we escape to? At this moment, a small leader couldn't help but sigh. They had just taken root here, and many of them had spent a lot of money to transform into trolls. Seeing that everything was about to get better, I didn't expect that this kind of thing would happen. They were able to escape for a while. How could they escape for the rest of their lives? Hearing this, everyone's faces became heavy. They all felt extremely aggrieved in their hearts. Too cruel. Forever. Does King Yi have any grudge against them? Why won't he let them go and not give them any way to survive? Fei Lu reminds you. 3 things to do in reading collection. Hate ran wildly, rolling towards here like an overwhelming mountain. The swaying body like a hill made people feel helpless. The troll army in front of them was not afraid. But they saw all the trolls and shamans reciting spells and performing magic. The blood-colored light waves swept across, and a large number of buffs were added to each troll, and their combat power increased sharply. There are also troll shamans who chant spells and summon lightning. There was lightning and thunder on the battlefield, and bolts of lightning fell from the sky, bombarding this abominable body. Boom! But a bolt of lightning struck the running abomination. The terrifying lightning was like a bomb, instantly punching a huge blood hole in the body of the abomination. Thick green water kept flowing out of the blood hole, which looked extremely disgusting. But the abomination's body only trembled for a moment, and he continued to recover and charged again. Not long after, another thunder struck down, hitting the abomination's body. His body trembled again, and then another one appeared. Blood hole. It was not until he was hit by more than a dozen lightning bolts that this abomination collapsed. Troll Shaman is also an 8th level soldier. They belong to the legal system. Although they are only 8th level, they have the destructive power of a 10th level soldier. But even so, the lightning gathered by these troll shamans had no obvious effect on the hatred, which is enough to prove the power of these hatreds. This kind of defensive power first made all the trolls gasp. Angry. They originally thought of using the power of the troll shaman to kill the enemy's spirit, but they didn't expect to see such a scene. What they were killing was their own spirit. What kind of monster is this? And how can its defense be so strong? The troll leader Wajin said with a shocked face when he saw the situation in front of him. The scene he expected to see was not like this. Sure enough, the undead are invincible, and the king of eternal night will not be defeated. Let's go. After seeing this, the ghost of the gun completely made up his mind. He no longer stayed here and led the troll legion to hide behind. A legion directly broke away from the formation here. The trolls attracted the proud troll shaman is like this. He can fully predict what the war will be like. All troll warriors, get ready to throw your spears. Wajin didn't notice the evacuation of the Ghost Legion. After all, their legion was at the very back and was not a regular troll formation. Under normal circumstances, Wajin even looked down upon the legion of ghosts. Throw. All the trolls have raised their spears. Following Wajin's order, these trolls ran 3 steps wildly, their waists and horses united, and the spears in their hands flew out. Only a sound was heard breaking through the air. With a sound, the power on these spears flew towards the abominations over there. All the abominations were still running wildly, as if they were seeing it. The next moment, the spears hit the abominations. Logically speaking, the spear can easily penetrate the target and even nail it to the ground. But when it hits the abomination, they are destined to be disappointed again. However, when the spear hits the abomination, it seems to hit a copper wall, and the abomination is huge. His body also had a sense of vibration. as if it was constantly weakening the effect of the spear. While an abomination was still running, the spear hit him, and the spear passed through his body, which was terrible, penetrating his body. For any living creature, this attack is already fatal and seriously injured. However, the blood volume above the head of Abomination has only been reduced a little. He is still running, and he is still carrying a long spear's ran. He had only taken 2 steps, and several more spears barely penetrated his body, and the spears were still left in his body. But the hatred was still running. The running figure was so proud, so proud. It was shocking. It wasn't until the body of the abomination at the front was covered with dense spears that he finally fell down unwillingly. The fall of this abomination shattered the hopes of all the trolls. At a glance, this is a continuous wave of hatred. There are at least 20,000 to 30,000 hatreds, and their concentrated attack at this step only killed hundreds of hatreds. If it really looks like this, once the 2 sides fight, so much hatred, how terrifying would it be? They can't think that abomination only has the advantage of defense without any offense. That's just deceiving themselves. Just with that tonnage of the body, a casual hit is unbearable, and even more needless to say, Abomination also held a large kitchen knife and an iron hook in his hands. These 2 things were frightening to look at, but at this point, there was no turning back. Trolls attack. Wajin gritted his teeth, suddenly lowered his battle axe in his hand, and roared loudly. The trolls beside him also rushed forward with axes and broadswords in their hands. Hook! But when the abominations were about to rush in front of the troll, they suddenly threw out the iron hook on their left hand. They saw the iron hook dancing like a snake, and instantly hit a troll warrior, killing him. Bite! Before the troll warrior could react, he saw Abomination suddenly wave his left hand, and the troll warrior flew back. Play cloud. Poof! Abomination's huge body suddenly shrank, and he suddenly released bursts of green poisonous mist from the stitched body. The poisonous mist had a corrosive effect and exerted a lot of negative effects on the Troll War General. No, by the time the Troll War General began to struggle, the sword in Abomination's hand had already been chopped off. With one slash, the Troll War General's HP dropped sharply, and along with the Abomination's attack, the Troll War General's scarlet eyes receded almost instantly. It seems to be a lot weaker all of a sudden. Weak state. This is not a negative state imposed by the effect of the forest undead natural disaster, but the effect of the abomination itself. The abomination inherits the power of the plague zombie. Once hit by the abomination attack, the enemy will also become weak. State. After just a few cuts, the troll warrior's health dropped to 0, and he could no longer move. On the battlefield, the rest of the abominations also fought with the trolls, and one could see huge streaks of the kitchen knife and the tomahawk were chopping together, and the 2 sides were going back and forth, hurting each other. Except for the iron hook that was hard to guard against, and the hateful moves were opened and closed. They basically had no defense, they just kept attacking. This was completely based on injuries. The attitude of replacing injuries. It's just that the abomination's health and defense are extremely strong. They are not afraid of the enemy's attacks at all, but the same cannot be said for the trolls. Once hit by the abomination, the troll will be affected by negative effects and the damage will be sudden. Fall and Lin Jin's undead natural disaster effect will also add negative effects to these trolls. The most terrifying thing is the passive effect of the artifact Abyss Decay in Lin Jin's hand. Its passive effect Abyss Gaze can give Lin Jin's Legion an opportunity to kill the enemy with half health. Once the Abyss Gaze effect is triggered, the fatal blow is simply too satisfying. On the battlefield, with these 30,000 hateful men, they completely suppressed the Troll Legion, which was proud of its power. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. These abominable powers are quite good. High in the air, Lin Jin looked down at the battle on the ground and nodded with satisfaction. The reason why he only allowed Abomination to participate in the battle was to allow him to comprehensively evaluate the power of Abomination. Now it seems that the power of Abomination is indeed good. Although they are only at level 9, the real role they can play has far exceeded this level. The General Cannon Fodder Army cannot stop the enemy's offensive at all. They can only delay the enemy with constant attacks. Attack, but these hateful legions can form a wall of flesh. No matter how many legions there are, they may not be able to easily penetrate their formation. On the battlefield, the only one who can suppress the hateful ones is the ancient behemoth. These ferocious and violent creatures, tearing with claws in their hands, the powerful defense of hatred is like nothing. Ancient behemoth has a certain effect of ignoring defense, so they can easily tear apart the legion of hatred. But with the ancient in the battle of behemoth, the poisonous plague mist released by these abominations is also constantly affecting the ancient behemoths, weakening their combat effectiveness. Some ancient behemoths were also attacked by the abominations, and their strength dropped sharply. Ancient behemoths, even though behemoths are powerful, they are living beings after all, and on the premise of obtaining sufficient destructive power, their own negative status resistance and magic resistance are correspondingly much weaker. The health points of these ancient behemoths are also constantly increasing. It was decreasing. Seeing these ancient behemoths, Lin Jin thought of his own Golden Behemoth King. The destructive power of the Golden Behemoth King is countless times more powerful than these ancient behemoths, especially since it swallowed the sea dragon last time. After the heart, the Golden Behemoth King entered a state of growth again, and its attributes were constantly improving every day. Now the Golden Behemoth King is still in Lin Jin's war ring. However, the Golden Behemoth King is not an undead after all. Lin Jin will not summon the Golden Behemoth King unless necessary. The plague poisonous mist released by the hatred on the battlefield will also have a certain impact on the Golden Behemoth King. Once Lin Jin uses the Death Canopy, it has an impact on the Golden Behemoth King. Although the Golden Behemoth King is not afraid of this impact due to its attributes, it is not necessary at all. For Lin Jin, the Golden Behemoth King is now more like a boss killer and a trump card. Under normal circumstances, there is no need to summon King Behemoth. It is like using a cannon to kill mosquitoes. All-out attack. After watching the battle for a while, Lin Jin also had a deeper understanding of the power of hatred. He no longer waited and watched, and directly asked the following legions to join the war. In an instant, all the legions behind him moved, only to see all the big corpses. The power in the witch's hand shone with light, and then the death cloud magic bullets, which were denser than the rain of arrows, crossed hundreds of meters and headed towards the troll camp over there. All the trolls were still fighting. They feeling this wave of fluctuation, they finally raised their heads. But when they raised their heads, what they saw was a doomsday scene. Under the magic of countless death clouds, and then bloomed like fireworks, the entire troll army here were completely submerged in the fireworks. The spreading poisonous mist and concussive shock waves were affecting the entire legion. At this moment, the ground shook. In just an instant, the troll legion suffered heavy losses. Especially in the center, the casualties among the low-level troll warriors were even heavier. Many of them were directly bombarded by the death cloud magic bullets, and many of them entered a state of residual health. The permeating poisonous mist also deprived them of their last lives. A big wave after the corpse witch's full bombardment. The ghost dragons and angels of death in the sky also roared and flew over. The ghost dragons swooped down, unstoppable, and when the dragon's breath that represented death filled the legion, it was despair. Thousands of troll warriors began to fall, and they did not even have a chance to resist. The comprehensive front was defeated in an instant. When these powerful first-ranked troops joined the battle, the war was over. It can't even be said to be a war. It's more like a crushing massacre. Retreat, retreat quickly. If you can't beat them, everyone retreat quickly. Run away. Not long after the ghost dragon rushed over, the entire troll army dispersed. Faced with the absolute strength, these trolls gave up hope and quickly escaped from here, fleeing deeper into the forest. Too strong. Hateful too strong. The great corpse which is too strong. The ghost dragon and the angel of death are too strong. Just pulling out a little bit of power here is enough to destroy them all, and when they form a legion, it becomes even more desperate. So these ferocious the brave trolls all fled in embarrassment. Lin Jin didn't mind either. He used God-level spiritualism to resurrect the undead army, and immediately led his army to capture the town here. After destroying the town, he led the army to continue. The next place. What he wants is money, nothing else. As for these troll legions, wherever they like to escape. It has nothing to do with Lin Jin. It is worth mentioning that with Lin Jin's attack, he discovered that here the Legion is not strong. It can be said that it is too weak. Although the troll race is very strong, even much stronger than the orcs, their reproduction rate is not high. Furthermore, the resources in the forest are limited. The troll clans are all in competition with each other, and the trolls and goblins are also in competition with each other. This place can be said to have been in war and has never been unified. War brings chaos, and also constantly weakening their power. This is also the reason why players from the Thousand Island country can quickly integrate here. After the players from the Thousand Island country integrated here, more battles broke out in a short period of time, with countless deaths. This has further weakened the power here. From this point of view, the players in the Thousand Island Kingdom are actually helping Lin Jin work. Now that he is leading the army to attack here, he is under less pressure and is completely overwhelming. The undead are working day and night. In the attack, the army penetrated every corner of the forest like a tide, killing the remaining small legions one after another. The angel of death spread out, turned into a huge wing, blocked and controlled the forest from above, and blocked all these all came under Lin Jin's control. Lin Jin's fierce attack completely brought everyone from the entire Calco United Kingdom together. The troll clans and even the Goblin Empire, which were originally in civil strife, united in the shortest time. Together, the disaster came so fast that they didn't even have time to react. Fei Lu reminds you 3 things about reading collection. In a huge stone house, a large number of trolls and goblins were seen gathered here. This is none other than troll heroes and goblin heroes from various clans. The oppression brought by the undead united these two tat races. From this, we can also see the pressure Lin Jin put on them. In fact, this is not just trolls and goblins, but all the forces in the entire United Kingdom of Calco have united together. They all know that once they cannot stop the undead, they will only die. The undead have now launched a full-scale attack on the entire forest. Their offensive is astonishing. The undead heroes they attack are also epic heroes and legendary heroes. They are powerful. However, in just half a day, more than a dozen towns on both sides of us were destroyed, more than 20 legions were defeated, and the losses were already at least 400,000, and the enemy is still launching fierce attacks. The undead are here for destruction this time, so they don't need to be stationed anywhere, and their offensive will not weaken at all. This is why we are gathered together this time. We need to truly unite and attack the undead together. Zul'jin, the king of trolls, said straight to the point. The situation is very strict now. Trolls and goblins are being killed every minute and every second. They must seize the time. It is worth mentioning that Zul'jin, although Jin is the king of trolls, he does not have the power to control the entire trolls, just because his troll clan is the most powerful. Once faced with other crises, he is qualified to unite the other trolls. Yes, the undead are the enemies of all living things. They only come here to destroy, so there is absolutely no room for relaxation for both of us. We must use all our strength to defeat the undead. Goblin. King Gog also responded in a deep voice. Goblins are a bit similar to goblins. They both have long pointed ears, aquiline noses, and goldfish eyes, but in terms of body shape, the goblins of the Goblin Kingdom are much bigger. This Goblin King is as big as a hill, with muscles all over his body and full of explosive power. Among this goblin, except for the low-level Frost Goblin and Flame Goblin, the core the Goblin Centurions and Goblin Centurions are both burly men. As for the high-level Goblin Generals, they are more like human chariots, which is completely different from the goblins. It was the King of Eternal Night who led the attack this time. He defeated the Holy Empire and the Hasima Empire and created the Eternal Night Empire. He also cooperated with Hell, but then turned his back on Hell and completely destroyed the Hell Legion. The troops he led this time amounted to hundreds of thousands, and the lowest level among them were all level 6 resentful souls. If you want to deal with his attack, you must go all out, and there is no room for fatigue. I hope that everyone can go all out this time. For this war, we trolls will definitely do our best. Zul'jin, the Troll King, went on to say, "Our Goblin Kingdom will summon a tyrant." Goblin. King Gog also said loudly, "Tyrant, This is a terrifying monster raised by the Goblin Kingdom, the Goblin Kingdom's trump card. Now, he plans to let this tyrant participate in the war, which also shows that his attitude. Good. On the other side, in another stone house, some people also met. The people in this stone house seem a bit complicated. In addition to trolls, goblins, humans, and Naga, Evil Ghost Club, Shadow Hall, and Donging Snow Mountain, you are very sincere. Some of the goblins in front of me showed a contemptuous smile. Kinman Group, Indo Group, Chishin Group, we apologize for what we have done, but for now, we hope you can put the hatred between us aside for the time being. Our common enemy is the King of Eternal Night. Our Hasama Empire was also attacked by King Yongya, so our family was destroyed and we had to be driven here. This was a helpless move. If King Yongya did not attack us, then we would still maintain peaceful relations. The ghost of the gun in front of him said in a deep voice. Yes, this is the local player of the United Kingdom of Calco. Under the pressure of Lin Jin, the ghost of the gun immediately found the main guild of the United Kingdom of Calco wanted to promote this alliance. The other party also hit it off and agreed. There is no absolute hatred, just absolute interests. If the two of them continue the civil war, the entire kingdom will be conquered by Lin Jin. Therefore, they can only unite together. Snort. The man snorted coldly and asked angrily, "What are your plans?" The undead army of King Eternal Night can become more brave as they fight. If they want to truly drive away King Eternal Night, they must be defeated in one fell swoop. Therefore, for the next war, both of us must gather our main forces. Not only that, we can't hold anything back, whether it's the magic scroll or other trump cards. We absolutely can't hold it back. Once this war fails, we will have no chance. The evil ghost of the gun didn't mind and still said seriously, "Oh, if we use all our cards and you hold back in this war, then after the undead leave, I'm afraid we won't be your opponent." Obviously, the representatives here don't really believe in the evil ghost of the gun. After all, the two sides are rivals. Even if they are united for a moment, they are definitely not indestructible. We players in Thousand Islands country have already abandoned the Hasama Empire. Even if we abandon the United Kingdom of Calco, it is not impossible. We have a certain determination. If you still doubt our sincerity, then there is no need to continue the negotiation. The ghost of the gun frowned slightly, and his face became cold. We need you to sign an armistice agreement. Even after King Yongya leaves, the two sides cannot continue to fight for 2 months. As for the territory of both parties, the current territory will be the limit. The person in charge of the 7-star group finally spoke. Everything just said was just grumbling. Both of them knew that this alliance was inevitable. Moreover, the players from the Thousand Islands country fled to the United Kingdom of Calco. They have already left their hometown. They seem to want to run away. Where can they run? Good. Sure enough, the ghost of the gun also agreed. After the initial harmonious talks between the two parties, they began to discuss in detail the scale of the troops sent by both parties and how to meet the undead. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. The entire Calco United Kingdom was completely united under pressure. Legions from all over the place are constantly gathering together, and this has evolved into the biggest event. It has to be said that the United Kingdom of Calco is still very large. Even if Lin Jin attacks quickly and his legion marches like the wind without stopping, it is still impossible for him to conquer this place in just a few days. After all, this is a forest with countless towering trees, which is not convenient for the hateful march. Other than that, it's so vast. Even though Lin Jin had always been unstoppable, his army went straight in, attacking the enemy's important towns. If you want to fully attack the United Kingdom of Calco, it will only take longer. 3 days later, after 3 consecutive days of fierce attacks, Lin Jin destroyed a large number of legions along the way. The number of undead legions he had brought together alone totaled nearly 1 million. This is even if he doesn't kill all living creatures. If he does this, then his army of the undead will only grow even more. Master, goblins and trolls have united together. Their legions have been assembled and will launch a full-scale attack at dawn tomorrow. On the back of the Dark Iron Ghost Dragon King, Erica's figure suddenly appeared next to Lin Jin. She lowered her head and reported respectfully. Even if they were weak enemies, Lin Jin would give them a certain amount of respect. He not arrogant or proud, only minimizing all risks. Lin Jin nodded. Goblins and trolls have united, which he expected. After all, he is too strong. If they want to survive, they must unite. For him, he said that he doesn't mind the alliance of the two forces. If he attacks the towns here bit by bit, it will take a lot of time. If he can directly defeat the enemy's main force, the war will end faster. Since he knows that the enemy wants to unite after attacking, Lin Jin began to stop his advance. He asked the rest of the undead heroes to gather together and concentrate their forces together. For a moment, the entire forest fell into deathly silence. But everyone knew that this is just the calm before the storm. This king of eternal night is really cunning. He actually realized our attack and gathered the legion together. The movement of the undead was immediately transmitted back to the goblin and troll legions. This made everyone's faces look a little heavier. If Lin Jin is arrogant and goes deep alone, that's fine. Solve it. But he is so conservative and not aggressive at all, which makes them difficult to deal with. Don't worry, we gathered more than 3 million people this time. The undead must have sensed the strength we gathered, so they gathered their legions in fear. Zul'jin, the king of trolls, actually showed a look of contempt. He didn't expect that the gathering of troops this time would be so smooth. They could actually gather more than 3 million legions. If only they could gather them earlier. With so many legions, they may not necessarily be afraid of the undead. Of the 3 million legions, level 1 to 2 only account for a small part, and most of them are 34 level troll warriors. This quality is already very strong. This is also because the players in the Thousand Islands country and the players here unite and contribute. The players' power is scattered, but it is real. Yes, the undead will definitely lose this time. With so many legions, we will definitely be able to defeat the undead. This time, let the undead see our wrath. The rest of the troll heroes also shouted, and the crowd was excited. Lin Jin attacked the most places with trolls. If he hadn't also attacked the area where the goblins were when he attacked later, they would all think that Lin Jin was targeting them. Trolls. Therefore, the trolls have the most intense hatred for Lin Jin. Now that the troops have gathered, these trolls are eager to fight back. King Gog, how are you goblins preparing? Zul'jin turned his attention to the Goblin King again. Very smooth. The Goblin King just nodded. Not long after, the legions here also began to mobilize, rearrange, and deploy defenses. The front lines slowly spread out and formed a huge encirclement, as if to surround the undead at this moment. Everyone on this land has also turned their attention to this war. Everyone knows that this war will directly determine the rise and fall of this kingdom. If they win, they can also defeat the undead. Once if they were defeated, then this vast land would no longer have the ability to deal with it. When the sun rose in the early morning of the next day, they saw that this forest side was already a large and densely packed army, and the entire army formation was like the characters are lined up and stretched for thousands of meters, which is extremely spectacular. It is really like a tide. The trolls at the front are all holding swords and shields. Their bodies are green, and the moss growing on them is their natural armor. Some important parts of the body no longer have defense. These are the warriors of the trolls. The troll race has many basic attributes. As long as they grow to adulthood, they will have at least level 3 strength. On the other side, there are the Goblins Legion. These Goblin Legions are all wearing heavy armor and are fully armed, with only their eyes exposed. They are huge and look full of power. In the middle, you can also see groups of brothers riding wild boars. Green Cavalry. These wild boars are also covered in chain armor, and their defense is very strong. The front row is heavy armor, the middle is the archer mage, and the back row is the shaman and wizard responsible for healing. This legion is fully prepared. Among the legions behind, a large number of players are also looking at the sky in the distance with solemn expressions. King of Eternal Night. Our players from the Kingdom of Thousand Islands are not easy to expel. Since you dare to come, you will definitely fail here today. The ghost of the gun also stared at the sky in the distance, his face extremely determined. Not only him, but also the other players in the Thousand Island Kingdom. They were defeated by Lin Jin and moved to other places, and they were all in a very difficult situation. The shame of subjugating the country, they have long remembered it, and they are always thinking about going back for revenge, but they have never found the opportunity. Now Lin Jin leads the army to attack here, which makes them feel humiliated and angry, but also makes them seem to see an opportunity. They unite the players here and promote the union of goblins and trolls in order to defeat the undead together and avenge the past. Fei Lu reminds you, 3 things about reading collection. Just as all the legions were eagerly waiting, they saw darkness in the distant sky once again approaching here, completely blocking the dawn sunlight. An oppressive and cold atmosphere began to spread. Coming. Everyone looked forward intently, and they involuntarily clenched the weapons in their hands. They knew that the undead were coming. Sure enough, ghost dragons burning with black flames appeared in the sky, and then on the ground there were like a hill, like hatred also appeared from the horizon. The earth trembled, and the sky and the earth changed color. As the ghost dragons marched, the extremely large dark iron ghost dragon king with dark silver light also emerged. It was Lin Jin who came. Everyone's eyes turned to the dark iron ghost dragon king and looked at Lin Jin on his back. They all knew that it was this figure that dominated this war. Ahead, the hatred slowly stopped, and the large corpse which phalanx behind them also slowly followed. Death Canopy. At this time, Lin Jin didn't say anything and directly cast the Death Canopy. There was no need to waste time with the enemies in front of him. He just needed to defeat them. Darkness rose into the sky, and a black curtain came from behind Lin Jin, appeared in the sky, and spread forward. In this shroud of darkness, all the undead became excited. Their soul fire burned more intensely, and their attributes were improving. The Banshee howls. Life fades. Group Stone Skin. Attack. After casting the Death Sky Curtain, Lin Jin cast a series of magic at the same time, and then launched an attack. Although Lin Jin launched an attack, he did not let Abomination launch an attack. Instead, he saw a skeleton soldier behind him. Skeleton warriors, skeleton archers, and skeleton spearmen bypassed the Abomination and rushed forward. The wave of bones was like a flood that broke a bank. These undead legions were resurrected by him during the war, and they are the lowest level cannon fodder. Keeping these cannon fodders has no effect anyway. It is better to let them attack and exert their final value. All the skeleton soldiers began to run around, looking like vicious dogs, which was extremely spectacular. On the other side, goblins and trolls also applied buff magic to their legions. Originally affected by the undead magic, the morale of these legions began to decrease, and they also had some weak effects. But along with these buff magic with the application of magic, they finally recovered. This is generally the case. If both sides are evenly matched, then there will not be too obvious a difference if one side applies gain magic and debuff magic. Of course, overall, it is still the same. Lin Jin's legion had the advantage. Even though Lin Jin just cast a strategic magic casually, his power attribute was too high, so the magic he cast casually had extremely strong power. Low-level magic in his hands, also it will exert the effects of high-level magic. His strength has long surpassed that of this world, and the only opponents he can really fight against are the top gods like angels and demons. He appears here in person. In fact, it means that the United Kingdom of Calco has no chance. Attack. When Lin Jin's legion entered the attacking range, he saw that the long-range troops of goblins and trolls finally launched an attack. A frost goblin and a flame goblin had ice cones and fireballs condensed in their hands. The next moment, however, countless ice cones and fireballs were thrown out, forming a dense attack like raindrops in the air, and finally overturned among the skeleton army. With this intensive blow, the skeleton soldiers' health volume also increased rapidly. They were also killed one after another and turned into broken bones. In a short period of time, the number of dead and injured skeleton soldiers was extremely large. After death, these skeleton soldiers also condensed a group of soul flames, and this soul flame also moved towards flying towards the nearest enemy. However, it is obvious that there are no enemies near them. There are still some soul flames in the process of flying, but they are hit by ice cones and fireballs and dissipate directly. The blow after death is not invincible. Yes, it can play a surprising role only in close combat. Although many skeleton soldiers fell on the charging road, the continuous wave of skeletons finally rushed in front of the enemy's defense line. The melee began. All of them, the skeleton soldiers, were fighting with trolls and goblins. Both sides were going back and forth, and fierce battles broke out. Lin Jin's growth rate was exaggerated, and there was something happening here. Within the scope of the death canopy, even low-level skeleton soldiers have extremely strong strength. A troll smashed it down with a big stick in his hand, but saw the level 2 skeleton warrior holding a shield directly, holding up the broken shield to resist. But this broken shield, forcibly he blocked the troll's attack. The obviously thin body was as solid as welded steel at this moment. The next moment, the skeleton warrior also slashed back with his sword. A level 2 skeleton spear in his hand, the spear flew out suddenly, and the spear in his hand crossed the battlefield and hit a goblin warrior directly. The goblin warrior's heavy armor was directly penetrated, and the blood volume above his head suddenly dropped. It is true that the trolls and goblin legion are still in an advantageous state, but some of the amazing performances of these undead cannon fodder with low attributes also made them all stunned. For them, this is not a crushing battle. It's already outrageous, not to mention that these cannon fodder actually have the power to fight back. King Yongye has become stronger again. After seeing the skeleton soldiers on the battlefield, the ghost of the gun had to admit it in his heart. Sure enough, it was impossible for that man to stop and wait for them. He would only increase his strength at a faster speed. Hatred belongs to Lin Jin's newly created troops are still high-level troops. It is understandable that they are powerful. The evil ghost of the gun cannot judge Lin Jin's strength from the abomination. But these skeleton soldiers, which are obviously the weakest troops, can actually, it seemed a bit exaggerated to burst out with such a powerful force. The ghost of the gun had also fought against Lin Jin before and had seen Lin Jin's legion, but his current increase was obviously stronger than before. It was still very powerful. Obviously, this discovery made his heart sink again. In the distance, the earth shook, and the abomination and terror knights rushed towards here. In the dark sky, the shadows of resentful souls shrouded each other, and there were huge ghosts. The dragon also swooped down. At the same time, he could also feel that one death angel was approaching quickly. However, they could feel their power from the breath and flames of the ghost dragon, and the death angel, who was good at concealing his breath. It is impossible for him to detect the existence of the other party. The angel of death has completely blended into the darkness. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. After completing the racial mission, the Death Angel's attributes improved again. In addition to their overall strength being greatly enhanced, their concealment has also been enhanced. They can condense their aura, perform short-range invisibility effects, and blend into the darkness silently. If the strength is not strong enough, then their location will not be discovered at all. Now they are even more at home within the scope of this death canopy. It can be said that the Death Angel at this moment is the strongest Death Angel. In the sky, a bat knight, a manticore flying lion, and other creatures also flew over one after another, and they also fought with the resentful souls. Batriders, as the name suggests, are aerial cavalry composed of goblin warriors riding mutated bats. It sounds powerful, but its combat effectiveness is not strong, and it belongs to the 8th level. The manticore is somewhat similar to the manticore, and its level is also 12th. The mighty manticore has the body of a lion, the wings of a dragon, and the tail of a scorpion. In battle, they quickly rush towards their enemies and poison them with venom. In addition to the Bat Knight and the Manticore, there are also a large number of mixed legions, including dark crows, dragonflies, griffins, and other creatures, some of which are creatures in the forest. At this time, they all united together to face the undead army. All the resentful souls are fighting with these mixed legions. Countless resentful souls are flying, either flying into these legions or directly reaching out to launch attacks. There were also some resentful souls lingering with their hands, staring at the heroes on the battlefield, and the weak magical auras were directly sucked away by them. The resentful soul also has the function of absorbing magic value. While the resentful souls and the mixed legions were fighting together, the Angel of Death, hidden in the darkness, had quietly arrived on the battlefield and locked their respective targets. Tear, accompanied by the sound of the blade cutting through flesh and blood, the body of a manticore flying lion was cut in half, and blood filled the sky. The manticore was killed before it even realized what was happening. Like this manticore flying lion. At the same time, thousands of manticore flying lions were all killed by the angel of death, and they were all killed with one blow, without giving them any chance. The darkness completely obscured the figure of the angel of death, leaving only fear. What happened? What kind of attack did the manticore suffer? Why did so many manticores die in an instant? A troll hero shouted in horror, as if he had seen a ghost. As a 12th level soldier, the manticore was already the main force on the battlefield, but so many manticores were killed in an instant, which had to frighten them. The key is that they didn't see clearly who killed the manticore. The figure of the manticore and the body that fell from the air in an instant were even more shocking. He felt a tremor coming from his soul. Just as the troll hero was trembling, he saw the figure of a death angel emerging behind him, and the faint sickle moon scimitar was already placed on his neck. When the movements of this troll hero suddenly froze. Although he also led the charge, there were also a large number of troll war generals guarding him, as well as many troll shamans. When did the enemy come to him? Beside him, however, he had no chance to ask, and he was destined to get no answer. As the sickle moon slashed past, a huge head also fell to the ground. Decapitation plan. With extremely strong concealment, the sexual death angels are the strongest assassins in the darkness. When Lin Jin used the death sky, these death angels who were already proficient in combat transformed into cold and ruthless killers. This time, Lin Jin adopted a brand new tactic, beheading tactics. As soon as this troll hero died, the entire legion fell into chaos. The surrounding troll generals were also confused, and their strength decreased sharply. At the same time, what was cut off was also the separation between their legions, fetters, and cooperation. Without these, they will only be defeated faster. Not only this troll hero, but also a large number of other heroes were assassinated at the same time. The Death Angel took advantage of the chaos on the battlefield and had already sneaking into them, always waiting for the best time to attack. When they show their flaws, it is the time for their death. If they miss a hit, they will escape thousands of miles away. There are also Death Angels who fail to assassinate, and they attack the target's sense of combat is extremely sensitive. Its own strength is strong, or it has some defensive means, which will also lead to the failure of the Death Angel. After the failure, the Death Angel also uses teleportation as soon as possible to escape from the target over there. The battlefield. The troops beside each hero are the strongest. Once they are dragged down and surrounded, there is only a dead end. So after they failed, they all left as soon as possible. Of course, as a whole. After all, the defeated Death Angels are only a minority among the minority. What happened? What happened? Why did the Darkspear clan collapse? Zul'jin, the king of trolls, shouted loudly. On the battlefield, the phalanx belonging to the Darkspear clan began to enter chaos. This caused the rest of the legions to be unable to attack normally, and their defense lines were about to collapse. King, the leader of the Darkspear clan, has been killed, and the Darkspear clan has lost its command. What? King, the leader of the Skull-Splitting clan, has been killed. The Skull-Splitter clan has lost its command. King, the Shadow Hunter Voria has been killed. King, the Sorcerer Jindu has been killed. King, Anisik of the Bloodscalp clan has been killed. At this time, a series of shouts were heard. Each shout was accompanied by a powerful troll hero who was killed, or even the leader of the trolls was killed. Every shout was accompanied by a shout. As the sound rang out, all the trolls felt a layer of gloom in their hearts, and their faces became horrified. A hero is the soul of a legion. Generally speaking, a hero will only follow the legion after the legion fights to the last moment. Death in battle, and it is undoubtedly extremely difficult to kill a hero in the midst of thousands of troops. Among the troll clans, the heroes are also the embodiment of the clan's powerful power, and they themselves possess extremely powerful power. Now the heroes being assassinated in batches was a huge blow to their morale. The heroes were dead, so how could they win? Fei Lu reminds you 3 things about reading collection. In darkness, hazy shadows flashed past, bringing with them waves of shadows and a sense of oppression. Screams and screams are endless. Everything was reflected like hell. On the ground, the entire troll and goblin phalanx was in chaos. and the original formation was full of flaws. The army of the undead is inherently powerful. Whether it is the Abomination, the Terror Knights, or the Vampire Legion, they are fully capable of crushing the enemy's formation. If trolls and goblins can come together and fight together, they can still resist the undead attack. But when their legion was in chaos, they seemed a little unprepared to face the attack of the undead. All heroes are alert. The enemy is assassinating the heroes. Protect the heroes. Protect the heroes. Don't let them find opportunities. Hold on. Quickly, stop those terrifying knights. Amidst the chaos, hoarse roars kept ringing out. These trolls and goblins seemed to have poured all their fear into their voices. In this chaotic fight, their voices seemed particularly loud. It's just that their roars have little symbolic meaning. Lin Jin's army still has the absolute advantage in the audience. Boom, boom, boom. In the darkness, bursts of green death cloud energy bombs roared out again, spanning half of the battlefield, and finally hit the enemy's square formation with a bang. The big corpse controlled by the legendary corpse which King Caspar personally, the witch army transformed into precise forts. With Caspar's command, the death cloud energy bombs were directed towards the place with the largest number of enemies. With his addition, the shooting range of the great corpse which it's doubled, which is very exaggerated. Now on the entire battlefield, in addition to the poisonous plague mist released by the Abomination, there is also the poisonous mist released by the death cloud of the great corpse which almost transforms the entire battlefield into a poisonous fog battlefield. Generally speaking, the health points of all goblins and trolls are decreasing every minute and every second, and they are under great pressure. On the battlefield, there are also magical rays of light blooming. These are the fluctuations of the burning magic scrolls. In addition, maybe there are some weird props and witchcraft. They rely entirely on this part of the power to barely hold on. But it's obvious that they won't be able to hold on for long. Come on, let me see what other cards you have up your sleeve. Lin Jin looked down at the legion below and narrowed his eyes slightly. Because of the success of the assassination, the enemy army was directly in crisis. Now Lin Jin's legion is unstoppable and the offensive is unstoppable. Perhaps the enemy's large-scale rout will be in the blink of an eye. Therefore, the enemy must use their trump cards. If they don't use their trump cards, they will have no chance. As if in response to Lin Jin's words, in an instant, a barbaric aura began to emerge from behind the battlefield. Roar! With a loud noise and a big tremor, there was a figure about 5 to 6 meters tall, rushing towards here quickly. It was huge, but it ran like the wind, and directly joined the battlefield with an overwhelming momentum. Tyrant, tear them apart. The Goblin King shouted loudly. Originally, he wanted to wait a little longer and wait until the situation reached a stalemate before using his trump card. But the situation did not allow him to hesitate any longer. Lin Jin let the Death Angel from the beginning assassinated a large number of heroes, which directly dealt a devastating blow to them, which they did not expect. Roar! The tyrant walked directly along the road and rushed to the battlefield in front of him in an instant. However, he saw 2 abominations being knocked away directly, flying dozens of meters upside down and knocking down a large number of skeletons. Then, he swung the long sword in his hand and brought up a thick sword light spread wildly, and more than a dozen abominable bodies were cut off at the waist, and turbid and dirty blood spread all over the battlefield. The power of souls also condensed on these abominable corpses, attacking this figure, but the latter did not dodge, but resisted the attack. Even a powerful attack could not have any impact on its health. At this time, this figure also completely emerged. It has a monster-like image of a wild boar with a pig-headed body, and its head is that of a ferocious wild boar. Its body is as hard as steel blades, and its black hair stands on end. It has a sturdy body, covered with black heavy armor from top to bottom, and its thick hands was holding a long sword. Although it was huge and a little bloated, its movements were extremely dexterous. When the sword in its hand was opened and closed, a bloody storm rolled up, just under Lin Jin's gaze. Seeing the wild boar monster jumping up, the sword in his hand also slashed at the ghost dragon. Half of the ghost dragon's bone wings were cut off directly and fell to the ground. Its attack had a certain armor-breaking effect. The two death angels also flew behind the wild boar monster in an instant, slashing with the crossed swords in their hands at the same time. The slash fell on the wild boar monster, and the latter's health dropped a little. Before the attack of the two death angels ended, but saw the light flickering on the boar monster, and black shadows flew out from him and attacked the angel of death. These were the dagger, like hairs on its body. The two angels of death immediately retreated, and the remaining terrifying knights and vampires they also rushed over and attacked the wild boar monster without fear of death. However, they were like moths rushing to the flame, but their real effect was very limited. Kill, kill, kill. On the battlefield, uniform voices like muffled thunder sounded, but in the troll formation over there, the troll generals also began to roar. Their eyes slowly turned scarlet. The body continued to expand amidst the low roar. The muscles swelled, and an extremely violent force emerged from the body. The sharp double axes in his hands were stained with a scarlet, bloodthirsty atmosphere. Brave and fearless troll warriors, use your souls to let the enemy taste the wrath of the trolls. A famous troll hero also yelled one after another. Trolls rage. This is also a kind of taboo, like witchcraft, that can awaken the beast power in the troll and make the troll enter a violent state. This kind of rage is different from ordinary rage. This kind of rage releases all the vitality in the body and is irreversible. Once entering this violent state, it is equivalent to entering a countdown to death. But under the oppression of the undead, these trolls also went crazy. A terrifying aura kept blooming from the troll, and its scarlet eyes stared at the undead in front of it. The next moment, these troll warriors, who had completely entered a violent state, also launched attacks on the undead. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. Kill. A troll war general rushed in front of Abomination, and his right hand battle axe split Huashan Mountain with force and suddenly chopped off Abomination's head directly. Before the latter could react, the giant monster carrying a huge power the axe had cut him from head to toe, and it was extremely bloody. A vampire earl flashed and came behind the troll general. The sword in his hand had already been chopped off, but he saw the troll turn his head in an instant. Scarlet, his eyes stared coldly at the vampire earl. As the axe struck, the vampire earl's big sword was directly knocked away. The axe did not enter the vampire earl's abdomen, and the entire body of the vampire earl couldn't help but arch. At this moment, the right axe that followed hit the vampire earl on the head. The latter's figure was completely motionless. All the troll war generals fell into a state of rage, and they were like killing gods on the battlefield, and they started killing all around. The number of the troll clan's crown ranked troops was not many, only more than 400, and their legions of other levels were not many, and they all seemed quite satisfactory. But the 10th level, the number of troll warriors, is the largest. The troll warriors holding double axes are extremely brave, and coupled with some of their own skills, they are like famous dead soldiers. Now this part of the trolls, the generals, all began to enter a violent state, and even the offensive of the undead was tightly suppressed. Some trolls even jumped up and dared to slash at the ghost dragon with the battle axe in their hands. The 10th level troops entered after going berserk. Their power has reached level 12, and their berserk effect also makes them immune to many negative conditions. Later, you can see that the troll heroes are still applying magic to these trolls. The war general adds powerful buffs. If the strength is not enough, then use the buffs to make up for it. In addition to the violent effect, there are other added effects that enhance the power of the troll war general. As long as it is enhanced to a certain extent, then nature can cause qualitative changes. If we can win, we will definitely win. This time the undead will lose. Seeing this scene on the battlefield, all the players in the Kingdom of Thousand Islands showed a touch of ecstasy, especially the Ghost of the Gun, who clenched the sword in his hand with excitement. All the players in the Kingdom of Thousand Islands also entered a violent state and fought with their undead. The evil spirit of the gun shouted loudly, "Kill!" Here, a number of players also entered a violent state. Their eyes were red, and they rushed towards the undead in front of them crazily. New and old hatreds all gathered together, and hatred turned into the driving force in their hearts. With the tyrant constructing sharp knives with the troll warlords, the trolls and goblins also launched a full-scale counterattack. Those players from the Kingdom of Thousand Islands have begun. We can't be looked down upon by others. Everyone, get on me. Here, the leaders of the United Kingdom of Calco were also burning with passion. They did not want to be compared with others. But when they saw that they had used all their cards, they tore a large number of scrolls, even the members of the Legion. Hi. In-combat power is constantly being mobilized, no matter what. This is the battle of the United Kingdom of Calco. If even the players from the Kingdom of Thousand Islands are so serious and they still paddle, it is really unreasonable. This was a loss in terms of face. All the players and NPCs were united at this time, which made their counterattack momentum even more fierce. At this time, they also regained the lost front line bit by bit. Everything is progressing in a good direction. It seems that I have been underestimated. Is it that easy to suppress my attack? Lin Jin's eyes flashed with a cold light, and the next moment, a ripple on the abyss withering sword beside him also swept across the battlefield. The evil ghost was furious. The enemy began to burn power, trying to smash the undead's attack with violence. This also made Lin Jin feel provoked. He also responded with the same countermeasure. After the ripples swept across, he saw that all the low-level undead on the battlefield had flames suddenly rising, and all their attributes began to increase crazily. 5,000 Terror Knights, 500 Abominations, 10,000 Vampire Counts, and 20,000 Resentful Souls. These legions all began to be filled with dark energy, and their strength began to skyrocket. Trolls have violent rage, and Lin Jing also has the ability to burn souls and increase strength. Skill. He directly burned all the remaining hundreds of thousands of skeleton soldiers and zombies on the battlefield at once. Even the high-level undead legions, he burned a lot. The undead can suppress them once, and then they can suppress them. The second time, he just wanted to make them feel desperate. It is worth mentioning that as an active skill, Devil's Fury has limitations. It can only be used once in a war, and Lin Jing can only burn once. And this burning once, he had to determine how many legions he wanted to burn. This was why he didn't use it at the beginning. If it was not necessary, he would not use this skill at all. Hundreds of thousands of low-level legions all entered the violent state of evil spirits and began to burning their own souls. Their whole body attributes also suddenly increased. The speed of each resentful spirit skyrocketed, and the whole body condensed into substance. They kept attacking the Bat Knights and Manticores, and some resentful spirits pounced directly on them. Killed the Troll War General on the ground. On the battlefield, the undead army that was originally suppressed by the Troll War General burst out with extremely powerful power. A Vampire Earl flashed and appeared in front of the Troll War General. Holding the blood-sucking sword, he suddenly slashed it down. The Troll War General also struck with an axe. The moment the sword and battle axe collided, both of their bodies shook violently. But at this moment, there was no whoever was suppressed was evenly matched. After failing to succeed, the Vampire Earl launched another fierce attack. The two sides came and went, fighting fiercely. The rest of the legions were also average, and they all blocked the enemy's attack and pressed back with an even more violent momentum. The terrifying knight with his soul burning all over his body became like a real nightmare. The terrifying aura it brought actually affected these troll warriors who entered the violent state. Impact. The broadsword slashed down, and even the axe of the troll warlord was able to split open. Each abomination was like a forklift on the battlefield, running rampant and destroying the enemy's formation crazily again. The death of the great corpse which the dark cloud magic bullets continue to bombard, especially towards the place where the enemy's counterattack is the most violent. The momentum of the attack has once again been suppressed. Fei Lu reminds you 3 things about reading collection. Violence with violence. When the forest embers also burned the soul fire of the undead, and all the undead boiled again, the powerful power of the undead once again overwhelmed the trolls and goblins. Their morale had just risen, but they suffered a head-on blow. Roar, roar. All this cannot be converted into strength. At most, it can only enhance their morale. But so what? A mere bit of morale could not change the outcome of the battlefield at all, and as the battle continued, a large number of negative effects began to be added to their bodies again, which further weakened their morale. Feeling powerless, the undead are creatures that are not afraid. They turn a blind eye to any performance of their enemies, which makes them feel desperate. Only the tyrant was leading the charge, his stocky body like a meat grinder on the battlefield, completely strangling all the undead around him. There are also those soul-burning hatreds that attack the tyrant, but the latter's power is as violent as ever, and he still strangles all the enemies around him while swinging the sword in his hand. Even the soul-burning hatred cannot easily approach it. Golden King Behemoth. When the pig-headed monster rushed forward again and rushed into the siege of the undead, the ring in Lin Jin's hand flashed with light, and a golden figure was released. This was none other than King Behemoth. Fighting against soldiers, the general will against each other, Lin Jin was in an advantageous position. The only shortcoming was the pig-headed monster. In this case, he also found a comparable opponent for the pig-headed monster. Roar! The Golden King Behemoth fell from the sky and suddenly let out a shocking roar. The terrifying sound filled the air instantly, and the surrounding area was filled with sand and rocks. It was extremely spectacular. Its face was ferocious, its huge body was much larger than the pig-headed monster, and its muscles were even more flowing. The explosive luster is like fine steel that has been tempered thousands of times. Even the pig-headed monster is like a younger brother in front of the Golden Behemoth King. The aura exuded by the two is also very different. The Golden Behemoth King exudes the breath. With the breath of a king is not just the strength of an ordinary beast, but a sense of oppression belonging to a higher race. The breath of a wild king, just by being stared at, the blood in the body will coagulate, and you can't move. General. The deafening sound resounded throughout the battlefield. The golden figure was more like a god of war. After the appearance of the Golden King Behemoth, everyone in the audience focused on the Golden King Behemoth. In their eyes, all with fear. Too strong. There is a kind of power that makes people unable to fight against anything just by standing there. They don't have the courage to stand in front of King Huangmeng at all. Not to mention them. Even that the tyrants also stopped attacking and slowly turned their attention to the Golden King Behemoth. The tyrant who originally only knew how to fight has now calmed down and seems to be able to feel its fear. Golden King Behemoth, the divine beast of King Eternal Night. Players from the Kingdom of Thousand Islands have once again focused their attention on Golden Behemoth. During the decisive battle between the Hasima Empire and the Undead in the past, the Hasima Empire summoned the Sea Dragon, and it was King Behemoth who killed it. Long. The brutal appearance of Golden Behemoth King at that time was firmly imprinted in everyone's hearts and became their nightmare. They did not expect that after such a long time, they actually saw Golden Behemoth King again. Anyone who participated, players who have been through the war, have also realized that this Golden King beaming is even more powerful than before. His hair is more golden and shiny, his claws are glowing with a faint light, and his aura has become deeper and deeper. Get up. The Golden King beaming, who was originally strong enough to kill the incarnation of the dragon god, has become stronger. Can this tyrant stop him? King Yongya, don't you give me any chance. The ghost of the gun and others looked at the sky in the distance, feeling powerless again in their hearts. The undead burned their souls, which they could barely accept, but when they saw the Golden King Behemoth appear, they didn't know why, but they felt very uncomfortable. Perhaps this was also because Lin Jin was shattering their hopes little by little. The appearance of Golden King Behemoth seemed to tell them that Lin Jin still had many trump cards. In the sky, the Dark Iron Ghost Dragon Emperor capital, they have never participated in a war, and the strength of the Dark Iron Ghost Dragon Emperor cannot be underestimated. They cannot possibly think that the Dark Iron Ghost Dragon Emperor is just a mount with no attack power. All the players in the Kingdom of Thousand Islands saw the Golden King Behemoth. After that, their fighting spirit dropped uncontrollably, but the players of the United Kingdom of Calco did not take it seriously. This may also be out of trust in the tyrant. It is said that this tyrant has existed for hundreds of years, and the Goblin Empire is in awe of him. Like gods, they are still providing a steady stream of meat to the tyrant. Sometimes it is the corpses of trolls, sometimes the corpses of other beasts, and they even hunt giant dragons and feed them to the tyrant. From the time when the tyrant appeared just now to now, the violent power never let them down. Even though the Golden King Behemoth was very strong, they still believed in the power of the tyrant. In the eyes of everyone, the tyrant and the golden king behemoth also rushed towards each other. Go, and all the undead and trolls on the road also get out of the way. The running of the two beasts is like two mountains running. This violent force is really frightening. Just 100 meters away from the two sides when they were walking, they saw King Behemoth and the tyrant jumping up at the same time and jumping towards each other. On the battlefield, all eyes were focused on these two giant beasts. Boom! The next moment, I saw two figures finally colliding together in the sky. I saw that the long sword in the pig-headed monster's hand also swung down with the force of thunder, and the huge claws of the golden behemoth king also he rushed forward. He heard a harsh sound that almost shattered people's eardrums, and saw the long sword and sharp claws colliding together. However, the stalemate only lasted for a moment, but King Behemoth's claws struck fiercely. After knocking away the long sword in the hand of the pig-headed monster, the latter's body was also blown away. What? Seeing this scene, all the players in the United Kingdom of Calco were stunned and in disbelief. It was not just them. Even all the goblins were the same. Seeing the tyrant being blown away, their faith seemed to collapse. In their eyes, the tyrant was invincible, but at this moment, their invincible faith was blown away by others. Flying? To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. This is not true, is it? The president of the Kinman group couldn't help but rub his eyes, and he couldn't believe it. Even if the tyrant couldn't defeat King Golden Behemoth, he shouldn't have been suppressed so easily. In the midst of his gaze, he saw that the Golden King Behemoth over there was rushing towards the tyrant again. As he rushed, he left heavy marks on the ground. In just a few steps, he had already rushed in front of the tyrant. Holding in his hands, the sharp claws were lifted lightly, and they arrived in an instant. However, they saw the flash of cold light, and even from a long distance, they seemed to be able to feel the sharp aura, which made people's scalp numb and goosebumps on their body. It seemed that no matter what hard things are vulnerable in front of these claws, thinking that if you face that kind of attack directly, it must be a feeling of despair. When the attack of King Golden Behemoth comes, the tyrant immediately withdraws his sword to resist. This pig has become like a spirit. The power of faith and years of blood food give it the sharpest fighting instinct, so it can react immediately. Without a hit, the Golden Behemoth King also a hand was waved, and another attack came, and the tyrant once again held up his sword to resist. But it can be clearly felt that the reaction of the pig-headed monster has slowed down, or that the Golden Behemoth King the offensive put great pressure on him, making it impossible for him to shrink back from the pressure of the previous attack. The cold claws turned into a storm of sharp blades, completely covering the pig-headed monster, which was also trying its best to resist at this moment. The two creatures did not look like wild beasts at all, but rather like two swordsmen. Both sides were going back and forth, but it was like the most exquisite swordsmanship, and their movements were already spiritual. However, along with the golden ratio, King Ming's attacks were getting faster and faster, and the pig-headed monster's defense finally showed its flaw. Tear. The claws scratched, and the pig-headed monster couldn't react in time, and immediately left a neat scar on its body. Its thick, heavy armor seemed to be nothing. The rock, like fur, is also like paper. Even if it is only scratched by the attack of Golden Behemoth, it can leave heavy scars on it. It is too strong. This has been a one-sided suppression from the beginning. In Pighead, after the first scar appeared on the monster, the second and third scars followed. King Behemoth kept waving his claws, leaving scars on the pig-headed monster. In just a moment, the pig-headed monster, the amount of blood in the stool is less than half. Roar! After the blood volume dropped to half, the pig-headed monster let out another roar, and the bloody air on its body also filled the air, and the aura of its body surged again. Even its size began to faintly expand. This was considered an entry. The Overlord was furious, but he saw the Golden King Behemoth also roaring, and a wave of light bloomed from his body. The golden hair was also stained with scarlet light, rendering it like a demon. The pig-headed monster entering a violent state. Golden Behemoth also enters a violent state. There are pig-headed monsters, Golden Behemoth has them, and there are pig-headed monsters that Golden Behemoth does not have. It can completely suppress the pig-headed monster. In Golden Behemoth King, After the rage, the pig-headed monsters all seemed to be sluggish. As for everyone's hearts, they also became sluggish along with the pig-headed monster. No, the tyrant must never be defeated. Give a blood sacrifice to the tyrant. Seeing the battle over there, the Goblin King began to issue orders with solemn eyes. Hearing this, all the Goblin Shamans also nodded. But these Goblin Shamans also waved their hands. With the scepters in their hands, as they waved the scepters, the blood on the ground gathered together and formed an evil magic circle. Goblin warriors, the time has come when we need you. Goblin. King Gog continued to shout. Then he saw a number of goblin warriors stepping into the huge magic circle. When the magic circle was full of people, all the shamans waved their powers again. Staff. The next moment, the magic circle burst out with a burst of scarlet energy. The energy soared into the sky, drowning all the goblins in it. Oh, unexpectedly, every goblin warrior inside couldn't help but let out a miserable cry, but their voices were drowned in the energy and disappeared. Also disappearing were their bodies. Their bodies were like it was like being swallowed by something, completely annihilated and turned into dust. Correspondingly, the pig-headed monster's huge body also surged with power. The pig-headed monster, which originally seemed weak, regained its energy in an instant, and its eyes were red. The light condensed, and the scars on his body were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was as if he had been replenished and amplified. Not only was his health restored, but his strength was also enhanced. After the sacrifice of the goblin warrior in the first part, and soon a new goblin warrior stepped onto the magic circle. Buried in darkness. Such a big movement. Lin Jin naturally saw it at a glance. Seeing that the enemy wanted to repeat his old tricks, how could Lin Jin give them a chance? The situation in the world changed, but he saw a strong gravitational pull above the magic array. Then came the news. All the goblins showed signs of panic. Not only them, but all the players in the audience also turned their attention here. What is this? When they raised their heads, the only thing they saw was an extremely huge black energy ball. The energy ball was like a planet, completely covering them and the surroundings. The black lightning jumping on it was also full of unparalleled destructive power. It is daunting. At this moment, fear has descended. There are many soldiers and creatures in the sky here, and when the black energy ball arrives, the soldiers in the air are the first to be squeezed in. These soldiers could hardly make a splash, and were completely annihilated in this dark energy ball, shattering. I was afraid that not even the bodies could be left behind. Run. Run away. The only thought lingered in their hearts. It was just the black energy. The ball had cleared the air and fell rapidly. Its strong attraction pulled everyone. Even if the goblins below wanted to escape, they could not move at all. Not only that, some weaker goblins were simply kicked out. The ground was attracted to the air and finally submerged into the dark energy ball. This is the top strategic magic. Even demons and angels are helpless in the face of this magic, not to mention these goblins who are much weaker. For them, this is the end. Fei Lu reminds you, 3 things about reading collection. It's over. Under the dark energy ball, everyone looked up at the sky, with only these 2 words left in their minds. Suddenly they were no longer afraid, neither crying nor shouting, and their faces and hearts became extremely calm. They knew that there is no doubt that he will die. Even if he cries and is afraid, what's the use? In this case, it is better to face death. In the midst of everyone's attention, this dark energy ball finally fell. As the dark energy ball fell, a violent aura swept across in an instant and spread crazily around, covering everything. At this moment, it was like the sky was falling apart and the end was coming. In front of this dark energy ball, all living beings were equal. The magic circle, the goblin shamans, goblin warriors, everything was wiped out at this moment and completely dissipated. When the dark energy ball exploded, even the surrounding darkness seemed less stable, and part of the effect of the death canopy was lost. Destroyed. After the explosion, there was eternal tranquility. Every player on the battlefield turned his eyes to the place where the explosion occurred, only to see a huge crater emerge. This crater was so big that it was suffocating. What kind of enemy are we facing here? A famous player murmured in his mouth. There was a feeling of powerlessness in their hearts. The existence of Lin Jin has refreshed their worldview. They thought that they were already very strong, and the strongest power was also there. There are certain restrictions, but it is obvious that they are too naive. This kind of destructive power that destroys the world is beyond their imagination. Everyone's eyes are looking to the sky and Lin Jin. His figure is still proud, aloof, and independent, as if there is only this figure in the sky and on the earth. Roar! On the battlefield, there was another shrill roar. But the Golden Behemoth King and the Tyrant finally decided the winner. The Golden Behemoth King's claws had already penetrated into the Tyrant's body, and his entire huge body was riding on him. On the Tyrant's body, the sharp claws kept tearing. Every time the sharp claws tore, a large amount of blood and flesh came out of the Tyrant's huge body, which was extremely bloody. During this tearing, the Tyrant's eyes popped out. However, the aura quickly withered until it completely dissipated. Dead. The patron saint of the Goblin Kingdom finally fell to the attack of King Golden Behemoth. It must be said that this tyrant is still very powerful. Strong. Before the Battle of the Hasima Empire, it might be evenly matched with the Golden Behemoth King, but after the Battle of the Hasima Empire, it completely lost its chance. After killing the tyrant, the Golden Behemoth King was also left. The Goblin Legion saw it running rampant, with sharp claws flying in its hands, causing a bloody storm, with limbs and arms broken. In front of the Golden Behemoth King, everything he controlled was as shallow as paper. The Golden Behemoth King was like a general, completely charging into the enemy's square formation. However, Lin Jin did not let King Behemoth rush in like this. He also sent an angel of death to follow King Behemoth to protect King Behemoth. This is another layer of protection. Run away. Are you kidding? How can we be the opponent of this monster? Ah! In front of the Golden Behemoth King, no matter how brave a warrior is, they will not have the slightest desire to fight. Being stared at by the Golden Behemoth King is like being stared at by some wild beast. That feeling of oppression, he strangled their throats tightly. Waves of screams pierced the darkness. The entire goblin army fell into panic again. If this situation continues, it won't be long before the goblin army. The Lin army will usher in a second retreat. Like trolls, the vast majority of goblins among the goblins are their aborigines. They will feel fear and flee. If there is a trace, hopefully, the goblin warriors will continue to fight, but what lies before them is despair. Don't run away, keep fighting for me. There are not many undead left. We can win. Steady the formation, steady the formation. Keep fighting and fight to the end. A goblin hero also shouted at the top of his lungs, and all the players' guild leaders were also shouting loudly, trying to stabilize the legion's defense. However, their voices were drowned in the screams. In the sound, one after another ghost dragons swooped down, bringing with them the breath of destruction, and the angel of death also seemed to enter a deserted land, killing one troll and goblin. The rest of the undead army burned their souls even more ordinary. They fought on the front line, using their madness to continue to put pressure on the enemy. On this huge front, the enemy began to retreat. At this time, Lin Jin was seen to have arrived in front of the tyrant on the battlefield. Although the tyrant is not as powerful as the incarnation of the dragon god, his combat power is definitely not weak, and Lin Jin takes it seriously. If such a creature can be resurrected, it will also be a great help to him. Divine Spiritualism. Lin Jin opened his right hand and used God-level spiritualism on the corpse. A darkness immediately penetrated into the corpse. Ding! You want to resurrect the mythical quality monster tyrant, but your God-level spiritualism cannot resurrect the mythical quality monster. Soon, the darkness was pushed out again, and the tyrant's corpse in front of him returned to peace again. A mythical monster. This can already be called a divine beast. Although Lin Jin's God-level spiritualism is powerful, there is no way to resurrect this monster. Mythical beast. Strengthen the ability of divine spiritualism to resurrect monsters of mythical quality. A crystal fragment appeared in Lin Jin's hand. The fragment in his hand turned into a ray of light and sank directly into Lin Jin's body. Special enhancement. Lin Jin's was that there were only 2 fragments of Asha's tears left. He did not hesitate and used it again. A fragment of Asha's tears. If he just resurrected this tyrant, Lin Jin would not easily use the fragments of Asha's tears. After all, he only has 2 fragments of Asha's tears left, and this kind of thing has endless possibilities. The fragments were wasted when he didn't even want them. But since it was an enhanced skill, he wouldn't hesitate. Maybe he could hunt divine beasts in the future. If he could transform the divine beasts into his own undead, it would be a big profit. Ding. The quality of your god, level spiritualism, has improved. The light dissipated, and Lin Jin's god, level spiritualism, evolved again. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. Resurrect the tyrant. Lin Jin turned to the tyrant's corpse in front of him again and said faintly. A black mist once again filled the air from the tyrant's corpse, and the power of darkness began to penetrate the tyrant's corpse. This time, there was finally no resistance, and all the black mist spread out. The fog was integrated into the tyrant's body. Ding. Resurrection of the tyrant requires 3 million souls, 500 crown souls. Do you want to pay? At this moment, another system prompt sounded in Lin Jin's ears. 3 million souls. This is ordinary soul value, but 500 crown souls are collected from the corpses of crowned creatures. 500 souls. This almost means 500 crowned creatures. This alone is not something that ordinary people can satisfy of. Is the purpose of the crowned soul originally to resurrect mythical monsters? Lin Jin felt a little enlightened when he heard the prompt. There are only 2 kinds of souls. One is the crowned soul, and the other is the ordinary soul. Except for the crowned soldiers, the rest are ordinary souls. Maybe this is also the crowned soul, the origin of the supreme status of living things. Lin Jin's Abyss Withering Sword has the ability to absorb souls independently, and it will also absorb crowned souls. When Lin Jin does not mobilize crowned souls, all the souls used are ordinary souls. This crowned soul has always been stored. He was originally thinking about the circumstances under which he would use the crowned soul, but he did not expect that it would be at this time. Pay. He did not hesitate and immediately chose to pay the soul. In an instant, he saw a rich black light emitting from the withered sword of the abyss, and then countless souls began to pour out from the black light. He saw the souls connected in one line. Lines, along the various scars on the tyrant's body, poured into his body crazily. The entire tyrant's huge body was shrouded in darkness, and everything looked very evil. What is he doing? On the battlefield, many people turned their attention to Lin Jin. Naturally, they all felt such a big movement. With the influx of souls, a depressing aura began to spread, as if there was something sinister. The beast is about to wake up. This feeling is frightening. The soul is injected faster and faster, and the whole body of the tyrant is completely shrouded in darkness. No one can see clearly what is happening inside. In the eyes of many people in the midst of his gaze, he saw 2 lanterns, like red lights, suddenly light up in the darkness. Through these 2 red lights, a huge silhouette also emerged. No way. A famous player looked at the silhouette that emerged, and they were all astonished, as if they were mourning their concubines. Roar. At the next moment, a sound like thunder on the ground rang out, and all the black fog suddenly dissipated, and an extremely cruel figure emerged. It had a pig-headed body, with canine teeth exposed on the head and turned upward, with scarlet eyes. The big black ears are covered with hard and sparse-scarred hairs, and the body, like a hill, is wearing heavy armor. The heavy armor is broken, with some scars on it, revealing the hair inside that is as hard as fine steel and as sharp as a blade. In his hand, he holds a close, up to 10-meter, long sword stood beside him, majestic. This was none other than the tyrant, the pig demon tyrant. At this time, the tyrant had completely transformed into an undead creature, exuding a strong dark aura. Depressing the aura made it appear ferocious, and it seemed to be even more powerful than before. After the tyrant was resurrected, its eyes suddenly looked at the Goblin Legion in front and saw that it had reached the Goblin Legion in just a few steps. In front of them. At this time, all the goblins were already dumbfounded. Seeing the former faith coming to them with murderous intent, all they had left in their hearts was despair. How could it be? How could such a creature be resurrected? What a bug! They were in a daze, and the tyrant would not be in a daze. However, they saw the 10-meter, long sword in their hands slashing past. The black blade flashed past, and the hundreds of goblin legions in front of them were all directly chopped into pieces. Rain of blood sprayed, and the tyrant's long sword swung again, slashing to the other side, also bringing a rain of blood, slashing left and right. It was like entering a deserted land, and with every attack, the enemy's legions were destroyed. Clear the area. As for these goblin legions, they have no way to cause much damage to the tyrant. Ice cone fireballs in the sky, lightning in the sky, and various attacks all hit the tyrant, but the damage caused is only minimal. This just give the tyrant a little bit of damage, and the latter can recover immediately. King Golden Behemoth and the tyrant have gone crazy. They are invincible, easily smashing the defense lines one after another, and all the undead follow them, together charge. Every minute, a lot of lives are dying. It's over, the evil ghost of the gun. Everything is over. Let's retreat. There's no way we can win against this kind of opponent. The evil ghost of the shield shouted loudly towards the evil ghost of the gun. The battlefield was in chaos. All the undead had rushed in. Their defense lines were retreating steadily, and the scene was overwhelming. Now that the tyrant has been resurrected, it can be said that they have added another mountain of pressure. As long as they cannot stop the Golden Behemoth King and the tyrant, no matter how much force they use to charge, they will only be defeated. No, I won't go. We have more numbers and can defeat them. The evil spirit of the gun roared at the top of his lungs. Don't be stupid. Even the trolls and goblins have begun to flee now. No matter how many there are, they will all be killed. Another person shouted loudly. Retreat! Retreat! Someone else shouted loudly, pulling on the surrounding players. This power gap can no longer be made up by such a small number of troops. What's more, they are still far weaker than the undead at the championship level. The only thing worth mentioning about them is their numbers. But now their numbers are decreasing crazily, and they are aligned towards the undead. This means that even if they continue to resist like this, they will only end up with an entire army annihilated. If possible, they would naturally be willing to pay a heavy price to defeat the undead army. But now, even if their entire army is annihilated, it is impossible to defeat Lin Jin. Then they have to consider their escape route. Faced with as the crowd roared, the ghost of the gun slowly became silent. His eyes were unwilling, but also helpless. It was impossible to win. Their efforts were meaningless after all. While they were trying their best to grow, but Lin Jin didn't relax at all and kept growing. The gap between the two sides would only get bigger and bigger. Maybe at the beginning, they could still cause trouble to Lin Jin, but now, they have long lost the threat. Once defeated this time, it will also mean the defeat of the entire United Kingdom of Calco. It will also mean the increase in Lin Jin's strength. After all, is there any other way to defeat the King of Evernight? Fei Lu reminds you. 3 things about reading collection. Run away quickly. Everyone, run away. We are no match at all. Get out of my way, get out of my way. The army was defeated like a mountain. The morale was suppressed and the strength was suppressed, all of which caused the front row to begin to collapse. The defeats began to cascade together, and all the legions in such a large area began to suffer continuous defeats. Whether it was trolls, brothers, etc., Bryn, players, and other races, they all made the same choice under this threat of death. Run away. The more than 3 million elites who were originally gathered fled in large numbers. In such a big situation, with the range of the retreat, even if there are people who hold on, they are just looking for death. The enemy flees, and the undead chase. However, I saw the ghost dragon in the sky roaring, swooping and flying towards this side, with dragon breath spitting out from its mouth, spreading. Among the fleeing legions, swarms of enemies began to fall. Swords trembled in the sky, and they hit the enemies at the same time, killing each warrior. The only one who resisted was the Troll War General. This group of Troll War Generals has entered a state of rage, and they are also burning their own vitality. This burning is irreversible and will only burn until the oil is exhausted. They are all waving their battle axes and roaring wildly. However, the number of Troll War Generals is only a small number, and not all Troll War Generals have entered a violent state. After losing their friendly forces, almost every one of these Troll War Generals fighting alone faced multiple people. The attacks were all drowned by the sea of undead. What a tragedy! Run away with all your strength. The headless knight Patchwick led the undead knights, bypassed the line, and began to hunt down the fleeing troops. The undead war horses galloped. Their hooves flew, bringing up after images, and the sound of the approaching horse hooves brought it is also despair. Death is knocking on the door, with the sword in his hand slashing. The enemies whose backs were left to the undead were killed one after another. All the undead knights only need to repeat one action, slashing. They are like cutting like grass. Harvest all the enemies in front of you. Run sideways and intercept the enemy. Uther also issued the order in a deep voice, but saw that the undead knights under his command also dispersed at the same time, chasing the enemy's main force. The legion bypassed the battlefield and chose the best attack route. Once intercepted, killing the enemy army will also surround another army. The undead are chasing after them. The vampire army and the abomination army continue to attack fiercely, but the ghost dragon and the angel of death in the sky are targeting the goblin king. The resentful souls and the main force of Rodus Lamisu also rushed towards the goblin king. The troll king did not actually have such strong control, but the king was indeed the leader of the goblin kingdom. If he could be killed, it can also disintegrate the legion. The ghost dragon opened the way, and the angels of death also drew beautiful arcs in the air, flying towards the goblin king from all directions in the sky. Suddenly, the main formation of goblin was under attack. The extremely violent attacks, especially the approaching shadows from the sky, put great pressure on them. King, retreat. The undead have already rushed over. We can't stop it at all. A goblin hero couldn't help shouting to the goblin king. The rout on the battlefield has become irresistible, and now some defeated armies are attacking their military formation. Now the undead are coming towards here. Once the undead rush here, it will be too late for them to escape. You can't run away. If you run away from this battle, the United Kingdom of Calco will be over. The Terror Knights and the Soul, snatching death sides, have now begun to surround and hunt down the deserters, and we can't outrun the undead cavalry. No matter what, we must defeat them head on here. Goblin King Gog's eyes were as deep as the sea. He had no intention of escaping, and still said in a deep voice, "However, we cannot defeat the undead at all." The goblin hero continued to shout, with fear in his eyes. But his voice stopped suddenly, and he saw a big knife appearing in the hand of the goblin king. He swung the big knife and cut off the man, the head of a famous goblin hero. The head slipped. The whole audience felt a sigh of relief. All warriors of the United Kingdom of Calco. The goblin king suddenly stood up. His body was more than 3 meters tall. He had a ferocious face and fierce eyes. His heroic voice resounded throughout the battlefield. Everyone heard the goblin king's voice. "Fight like a warrior. Fight like a warrior. This is our home. Once we are defeated here, our family will be destroyed and we will be displaced. These undead souls will not let us go. Only fight. Only fighting can win everything." The goblin king stood motionless like an iron tower, and his firm words were heard again. All the goblin warriors stopped involuntarily when they heard the goblin king's words, and they turned around. He looked at the undead, then turned to look at the deep darkness, but his faces became serious. "I am with you in this war, and we will win." The goblin king clenched the long sword in his hand and shouted again. The voice echoed in the darkness, appearing sonorous and powerful. "Only fighting can win everything. Escape, where can we escape? Even death can't let these undead continue to do evil. Fighting, fighting." The simple words aroused the blood in the hearts of these goblin warriors. The fear in their hearts slowly dissipated, replaced by the desire to fight. They must fight on. With the sound of roaring, the legions who had started to flee turned back one after another and joined the war without hesitation. Kill. Seeing everyone continuing to fight, the goblin king finally stopped watching. He held the big sword in his hand and rushed forward. The ancient behemoths around him also joined the battlefield. There are still many practitioners. The goblin guards, who have reached the highest level of quality, also guard the goblin king and join the battlefield. The undead, if you want to conquer the United Kingdom of Calco, you have to pay a price. The sword in the goblin king's hand spread out like an iron curtain, chopping up all the terrifying knights in front of him. All the undead he passed by were killed and retreated. However, the undead never felt fear. they still flew away like moths. Like fire, it kept rushing towards the Goblin King. After rushing into the hinterland of the undead, I saw the Goblin King tearing apart a crimson scroll. The next moment, there was a breath of destruction, soaring into the sky. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. A red beam of light rose into the sky, shaking the sky. Immediately afterwards, clouds filled the air. All the clouds were rendered red. The flame elements in the air roared, and the temperature on the entire battlefield was rising. Lin Jin was no stranger to this news. This is the most advanced strategic magic in the Hell system, Doomsday Judgment. Doomsday Judgment. This is also the most popular scroll in the Goblin Kingdom. Perhaps they did not expect that they would actually use this scroll one day. You know, this is a forest. Once Doomsday Judgment is used in the forest, the entire forest will turn into a sea. Not to mention the enemy. They themselves will be drowned in the sea of fire. This is also the reason why the Goblin King did not use this magic scroll at the beginning. The power of this magic scroll is too strong. If it is not a last resort, he does not want to use this magic scroll. He will die with the undead. But now, the tyrant was killed in battle, and the undead attack was overwhelming, even causing their coalition forces to flee in one fell swoop. If this scroll was not used, it would be too late. That's right, so he no longer hesitates now. Doomsday Judgment. Everyone was staring at the sky, their eyes flashing, and their faces were shocked. It would be too crazy to perform the Doomsday Judgment in this forest. They all wanted to run away from here, but when they saw the undead in the sky, and the fear of all the undead legions on the ground has turned into madness. Fight. Since there is a dead end anyway, then just fight with all the undead. Boom, boom, boom. In the sky, there is a continuous roar, but saw meteorites falling from the sky one after another, carrying destructive power and falling with a crash. Each meteorite brought with it blazing flames and magma. Regardless of the temperature, the force of the impact alone made people feel frightened. Ha ha ha, Goblin King. I knew you goblins had a trump card. Well done. The Troll King Zul'jin also shouted with a laugh. He was worried just now that he could not stop the trolls from fleeing, but now seeing the Doomsday Judgment magic, he laughed crazily. Fight. Then fight, what a pleasure. No matter what, we must let the undead have a taste of him. Troll shamans, call on the wind to make this storm as fierce as possible. Zul'jin shouted loudly. Troll shamans can not only summon thunder, they can also summon storms and the wrath of nature. Now that they see the Doomsday Judgment erupting, they also plan to add another fire. You talk too much. Just as Zul'jin finished speaking, a cold voice sounded beside him. Tear. A black cold light flashed. A burst of energy passed from Zul'jin's neck, and an elegant and profound figure emerged. Come out. Her face is as quiet as the bright moon, gentle and elegant, and her movements have the aura of a superior. This is none other than Electra. Ordinary angels of death still cannot sneak into Zul'jin by her side, but Erica was able to do it. The trolls were not like goblins and had strict vigilance. When King Behemoth, the tyrant, and a large number of legions launched an attack on the Goblin King, but the defense here showed flaws. Erica also sneaked in next to the Troll King at this moment. When the Doomsday Judgment attracted attention, she also found the best time. With just one knife, Zul'jin was beheaded, and the attack was so fast that he didn't even have time to react. King. After the Troll King was killed, the surrounding trolls couldn't help roaring at the top of their lungs. The two crown-level troll warriors next to them both rushed towards Erica with red eyes. Later, the attackers immediately came forward, but within a few moves, the two troll warriors fell down one after another. After killing these two troll warriors, more troll warriors around them came over one after another, and Erica, and with no intention of fighting them, she immediately used teleportation and disappeared in place. After she left, she could feel a burst of magic blooming, including some single magic scrolls that could limit space and time. It is conceivable that if you want to fight head-on, even Erica may be in danger. Just after Erica killed the Troll King, she saw the magma meteorite in the sky finally falling down. Boom! When the meteorite hit the ground, it erupted with an extremely terrifying destructive force, and a powerful shock wave spread out. The forest was the first to be hit, but saw giant trees being smashed in half, sawdust flying, and the giant trees crushing them. On the undead, a large number of undead were crushed to death. An abomination was still running, but a meteorite fell from the sky and smashed it into flesh. Even the abomination, which is known for its defense and health, was blocked. Unable to withstand this violent attack, in the sky, you can even see the ghost dragon being hit by the attack and being smashed down from the sky. The only ones who still have an advantage are the death angels. They keep dodging meteorites and dodging. When it fails, they also use teleportation to leave the place directly. Of course, the Doomsday Judgment does not distinguish between friends and foes. Trolls, goblins, and even players all bear this attack. Whenever they are hit by the attack, they will be shattered to pieces. Died directly in battle. The surrounding meteorites were raging, and the flames were burning. This environment was not difficult, but even in this environment, goblins and trolls were still fighting with the undead. This kind of war, when it's really touching to watch the new life. This is a war where everything is on the line. A wave of Doomsday Judgment directly took away a lot of lives from both sides. Lin Jin's Legion also suffered heavy losses, and the Goblin Legion and trolls in front of them, the Legion, also suffered heavy losses. However, Lin Jin's Legion was generally of a higher level. When the Legion was gathered together, the losses were much higher than that of goblins and trolls. The entire forest was raging with flames and seas of fire rising. The fiercely shining fire completely dispelled the darkness, and the effect of the death sky disappeared. In this sea of fire, the legions of both sides were suffering a steady stream of damage. Ashes flew and blew through every corner of the battlefield. The flames burned more and more intensely. Once the entire forest burned, Lin Jin's Legion would only suffer heavy losses, and the war would even end early. Suddenly, the situation reversed. Fei Lu reminds you 3 things about reading collection. The opportunity has come. The burning is good. It burned well. Our opportunity has come. When the evil ghost of the gun saw the flames on the battlefield, his smiling face seemed to be distorted. He had just withdrawn from the battlefield, and he originally had endless regret and unwillingness in his heart. He knew that after this defeat, there was no chance. But now, the situation suddenly changed. The Goblin King released the magic of Doomsday Judgment and ignited the forest fire, which directly narrowed the gap between the coalition forces of the United Kingdom of Calco and the undead. Now that the sea of fire is spreading, they only need to delay. If Lin Jin's Legion is inhabited, they can all be buried in the sea of fire. In fact, they don't even need to wipe out Lin Jin's Legion. As long as they deal a severe blow to Lin Jin's Legion, they can win this war. You know, the enemies of the undead are not so small. They have a vast territory and face many dangers. Once the main army of the undead is severely damaged, it will take a long time for them to recover. Soldiers of Thousand Island Country, kill. The time for revenge has come. The ghost of the gun roared with all his strength and shouted loudly to the other players. Then, he took the lead and led his subordinates, rushing forward into the sea of fire. Kill. Everyone looked at each other with fierce expressions, and they all followed the evil ghost of the gun and killed him again. They also saw the hope of victory. Nature, forest, please show your anger. One after another, the troll shamans began to cast magic. Even though Zul'jin was dead, they all got orders. Moreover, even if they didn't get orders, they should know what they should do. Huh. Strong wind sweeping through, bringing with it waves of whistling sounds. In this strong wind, the flames of the entire forest began to rage and roar. The fire snakes danced wildly, and the flames were like waves from time to time, slamming down nearby, killing a famous giant. Demons and undead were all devoured. It could be seen that a troll war general and a terrifying knight were fighting in the sea of fire. The health of both of them was burned by the flames and was decreasing rapidly, but they did not dodge at all and continued. Fight. It didn't take long for this terrifying knight to kill the violent troll. However, when this terrifying knight came out of the sea of fire, his bones and armor were almost burned red, and his health was also reduced. All of them were reduced. Stab. With the sound of breaking through the air, a spear hit the terrifying knight, directly penetrating the ladder. This 12th level terrifying knight just fell down. The entire battlefield, it seemed that the battles between all parties had become cruel, and the casualties on both sides were constantly increasing. In the sky, Lin Jin looked at the battle below, and his face remained calm. Even though the Sea of Fire could bring a threat to the undead, it also brought a great test to the Goblin Legion and the Troll Legion. Their strength was much larger than that of Lin Jing. Moreover, the Sea of Fire did not completely spread, and the legions behind Lin Jing suffered much damage. It is also limited. For the Sea of Fire to pose a threat to Lin Jin's army, the flames must sweep through the entire forest. However, with Lin Jin here, will the Sea of Fire sweep up? Seeing that the Sea of Fire begins to advance towards Lin Jin's undead army, Lin Jin finally stopped holding back. His eyes flashed with azure light, and the aura of the undead on his body disappeared, replaced by a peaceful aura. The next moment, he saw that the water elements in the sky were mobilized. Stand up. Rain of extinction. Lin Jin thought faintly. Dark clouds enveloped the entire forest, and endless water elements quickly gathered together. Boom. Along with a thunderous sound, a continuous heavy rain suddenly enveloped the entire forest like pearl-sized pearls. Rain fell on the entire forest. A curtain of water emerged between heaven and earth. Lin Jin merged with the ocean stars and automatically understood all water magic. Not only that, he could also get great bonuses when he cast water magic. The incarnation of the dragon god is the pinnacle of combat power in the world, even more powerful than the mythical beasts. There is no doubt about the gains gained from killing this kind of existence. On the battlefield, all the warriors and players who are fighting they felt something was wrong. At first, dark clouds gathered, and they thought it was the action of the troll shaman. But now it seemed that everything seemed to be wrong. In this Sea of Fire, they all suddenly felt a cold feeling, and it was precisely this the coldness made them shiver. A famous player involuntarily raised his head and looked at the sky. At this moment, he saw drops of rain falling on them. The rain healed the wounds on their bodies and relieved them. They felt the burning sensation of being burned, but it made their hearts become cold. Rain. How could there be rain here? The evil ghost who had just killed a hateful gun was also stunned. He raised his head and looked at the sky, only to see that heavy rain has swept through the forest. As players of the Hasama Empire, they all know this kind of water magic very well. When they faced Lin Jin, they also controlled the weather, raining snow and hail. Now when the heavy rain suddenly appeared, which was familiar to them, but also felt strange. The sight of the evil ghost of the gun immediately turned to Lin Jin over there. He instinctively felt that this was done by Lin Jin. In fact, it was also like this. Who else but Lin Jin could release such a large-scale torrential rain? The raindrops fell, cooling down the entire white, hot battlefield. Only the undead. They seemed to feel nothing and continued to fight. Chi, chi, chi. The rain fell on the flames, and a cold breath bloomed instantly. The entire flame weakened a bit in an instant. When the raindrops fell on the trees that were originally burning were also watching with the naked eye. Visible speed goes out. Extinguishing rain. This is an auxiliary special magic. Extinguishing rain. How could King Eternal Night use water magic and the extinguishing rain? The president of Dongying Snow Mountain, Sakurayama Snow Girl, said with an unbelievable look on her face. This is not ordinary rain. This is rain specifically designed to extinguish flames. The rain has magical power. The extinguishing rain belongs to the special water system. Magic, although it does not have any power, only has the power to extinguish flames, but because of its range and special power, it is also an advanced strategic magic. She is also one of the few players in the Kingdom of Thousand Islands to control the rain of extinguishing. But how did Lin Jin do it? Controlling the rain of extinguishing? Isn't he an undead? Moreover, how could the scope and intensity of his reign of extinguishing be so exaggerated? She also has reign of extinguishing, and her reign of extinguishing and Lin Jing's reign of extinguishing are simply two extremes, which is even more unacceptable to her. What kind of existence is this person? To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. Players of the Hasama Empire have been practicing and working hard to upgrade since they entered the game. They transformed themselves into Nagas with higher water affinity or snow and ice maidens. Only then can he have powerful control over water magic. But now, As an undead, Lin Jin could easily use water magic and crush them from a distance. This was a huge blow to them, as if their efforts were a joke. I have worked hard for more than half a year, but I am not as good as others just having fun. Is this what you mean? The morale originally gathered by the Hasima Empire collapsed in an instant, and the rain with magical power also extinguished the blood in their hearts. Give them hope, but make them despair. In fact, they themselves should also know how Lin Jin could be defeated so easily. They have a trump card. Doesn't Lin Jin have one? You know, Lin Jin now has a top-level magic scroll. Once he releases the top-level magic scroll, he can once again change the entire battle situation. However, Lin Jin's strength was so strong that there was no need for him to use top-level magic scrolls. The violent rainstorm swept through the forest sea of fire, and the originally rising sea of fire was instantly suppressed. The flames in many places were completely extinguished, and everything gradually returned to order. In addition to the players, the trolls and goblins were also dumbfounded. Zul'jin was killed, the flames were extinguished, and all their comeback points seemed to be gone. The warriors who were moaning and screaming are now in a state of fatigue again, but the performance of the undead is still very stable, and they all continue to fight coldly and ruthlessly. It was this callous and indifferent attack that brought great oppression to them. The death cloud energy bombs in the sky are still roaring, and the horror knights and vampires are completely engaged with the enemy. With the power of the Crown Legion, they can easily overwhelm any front, not to mention that the enemy's front is still very chaotic. Over there, Goblin King Gog had no time to pay attention to what was happening on the battlefield, but he saw that he was already fighting with the undead. Even the Golden King Behemoth and the Tyrant had already rushed in front of the Goblin King, only to see a goblin warrior with a prestigious title resisting the enemy's attack with their lives. They were all in a bitter struggle. The ghost dragons have arrived here a long time ago. They keep swooping down, breathing out dragon breath, or grabbing all the goblin warriors. The whole place has become a chaotic battle. The Legion began to consciously tear apart the enemy's defense lines and surrounded the Goblin King. On the battlefield, this place is like a huge whirlpool, sucking everyone into it. Die for me, the Goblin King roared angrily. He waved his sword with both hands and stepped forward, rushing in front of the tyrant. The sword in his hand also swung down, causing a roar of tigers. The tyrant was fighting with the goblins. In a battle with masters, he had just killed a goblin warrior with the title, but faced the attack of the Goblin King and was a little unable to react. However, the tyrant could only hold up his sword to resist. Boom! The weapons of the two collided together, and another huge roar broke out. The tyrant's body remained motionless, and he stepped back with his right foot, leaving a huge mark on the ground. A storm swept around both sides, knocking away all the surrounding warriors. Go out! Roar! The tyrant roared, and his scarlet eyes were completely locked on the Goblin King in front of him. In comparison, the tyrant was much larger than the Goblin King. Moreover, after he transformed into an undead, all of his attributes have also been improved, especially strength, health, and defense, which have all been greatly improved. This is a bit like zombification. It has not become weaker, but has become stronger. Tyrant hands with all his strength, he directly shook off the Goblin King's attack. He suddenly picked up the sword with both hands and slashed towards the Goblin King. The sharp knife pressure once again oppressed the surrounding space. The Goblin King also swung his sword as if facing a formidable enemy. After this sword strike, the Goblin King's body shook slightly. He did not show any signs of it, but gritted his teeth and swung the sword again. The two of them were like two unparalleled generals who were brave and good at fighting, completely entangled. Fighting together, the heavy swords were like nothing in the hands of the two. Every time they collided, a wave of waves would sweep through, which was extremely terrifying. However, they saw that the two swords were getting faster and faster, and the swords were deadly, opening and closing. If there are experts here, they will definitely be able to find that the tyrant is at an advantage. Although the Goblin King has always been able to block the tyrant's attacks, the powerful force is not without any impact. The top of the Goblin King's head, the blood volume, is also constantly decreasing, and his tiger's mouth has begun to crack, with traces of blood escaping from it. Next to him, The other ancient behemoths surrounded the Golden Behemoth King and fought with the Golden Behemoth King. Together, the battle between ferocious beasts is even more shocking. The two sides basically have no fighting content, and they fight entirely with instinctive animality. The claws of the Golden Behemoth King passed through and directly tilted the head of an ancient alias, cut diagonally into 3 pieces. This is an instant kill. The destructive power of the Golden Behemoth King is the strongest. Every ordinary blow is a critical hit. Once it hits the vital point, it is enough to kill instantly. After the attack of the Golden Behemoth King, the 2 ancient behemoths also launched attacks at the same time, and their sharp claws also scratched the Golden Behemoth King. Their claws also had a faint light, leaving a scar on the Golden Behemoth King. Although the scar was not deep, but not shallow, ancient behemoths also have the ability to ignore certain defenses. Generally, crown-level creatures cannot cause damage to King Golden Behemoths, but these ancient behemoths can still cause effective attacks. After being attacked, Golden Behemoth's King Ming quickly turned around again and slapped the ancient behemoth with another claw. The moment the sharp claw hit, it was slapped away, leaving a big scar that could be seen deep in the bone, and it was beaten to the point of disability. Blood state. Then King Golden Behemoth turned around again and slapped the remaining ancient behemoth with his other claw, smashing its head into pieces. In the sky, another ancient behemoth flew over and headed straight towards the Golden King Behemoth left, and the latter jumped up. The sharp claws in his hands came first, swatting him away and knocking him down. When the Golden King Behemoth landed, another claw penetrated the ancient king. Beeman's head. Roar. Killing like crazy. King Golden Behemoth seemed to be killing like crazy. Even though it was injured, it didn't care at all. In exchange for injuries, more and more ancient behemoths fell around. At this moment, the huge Golden Behemoth didn't care at all. The body is as if it has become the overlord on the battlefield, extremely dazzling. Fei Lu reminds you 3 things about reading collection. The battlefield was cut open and divided into war sites, and extremely fierce battles broke out everywhere. However, everyone knew that the outcome of the war would depend on the battle on the Goblin King's side. This is the center of the entire battlefield. Once the battle here is decided, their battle will be over. However, the situation on the Goblin King's side is not very optimistic. Retreat. The Goblin King can't hold on much longer. The Tyrant and the Golden Behemoth King are too strong. These 2 beasts alone are enough to determine the local battlefield. Moreover, the Eternal Night King and the Dark Iron Ghost Dragon King in the air have not yet participated in the battle. We can't win. Sakurai Mayuki. Anna looked at the battlefield, frowned slightly, and finally couldn't help but said, "The players in the Thousand Island country also feel quite uncomfortable now. Originally, they had all retreated, but after seeing hope, they joined the battlefield again. They didn't expect to retreat again now. This kind of repetition makes them feel that their efforts sometimes are really like a joke. If they had known this, they might as well have withdrawn from the battlefield from the beginning. Send the order. Everyone in the Shadow Hall should retreat." The president of the Shadow Hall, Blackblade, also gave the order in a deep voice. He glanced at the battlefield over there, only to find that the Goblin King was at a disadvantage, and there were many dangers, and the ancient behemoths around him were all destroyed. King Behemoth suppressed Golden Behemoth with all his strength. More and more undead legions were coming to reinforce him, and he saw that the troops around the Goblin King were being killed non-stop. If this continues, the battle will soon be divided. Win or lose. If you don't retreat now, there will be no chance. The people from Shadow Hall withdrew from the battlefield again, and the people from Sakura Snow Mountain also withdrew from the battlefield. Only the people from the Demon Society are still fighting. The Evil Ghost Society, retreat. The Demon of the Sword glanced at the Demon of the Gun who was still fighting in front, but directly gave the order. He knew that the Demon of the Gun was a little crazy now, but no matter what, they had to make a choice. They had to admit that Lin Jin was so powerful that they were beyond their reach. Even if they tried their best to help the United Kingdom of Calco, it would be impossible for this kingdom to defeat Lin Jin. Did you run away? The large-scale retreat of the enemy army also attracted Lin Jin's attention. He looked into the distance and found that a large number of mixed legions began to retreat. He also knew that those were players from the Thousand Island Kingdom. However, he did not pay attention, and soon he turned his attention back. After all, these people are too weak. There are not many first-class troops in their legions, and they will never become popular. Moreover, they have developed here for a long time, and now they have to abandon it. Their losses were also very heavy. Here, the battle between the tyrant and the Goblin King finally come. But when the swords of the two sides collided again, the sword in the Goblin King's hand finally came out and flew to the side, piercing an abomination. As for the Goblin King, his palm was already covered in blood and flesh, and it was very hideous. Every attack put him under great pressure. After fighting to this point, no matter how unwilling he was, he couldn't bear it anymore. As for the angels of death around him, they were also fighting with the goblins. The warriors fought together. In addition to being suppressed by the Golden King Behemoth, Ancient Behemoth was also entangled by the Ghost Dragon. A large number of terrifying knights also surrounded this place. This meant that no one could help him at all, and he could not help him at all. Can't escape. Is that all there is? When the long knife came out of his hand, the Goblin King felt as if time around him had stopped, and he was filled with unwillingness. He still had many things to do. He also wanted to conquer the trolls and unify Calco, United Kingdom, and then marched into other countries. However, all ambitions finally came to an abrupt end at this moment. The tyrant slashed the sword in his hand, directly on the neck of the Goblin King, and the latter's head finally flew out. The remaining blood volume will be cleared in an instant. King. As soon as the Goblin King died, a large number of legions on the battlefield lost their amplification effect. Even the ancient behemoths here instantly became sluggish. The Golden Behemoth King killed many ancient behemoths in an instant. The remaining goblin warriors, the goblin heroes and goblin heroes, also turned their gazes over, with eyes wide open and disbelief on their faces. The Goblin King is also the belief of all goblins. He has survived for hundreds of years and brought the entire goblin kingdom to its knees. Their management was well organized and they had high prestige. They didn't expect that the Goblin King would really die like this. For a moment, they felt that their entire backbone was scattered. As soon as the Goblin King died, Lin Jin's offensive became extremely powerful. It became violent, and all the enemy armies were retreating. At the same time, there were many legions that fled. This war was over. After Lin Jin killed all the ancient behemoths, he also allowed all the undead heroes to move freely and pursue the enemies. Effectively killing the enemy's forces will make the next war smoother. Besides, Lin Jin can't station many troops here. Being able to kill the enemy's forces as much as possible will also save him a lot of trouble in the future. Pursue all the way. Not long after, all the legions disappeared here. Along the way, there were countless corpses left. No matter how these trolls and goblins could run away, they could not outrun the terrifying knights riding undead horses and the flying ghost dragons. Divine spiritualism. After all the legions disappeared in front of his eyes, Lin Jin also used God-level spiritualism. He saw countless souls flying, and one undead stood up one after another. There were millions of undead legions. A wave of resurrection directly resurrected. He has created an army of millions of undead. Among them, there are more than 500 undead of crown quality alone. A considerable number of them have been transformed into the Fate Weaver Spider Queen, and some goblin warriors have been transformed into the soul-snatching Death Scythe. Among them, the Goblin King was seen getting up from the ground. He walked to the abomination that was penetrated by the long knife, pulled out the long knife, and then knelt down towards Lin Jin. Meet the master. This legendary hero, the king of the race, has also become another great help to Lin Jin. The Goblin King is a being who can fight against tyrants, and his single-target combat effectiveness is definitely very strong. In comparison, the resurrected Troll King is not of the same level at all. Judging from Lin Jin's observations, the goblins are much stronger than the trolls, but there are more high-level trolls among the trolls, and the trolls the demon is fierce and fearless of death, and will enter a violent state at every turn. It is precisely because of this that the Goblin King hesitates. You must know that once he and the troll both lose, then there is a high possibility that someone will benefit from it. But now, no matter how strong the Goblin King is, he can only become Lin Jin's servant. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. After the first battle, Lin Jin's army expanded crazily again and attacked every town. The sky has completely become a battlefield for Lin Jin. All the angels of death, ghost dragons, rotten lamisu, and resentful spirits have dispersed and enveloped the sky over the entire United Kingdom. With these as the center, I saw heroes leading powerful undead legions to attack the town. Whenever they take action, they are all epic undead heroes and legendary undead heroes, and they are completely overwhelming. Once the offensive stalls somewhere, the Death Angel will support it as soon as possible. This kind of attack leaves the enemy with no backhand. Towns everywhere fell and were destroyed, and everything was converted into Lin Jin's resources. During this attack, Lin Jin had more and more gold and resources, and he occupied more and more resource points. Everything went very smoothly. But at this time, someone found Lin Jin. "What is your purpose in coming to me?" Lin Jin looked at the players in front of him and asked calmly. These people in front of him belonged to the top guilds in the Calco United Kingdom, representatives of the Golden Gate Group, Indo Group, and Seven Star Group, which are also the top guilds in the Calco United Kingdom. Players. Lin Jin did not expect that these people would actually find him. "King Yongya, we came to you this time mainly to discuss surrendering to you. I know you only want gold and resources, so attack the United Kingdom of Calco. However, destroying all towns and occupying resource points at once will not yield the greatest benefits. If you can hand over your territory to us, we can create more gold and resources for you," the representative of the Kinmen Group said with a respectful look. Unlike the players in the Thousand Islands country, after their defeat, they had no intention of leaving their original land and planning a comeback. Instead, they wanted to be loyal to Lin Jin. In their view, there is no difference between being loyal to Lin Jin and being loyal to the original Goblin Kingdom. If it can be handled well, it can also bring them great benefits. Can your words represent the players of the entire Calco United Kingdom? Moreover, I will not wait for you to develop slowly. If there is no way to directly give me generous gold and resources, I will not change my mind. Lin Jin did not agree to them easily. Again, he was very clear about his purpose, which was to obtain gold and resources. In order for Lin Jin to agree to them, they would have to give Lin Jin more gold and resources. To a certain extent, we can represent the players of the United Kingdom of Calco. In addition, we can also directly provide you with more gold and resources, and you will never suffer a loss. The representative of the Kinmen Group continued. Since they dare to come to Lin Jin, they are united. The Kinmen Group, the Indo Group, and the Seventh Group are the three hegemonic groups in the Kingdom of Calhe. They have united together long ago, divided up the player share of this alliance. Because of this, they obtained a lot of gold and resources from the beginning. The gold accumulated by these guilds has now become the confidence for them to negotiate with Lin Jin. For Lin Jin, in other words, this land is worthless. But in fact, for any force, land represents the greatest value. They are equivalent to exchanging gold and resources for land. And using the value that the land can achieve, they make a lot of money as sum. Now that the gold and resources are in place, I can agree to your conditions. But apart from that, I have a few conditions. Lin Jin nodded. This was originally a win-win situation, and he had no reason not to agree. He and the players from the United Kingdom of Cackle had no blood feud. As long as they could provide enough gold and resources, they would hand over the territory. There is nothing wrong with being managed by them. What Lin Jin did was to kill the goose to get the eggs and get the maximum benefit. But he has already got the maximum benefit from killing the goose to get the eggs. In the end, the chicken can still be kept, which is naturally the best thing. Moreover, the players here can also provide faith. If they are allowed to believe in the angel of death, it will still have some effect. It does not take long to discuss and negotiate, and the restriction is naturally the power of troops. Again, as long as if you hold the strongest force, the lifeblood of these people will be in Lin Jin's hands. News about the players in the United Kingdom of Calco being loyal to Lin Jin spread quickly. At this moment, there was another shock around the world. As early as Lin Jin conquered the Hasima Empire, his reputation had already spread, and later the establishment of the Evernight Empire pushed his reputation to the highest level. Now that the world is changing, he is also the uncrowned king. Everyone was watching Lin Jin's every move. When he launched an attack on the United Kingdom of Cackle, he attracted the attention of all countries. They didn't expect that just when they were still wondering who would win, the war had already been decided. Lin Jin was actually able to directly defeat the Calco United Kingdom in such a short period of time. It took him several months to defeat the Hasima Empire, but when he defeated the United Kingdom of Calco, it actually took him just a few days. Is this a blitz? You know, their strength is not much stronger than that of the Calco United Kingdom. Doesn't this mean that once Lin Jin launches an attack on them, they will also be conquered by Lin Jin? What they didn't expect was that all the players in the United Kingdom of Calco had surrendered to Lin Jin. Are you so boneless? It's clear that the other party has defeated you and taken away your territory, so you are so willing to be others' dogs? However, I really don't blame the players of the United Kingdom of Calco for thinking so. The United Kingdom of Calco was originally a mixed kingdom, with various forces fighting in it, led by two non-human races, trolls and goblins. This has resulted in players' living environment being very poor. Although the situation improved after they joined the Goblin Kingdom, it was not much better. After all, the Goblin King is too clever. Now that the undead have defeated the United Kingdom of Calco, they might as well just surrender to the undead. If Lin Jin doesn't manage this land, then their authority will be much greater than before. This is the real benefit. Fei Lu reminds you. 3 things about reading collection. Damn it. These weaklings, they actually surrendered to King Yongya like this. They have no backbone at all. A low roar came from a jungle. This was the players from the Thousand Islands country. Players from the United Kingdom of Calco surrendered to Lin Jin, which was the biggest blow to the players from the Thousand Islands country. Originally, they were still I was thinking that the players from the United Kingdom of Calco would also stay to resist Lin Jin and help them fight for the opportunity to evacuate. Unexpectedly, they actually signed an agreement with Lin Jin. After they surrendered to Lin Jin, Thousand Islands players from the country also suddenly suffered extremely violent attacks, including even attacks from players from the United Kingdom of Calco. This was simply a double blow. No matter what, we have no choice now. We must continue to go north and leave this place. Sakurayama Snow Girl's face is also a little pale, and there is sadness between her eyebrows. After we escaped from the Hasima Empire and placed our base camp here, we have invested everything in the development of this place. Now that we evacuate from here, we will have nothing. Without gold resources, we can't even pay the maintenance costs of the Legion. So how can we fight against the King of Evernight? Heiren shook his head, and his voice was very heavy. In front of them, it seemed that there was an end of road. If we had known earlier, we would have surrendered to King Yongya. If we had surrendered to him, maybe now we would be able to control the Hasima Empire and the United Kingdom of Calco. One person muttered, "What are you saying? Are you going to betray our country of Thousand Islands? How can you say such words?" The eyes of the evil ghost of the gun became red and bloodthirsty, like a wild beast, staring at the man with his eyes. This touched the reverse scale of the evil ghost of the gun. The breathtaking aura made the man look pale, and he couldn't say anything anymore. Without saying a word, "Okay, evil ghost of the gun, now is no longer the time for civil strife. Do you want our Thousand Island country to be completely destroyed?" Blackblade said with a cold snort. He felt that what this person said may not be unreasonable. Lin Jin is too strong, so powerful that it is suffocating. Their country of Thousand Islands will not be able to make an enemy of Lin Jin no matter what. If it had been done earlier knowing this, they really might as well surrender to Lin Jin. It's too late to submit to King Yongya now. It is said that the Kinmen Group, Indo Group, and Chishin Group paid almost a large amount of gold resources in the entire guild in exchange for this opportunity. We simply have no money now. Sakurayama Snow Girl's face returned to coldness. The scene fell into deathly silence again. We have no way to submit to King Yongya, but now we need to rely on a force. Let's go north and rely on a force so we can still survive. As for revenge and the great cause of the Empire, we can only talk about it later. Blackblade sighed faintly. Without money, they cannot support the Legion. With their current strength, it is impossible for them to have the strength to start a war again. Once they arrive in other people's territory, they will only be eliminated as soon as possible. Therefore, the only thing they can do is submit to one force. This matter is not over yet. Don't forget that this world is not dominated by his family, Lord Yongya. Now the more powerful he is, the more he will arouse the fear of others. What if they can unite together? Even the mighty army will be bitten to death by a pack of wolves. The evil spirit of the gun raised his head, with a hint of distortion and madness on his gloomy face. If he is as beautiful as Lin Feng, he will be destroyed. Although Lin Jin is very powerful, it does not mean that he can be the enemy of the entire world. If it is the other kingdoms joining together to hunt Lin Jin, such a huge, undead empire will also face unprecedented challenges. Previously, the National Front had not been opened, and various countries may have been negotiating and testing each other, and they were not clear about Lin Jin's threat power. They will not unite together yet. But now that Lin Jin has defeated the United Kingdom of Calco in such a short period of time, they will inevitably redefine Lin Jin's power. Once they form an alliance, it will not be that simple. Karl, the United Kingdom of Calco, is no longer weak. If there is another United Kingdom of Calco, then Lin Jin may not be able to win. Even if he wins, he will pay a certain price. If there are two United Kingdoms of Calco, then Lin Jin will not be able to win. He will not choose to continue the attack at all. Once the war is delayed, it will be harmful to him. As the Ghost of the Gun said, after this war, many countries have begun to negotiate with each other to discuss alliance matters. They do see the threat posed by the undead. Moreover, the undead are different from other forces. They are also called biological enemies. For this reason, many camps with different positions can all temporarily form alliances. Lin Jin also understood this problem and had already considered it from the beginning of his attack. But despite knowing that, he had to attack. Now the Eternal Night Empire lacks gold resources. No matter what, he must obtain enough gold resources. As for the subsequent impact, that can only be discussed later. Moreover, even if he does not take the initiative to attack others, it may not lead to others' attacks. The world is changing with each passing day, and the integration of the world is just around the corner. There is no need for him to keep worrying about such uncertain things and give up on certain enhancements in strength. At this stage, except for the United Kingdom of Calco, the legions of the other principalities cannot threaten the Evernight Empire. Even the nearest Ilolan forest was attacked by the Sand Golden Tower Empire, and there was no time to pay attention to him. This in itself is the best opportunity. With a huge amount of gold and resources, Lin Jin led his army back to the Evernight Empire. As for here, he doesn't have many troops left. He only left behind an army of 500,000 undead, most of which were middle and low level. Except for the middle and low level undead, the rest are the crown level undead. Among them are 50 angels of death and 300 ghost dragons. Under normal circumstances, no one would attack the United Kingdom of Calco, only some small reptiles, and they could only harass Lin Jin's resource points. The middle and low-level legions he dispatched only needed to provide basic defense. If the enemy had more troops, he would send death angels and ghost dragons to support them. If others invaded on a large scale, Lin Jin would not be able to defend the resource points and would only give up temporarily. Therefore, there is no need to leave many legions. This is enough. To read the novel without underline, please download Feilu. 1 week later, Death Angel Realm of God. At this time, there are already 32 Death Angels here, and the entire God realm has reached more than 200,000 square meters in size. Compared to the last time, it has doubled in size. In the sky, the bright moon is still swallowing energy. Every time it swallows energy, you can see that the entire realm of God is vaguely expanding. This development speed is really too fast. Reality and games, two huge groups of people all provide faith together, and the power of Faithborn is very impressive. In the center of the entire plane, a huge black egg was also shining with a faint light. This is none other than a divine beast egg born in the realm of gods. Now, the entire mythical beast egg is flickering, like a heart beating. Lin Jin was also in the air, staring closely at the divine beast egg, and he felt the breath of life. The mythical beast egg is about to hatch. Click! While he was watching, he suddenly heard a subtle clicking sound, and a crack appeared on the entire divine beast egg. Following the sound of the first sound, successive clicks also sounded, and the entire divine beast egg exuded a faint light, and a deep and noble aura filled the air. Phew! In the next moment, a clear and loud chirp sounded, and the entire divine beast egg completely erupted with a dark light, and all the eggshells shattered. When the light dissipated, a large bird-like creature emerged. Its whole body is dark, emitting gleaming light. Its head is like a chicken, its neck is like a snake, its jaw is like a swallow, its back is a turtle, its tail is like a fish, its wings are spread out, and they are all covered with soft and dark feathers, and the feathers are like stars in the black. But it was shining with light, and its tail feathers were spread out, extremely gorgeous. With his proud head raised and his feet standing on the ground, he still had a feeling of being arrogant about the world. Description of Jiyo Mingfeng. A mythical beast bred in the realm of gods, pregnant with nobility and magnificence, and even the king of birds. It has the power to control death. It is said that its existence is a kind of auspiciousness. In the realm of gods, Jiyo Netherwind can exert stronger power. The noble Jiyo Netherwind also relies on faith for food. 9 Netherworld Phoenix. Divine beast, mythical quality. As a guardian beast bred in the realm of gods, it can also explode with stronger power in the realm of gods. Seeing this Jiyo Netherwind, even Lin Jin's eyes showed a hint of brightness. He began to examine the skills of the 9 Netherworld Phoenix in detail, but found that the effect of the 9 Netherworld Phoenix was also very powerful. In addition to its combat power far exceeding that of the crown-ranked soldiers, it also had the effect of stabilizing the realm of gods and improving the quality of living things. With the presence of the 9 Netherworld Phoenix, the quality of the death angels from the realm of gods will be improved to a certain extent, and their chances of being promoted to high-quality heroes will also increase accordingly. From this point of view, Lin Jin liked it more and more. Compared to the destructive beast, Lin Jin now prefers this developmental beast. After all, he has the Dark Iron Ghost Tyrant and the Golden King Behemoth, which are both destructive beasts. What he really needs now is a developmental beast. Although Jiyo Mingfeng is a developmental beast, its combat power is not weak at all, especially in the realm of gods. It can also obtain exclusive bonuses and explode with stronger power. 9 Netherworld Phoenix. Lin Jin shouted softly, and the 9 Netherworld Phoenix automatically flew to Lin Jin's side. The creatures being nurtured in the realm of gods have a natural connection with Lin Jin, which is equivalent to being conceived by him. Therefore, the 9 Netherworld Phoenix is very important to Lin Jin. Jin was also very close to him. Lin Jin touched Jiyo Mingfeng's head. The place where he touched was extremely smooth, ice-cold, and very comfortable. The latter also seemed to enjoy it very much and rubbed his head against Lin Jin's hand affectionately. You could feel it. The energy of this world is still pouring into Jiyo Mingfeng's body continuously. With the influx of energy, the latter's body continues to emit a faint light. It is getting stronger. Doesn't Jiyo Mingfeng need to eat anything? It only needs to stay in this state to continue to grow until it reaches its complete form. By then, its combat effectiveness will be even stronger. After touching the 9 Netherworld Phoenix for a while, Lin Jin turned his attention to the realm of gods. In comparison, the current god's realm is large enough, but the number of death angels it possesses is not large. He needs to continue to expand the death angels. However, resources are scattered, and death angel underworld altars are rising everywhere. And when the death angel underworld appeared, one death angel was also conceived. In the future, these death angels can also grow up quickly, be promoted to 14 beings, and even advance to heroes. This is Lin Jin's foundation. After checking for a while, Lin Jin exited the realm of God. He has now returned to the Holy City, the Holy City of Eternal Night. This has become his true main city and has become the entire restricted area of the Eternal Night Empire. The entire gorgeous Holy City has now been completely renovated. The town style has been transformed into a quiet and deep feeling, filled with a dark tone and full of majesty. Looking at it from a distance makes people feel great. Pressure. As the main city, this place will be the place to suppress the entire continent. So what Lin Jin wants is domineering, majestic, and to make life without a trace of resistance. In the Holy City of Eternal Night, not only Raphael deployed some defensive barrier formations and stationed a large number of elites. The number of death angels was the largest. In addition to the 300 death angels on guard in the air, death angels were stationed on the four walls. Mainly the streets, palace entrances, and inner city walls are all filled with death angels. The number of death angels in this city has reached 6,000. In the past 2 weeks, Lin Jin has recruited a total of 1,200 death angels. His death, the number of angels has reached 13,000. If you give him some time, the number of his death angels will only increase. Of course, his death angels are now scattered. In reality, there are already 1,000 death angels stationed there. There are also many important islands, including the Kingdom of the Golden Dragon, the City of Eternal Night, and the Legion of Death Angels guarding the Namtru Spider Mother. Spread out in this way, his legions will not appear so exaggerated. Of course, no matter what, he is now definitely a well-deserved overlord-level existence in the world. He has established a firm foothold in this world. No matter which force wants to defeat him, it will have to pay a heavy price. Check it out at Lin Jin when he raised his own legion. He suddenly raised his head, and Erica beside him also raised her head. The world has changed again. Fei Lu reminds you 3 things about reading collection. The world is changing every day. The surrounding barriers begin to slowly dissolve, and the other planes seem to be completely integrated into this world. Anyone with strong strength can detect it. People with strengths like Lin Jin and Erica are more sensitive to this kind of perception. Today's changes are different from usual changes. This is the second world invasion. Erica, the Eternal Night Empire will be left to you for the time being. Lin Jin said to Erica on the side. The latter is not just Lin Jin's shadow. Her strength is superb, and she is definitely second to none in this world, and her character and skills are not bad at all. She is the ancestral hero of the realm of gods. In addition, she has been by Lin Jin's side from the beginning. Not only does she understand everything about Lin Jin, but she also knows how to deal with various incidents through her ears and eyes. Yes, master. Erica responded respectfully. After the instructions, Lin Jin did not hesitate and disappeared in a flash. In reality, the silent space cracks in the sky were seen shaking again, and some space cracks where it suddenly expanded by 3 points and completely expanded. In some places, new huge cracks suddenly appeared in the air. In the cracks here, you can see another world in the mirror. It seems that the other side of the space is connected to another world. World-like. The vibration here immediately attracted everyone's attention. Offline reminder messages came from each game warehouse. Players who were still in the game all went offline urgently. One by one, players all gathered together. As for ordinary people, they were quickly evacuated and headed to safe places. Finally, here again, on the top of a skyscraper, the sky-covering wings looked at the cracks in the sky with their eyes slightly narrowed. Last time it was just an appetizer. With the help of Lin Jin, they dealt with the low-level people at a very low cost. Legion. If it is still a low-level legion this time, then they don't have to worry so much. But everyone knows that it is not just a low-level legion that appears this time. Everyone get ready to fight. With the support of King Eternal Night, we will definitely be able to defeat all enemies. Come on, kill these invaders. Angel of Death, protect us. The rest of the people also looked at the sky and cheered each other up. Their morale was very high. This was also because of Raphael. A death that could cast resurrection spells really gave people a lot of courage. As long as they wanted to, as soon as they were resurrected, a lot of the timidity in their hearts dissipated. In various gathering places, everyone clasped their hands and lowered their heads and started to get up. The more chaos and danger they face, the more their mentality will collapse. But when there are after believing, they found salvation. This kind of prayer would also dissipate the fear in their hearts. Everyone began to pray, and their prayers turned into an invisible force, nourishing Lin Jin and the Angel of Death. Realm. In this case, the growth rate of the realm of Death Angel God can also be greatly improved. Amid people's uneasiness, they saw huge legions in the sky finally beginning to emerge. In addition to the original low-level legions, these legions finally began to add mid-level core troops of levels 5 to 8. Level 5 Hell Dogs, Level 6 Hell Dogs, Level 7 Enchantresses, and Level 8 Beloved Concubines. In addition to these main demonic forces, there are some mixed neutral troops and some elemental creatures. Chaos is the source of the devil's power. When the world merges, it is the most chaotic time. Many places fall into that kind of complete chaos, and people begin to release the evil side of the heart. Everything turns into the power of demons. It can be said that the whole world is releasing power to demons. This power not only causes the number of demons in hell to grow exponentially, but also makes hell further expand. Roar! The demons fell from the sky. When they appeared, they let out a strange roar, and then turned their ferocious eyes to everything around them. Everything was stimulating their desire for destruction. But just when they were about to launch an attack at that time, I saw that the undead army had emerged on the corner of the street. This was also the undead army that was resurrected during the last turmoil. These undead legions were the first line of defense, that is, cannon fodder. After the undead army appeared, fireballs followed it hit the undead army. This seemingly powerful undead army immediately suffered heavy losses. After losing Lin Jin's command, these undead army were reduced to cannon fodder. But at this time, the two in the air, two death angels, also swooped down and rushed into the enemy army. Each city had at least 2 to 3 death angel guards, which was already considered a very high scale. As soon as the death angel rushed into the enemy army, with swords in his hands the blade waved, causing a bloody storm. The graceful and quiet figure danced a song of killing. In front of the crowned troops, even the 8th level creatures were just cannon fodder. As undead, the death angel was not very powerful. But after the birth of the realm of God, the entire death angel race has received bonuses and its strength has been improved again. Now they are not weak. Even without a hero to lead them, they can still exert the strength of a standard crown unit. The resurrection of the dead and healing skills are also very suitable for this kind of battlefield. Even if you are injured, it is difficult for the 2 death angels to cooperate with each other. When these death angels are fighting, the player legions over there also join in. Fought. Brothers, push forward steadily. Give priority to killing those beauties in seconds, and don't let them cause harm to the angel of death. The guild leader calmly issued the order. But in the front row, there was a famous player holding a shield. They lined up to form a shield wall. As for behind the shield wall, there were remote players. It is worth mentioning, yes, the levels of these players are not high. They are all below level 8. As for the top players above level 8, they all directly join the battlefield and start the battle with the angel of death. The fireball is coming. Resist. One person shouted loudly. However, the players in the front row also tightened their grip on the shields in their hands. The next moment, a huge force hit the shield, making the players tremble. He could hardly bear the force. But the players behind him gave him solid support, allowing him to finally endure it. Priest, priestess, heal. Long, range shooter, attack. Soon, arrows were shot at the demon over there. Fireballs in the air, thorns on the ground, thunder on the ground, and magic burst out. It was like a perfect ball in the game. Crisis, and also made these players become more serious than ever before. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. High in the air, Lin Jin overlooked the entire city. A war was breaking out not far away, but the angel of death had already joined the battle, and all the enemies were easily killed. Judging from this situation, this war will be quelled without any suspense. The death angel is still very strong. Now Lin Jin is stationed in various cities, and with the assistance of the player guild, he is fully able to deal with these attacks. Ding! It is detected that the world fusion progress reaches 20%, and the world begins to merge. Ding! When large-scale destruction is detected in the world altars will appear in various places depending on their population and resistance level. If you occupy the world altar, you can get certain rewards. Ding! Destruction in the world is detected and the world hero ranking list is opened. Just as Lin Jin was scanning the surroundings, a series of system prompts suddenly sounded in his ears. Before he could react, an invisible wave began to spread, only to find that the entire world began to change. The street changed into an ordinary stone road. Some composite materials in all the houses disappeared, and LCD screens and other things in various places on the street began to disappear. The whole world seemed to be turning back time. An invisible and magnificent force forcibly changed everything. Technology regresses, disappears, and everything returns to its original state. Power plants, cars, planes, ships, everything has disappeared, replaced only by gold, wood, and resources everywhere. As Lin Jin looked, he saw a huge gold mine rising from the ground near a bank, and several important chemical industries had also turned into large mercury mines and sulfur mines. This is already a resource in the game. The world is beginning to merge. Lin Jin looked at everything in front of him with a shocked expression. This kind of creature, like ability, is the real god, like and magnificent power. Under this kind of power, no matter how powerful you are, you will still appear insignificant and insignificant. The power of resistance. Everyone underneath was also in panic. They looked at the changes around them with horrified faces, but their eyes were filled with shock. This god, like power, truly appeared in front of them, and it was enough to completely change them. The worldview. This time, the world has really changed. The high-rise buildings are still the same, but all the high-rise buildings have turned into the general tower, like high-rise buildings in the game, but all the buildings have been enlarged, which is extremely spectacular. Buildings and buildings, the gap has also been expanded several times. It looks very abrupt. This is the entire world being enlarged, and the territory of the entire country has also been enlarged. The changes are visible to the naked eye, and the ripples only disappear from the sky in just 1 minute. Everything in sight disappeared. Many people didn't even realize what happened, and everything around them had changed. By the time they reacted, a breath appeared in everyone's mind out of thin air. At this moment, the so-called game system is in everyone's mind. After binding, what appears is the world update and the content about the changes. Lin Jin also started to check the news of the changes at this time. World altar. Description: world altar, the source of power concentration. Every time you occupy a world altar for a week, you can receive random rewards. There is no limit to the number of possessions. When the number of occupied world altars reaches 10, the reward quality will be improved. When the number of world altars occupied reaches 100, the reward quality will be improved again. The highest quality. World hero ranking. Description: points can be obtained based on the contribution of all players in fighting the invaders. The top 10 in the standings will receive additional rewards, and the points can be exchanged for items. The first place in the world hero ranking. Yong King of Night. Second place, Tombkeeper. Third place, Knights of the Round Table. Fourth place, Nine Heavens, Arrow God. Fifth place, Great Shiritian. In the world hero rankings, all players here will participate in the counting at the same time, but not every player in the true sense, but divided according to power. Now the entire battlefield is filled with Lin Jin's Death Angels. The number of enemies killed by Lin Jin's Death Angels and the Undead Army will also contribute to Lin Jin's points. In addition, the player forces that are bound together will only increase their points according to their president. In the entire world, only Lin Jin has brought the crown-level troops. Let alone the other forces. Even if they can bring them to this world, they can only bring a few. From this point of view, absolutely no force can surpass Lin Jin. Thousands of Death Angels, spread out and acting alone, will kill countless enemy troops. Judging from this ranking list, Lin Jin discovered that there are still many strong people in this world. Tombkeeper, Lin Jin has also heard about him. He is a player of the Sand Golden Tower Empire. It is said that he is also loyal to the Pharaoh of the Sand Golden Tower Empire and is a servant of the latter. With the power of the Pharaoh, he also unified all players and became powerful. Now the Sand Golden Tower Empire is still attacking the Iralan Forest, and the offensive is so intense that it can be seen. It is worth mentioning that the Tombkeeper is also a hero belonging to the Undead camp. From this point of view, we know why he was able to score so many points. I'm afraid he also resurrected a certain number of undead legions. Knights of the Round Table. This is a country in the west. The country is also dominated by the Templar forces. In addition to the Templar forces, other forces also exist. The Crown, ranked military unit of its Temple force, is the outstanding swordsman. Jiutian Arrow God. This is the president of Jianwuk Sunfa of the Elf forces. Great Shiritian. This is the president of the 10,000 Demons Guild, which is a beast tamer force. It can be said that these are the most authoritative entities in the world. If Lin Jin was not there, they would be evenly matched, and maybe they could compete for first place. But if Lin Jin was here, then they would have no chance of being first. After checking the rankings, Lin Jin started to check the points redemption. There are a dazzling array of products inside, and the one at the front is the mythical Beast Egg. Divine Beast Egg, redeem 100 million points. National Equipment, redeem 50 million points. Top Strategic Magic Book, redeem 30 million points. Top Strategic Magic Scroll, redeem 20 million points. Asha's Tears Fragment, redeem 10 million points. Legendary Hero Soul, redeem 10 million points. Recruitment Order for Champion Troops, redeem 5 million points. High-end Rare Treasures, redeem 3 million points. Feilu reminds you, 3 things about reading collection. Is this an activity? Lin Jin looked at the exchange list in front of him, and a wave of panic surged in his heart, and a light flashed through his deep eyes. This is too exaggerated. Divine Beast Eggs, national weapons, and fragments of Asha's Tears. Each of these things is enough to make a force's strength grow by leaps and bounds. Now these simply appear here, especially the Tears of Asha fragment. Lin Jin knew that this was the truly heaven-defying thing. He didn't expect that among the rewards, there would be fragments of Asha's Tears. This is true hyperbole. The Tear of Asha fragment shows 3/3, which means that there are only 3 Tear of Asha fragments. Once someone redeems it, there will be one less. For Lin Jin, he had to hold all these things in his hands to feel at ease. How could he be willing to give them to others? In addition to the Tears of Asha fragments, there are also mythical beast eggs and national weapons. Not to mention the mythical beast eggs for now. National weapons can have parts selected. Lin Jin now has 3 national weapons and 1 divine weapon with him. He has been collecting clues about the national weapons, but he can't find the Undead's national weapons at all. If he can exchange for national weapons here, the strength of his legion will be further improved. Once so much. In addition, no one has too much of the top magic scrolls. These are all trump cards. Lin Jin's magic value is already astonishing, but he can only release 2 top-level magics at most. If he can add a top-level magic scroll, it will be a huge advantage. In addition to this, there is another thing that is also very important. The soul of the legendary hero can be used by epic heroes to upgrade them to legendary heroes. In other words, Lin Jin has no shortage of legendary heroes, but other forces lack legendary heroes. Any legendary hero is a force's most valuable asset. If there is a legendary hero soul, then the strength of the other forces will definitely be improved. It can be said that these things will greatly improve the player's strength. With these, player forces will even have the power to challenge the established forces in the game. After Lin Jin saw the world altar, he probably had a certain understanding of these rewards. The altar of the world, the source of the power of the world. It can be said that the world altar is the embodiment of the power of this world. In other words, this should belong to the will of the world. Now that the world is being destroyed and the world is about to merge, the will of this world has awakened. It gives certain rewards to players in this world and hopes that they will unite to defeat foreign enemies and protect this world. It is precisely because of this that the World Festival was opened with so many rewards. Everything is to protect this world. Each country has an equal number of world altars. Which country has the most complete preservation, the largest population, and the most enemies defeated, the more world altars will appear. Natural selection, survival of the fittest. This is also the most basic understanding of the world. Even the world will only give its power to those who are truly powerful. As long as power is placed in the hands of these people, they will naturally be able to protect the world. The collision of 2 worlds is also the collision of the laws and orders of the 2 worlds. No matter what, the power of these worlds must be held in hand. Lin Jin's eyes flashed with light. Regardless of the reason, this event will be an opportunity for him. Moreover, only local players can occupy everything here. For Lin Jin, this is another greater advantage. Thinking of this, Lin Jin looked at the space in front of him. With a thought in his mind, he grabbed the abyss wither with his right hand and slashed it towards the space in front of him. After the black sword light, the space in front of him also, as if being torn apart, a gap emerged. Lin Jin channeled all the power of faith in the realm of God to stabilize the space gap, and a passage to the game world was opened. And previously, Lin Jin used this method to summon 500 death angels one after another, and he was also familiar with opening space cracks. Not long after, the space passage was established, and Lin Jin flashed and disappeared. When he reappeared, he appeared on the other side of the space channel. That is, in the game. After returning to the game, Lin Jin immediately began to mobilize the Angels of Death. He also used and paid a large amount of gold. All the gold dissipated, allowing the passage has become more stable. Pure faith can allow the Angel of Death to pass through the passage, but not many can pass through it. The most appropriate method is to sacrifice gold, and if conditions permit, you can also sacrifice troops. Through these two, this method, coupled with the power of faith, can transport more legions. One by one, the Death Angels passed through the space tunnel and disappeared in place. After about 500 disappeared, the entire space tunnel showed a state of chaos again. This is already saturated. If Lin Jin forces the Death Angel to pass through the space tunnel again, then the Death Angel is likely to die in the tunnel and be completely annihilated. In fact, only Lin Jin can use the space tunnel now. Even angels and demons, it is impossible for them to open the passage to this world. Lin Jin can do this because he truly belongs to that world, equivalent to one of his own. Otherwise, according to his strength, he is the greatest threat. Erica mobilized 1 million low and mid-level undead from all over the empire, with ghouls and ghouls as priority. Lin Jin turned his eyes to Erica, who was waiting on the side. 1,500 death angels. This is enough to sweep away all the invaders in the entire country, but it is not enough. Lin Jin still has a lot to do. Now that the power of faith is enough, then the next step is to sacrifice. He has a lot of undead legions, so he might as well sacrifice some of them, especially the ghouls and ghouls. These two kinds of undead can spread plagues and diseases, so they can also be sacrificed first. Sacrifice them. As for the plague zombies, if Lin Jin hadn't wanted to create hatred, he would have sacrificed all the plague zombies. Yes. Erica quickly retreated. Undead legions from various places in the Eternal Night Empire also began to be transported over in a steady stream. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. More than 500 angels of death came directly to the real world. After they appeared, they immediately flew to various battlefields and joined the battle forcefully. This is a crown ranking unit. Generally speaking, players need to accumulate points, exchange them for crown quality creatures, and then rely on these crown quality creatures to kill enemies and continue to earn points. But Lin Jin was different. He started directly with the crown troops, and now the cumulative number of crown troops summoned has exceeded 1,500. This is already an extremely powerful force. Compared to the other forces, Lin Jin was the king at the start. 1,500 death angels. This is simply a crushing force. After the death angels were added to the battlefields, they were completely suppressed. For Lin Jin, those are just lying points. He just needs to harvest all the points in the shortest time. Although they were all shocked by Lin Jin's power, they didn't know that Lin Jin was still not satisfied. Through the portal, a large number of undead legions were mobilized to the holy city. At this time, Lin Jin directly chose the method of sacrifice and sacrificed all these undead souls. Coupled with the continuous power of faith and gold, the passage was forcibly stabilized. This price is not heavy, but for the Tears of Asha fragment, Lin Jin also fought hard. The gold and resources that can be grabbed are nothing. Another wave of operations, millions of undead, and a large amount of gold. Lin Jin once again transported 500 death angels. Get together 2,000. With these last batch of death angels, Lin Jin returned directly to the real world. You all disperse and attack all intruders. Lin Jin ordered to the Angel of Death. Yes, master. The death angels flapped their wings one after another, flew in all directions, and joined the battlefield again. After these death angels joined the battlefield, everyone around the world was dumbfounded. Gone. What exactly is going on? Is King Yongya cheating? How could his points rise so quickly? God. I'm going crazy. I'm really going crazy. How on earth did this man do it? Oh. It's crazy. It's just crazy. Tens of millions. His points are already tens of millions. No, his overall growth rate is faster again. What method did he use? Damn it, it's 20 million, and the second place is only 2 million. Is this gap so exaggerated? My God, this man is gone. How great it would be if I could become his woman. Everyone around the world is staring at this ranking list, and the rising data is stimulating their adrenaline. Now, money is of little use. What is really useful is strength. This ranking list is about strength. Everyone also knows that the person on this list is the hero of the entire world and the hero who repels the invaders. No matter what he has done, at least his contribution can be shown on this list. It is precisely because of this that everyone has a positive attitude. They can't be on the list anyway, and they have no strength to compete for hegemony. They don't even have the power to protect themselves. For them, someone can kill these monsters efficiently. Protecting their safety is enough. Too strong. This is his strength. Zayodianzi looked at the rankings and could not help but feel a sense of wonder. Although Lin Jin has created many miracles, when he creates miracles again, people will never tire of it. For players from other countries, he said that they envied the country for having a strong man like Lin Jin. For the people in this country, they all felt sincerely proud, and countless people regarded Lin Jin as their true faith. Because of Lin Jin, as the world integrates, the casualties are minimal, which greatly protects the safety of people's lives and property. In addition, the people of our own country stand at the top of this world ranking and completely dominate other countries. Get rid of it. This is so exciting. Most people have never experienced anything in the game, and they don't know what kind of evaluation they should have towards Lin Jin. But after the fusion of the world, Lin Jin is indeed they have protected them thoroughly, and this alone cannot be erased. This ranking makes them even more proud from the bottom of their hearts. President, we have collected the resources scattered on the streets and integrated them into the warehouse. All other resource points have also been occupied. A player came to the wings of shrouded sky and said respectfully, "The world is merging, and the whole world is beginning to change. This is not only the expansion of the world and the regression of technology, but also the creation of a large number of scattered resources and ownerless resources in this world. Resource points. These resource points are not even garrisoned by anyone. For the wings of the sky, they also have to collect these resources and occupy all the resource points to be handed over to Lin Jin. The Wings of God Guild is originally Lin Jin. It is understandable that they submit resources and resource points to Lin Jin's subordinate guilds. On the one hand, the Evernight Empire in the game is Lin Jin's empire. Now that the world is integrated, they are also protected by Lin Jin. So these naturally, resources and resource deposits belong to Lin Jin. On the other hand, Lin Jin has paid a high price for attracting so many Death Angels. It is impossible for them to still think about grabbing things from Lin Jin at this time and giving them to Lin Jin. He is holding back. Now every country is facing great risks, which requires them to pool their strength together. Therefore, at this time, they should make every effort to improve Lin Jin's strength. Regarding this, Zhitian the Wings are also implemented very well. President, we have also sent people to occupy the world altar here and change the occupier to the king of Evernight. Another player comes here. The world altar is the embodiment of the power of the world. Logically speaking, if this country is not highly unified, then altars like this will also be distributed. For some who are not strong in the country, they only need some intermediate rewards, but it is easy to help them. Therefore, spreading out and getting practical things can also better improve their strength. But for a being like Lin Jin, it is obvious that he needs more advanced items increase their upper limit. Therefore, they also need to occupy all world altars and change the owners to Lin Jin. This is also the default. However, if Lin Jin really wants this thing, so what if they occupied it? Can't Lin Jin conquer it again? This thing is ownerless, so naturally it must be occupied by those who are capable. If some fools think they are lucky and come to the world altar first, they can occupy the world altar and soar into the sky. Lin Jin will tell him that this world of jungle law is still very cruel. In addition, because this country is well protected by Lin Jin, the number of world altars that have been refreshed is also the largest. This is also an unexpected surprise. Fei Lu reminds you 3 things about reading collection. Almost immediately after the world altar was refreshed, The number of world altars under Lin Jin's name continued to increase, reaching 326 world altars in a short period of time. This is also the altar of all the worlds in this kingdom. At this time, the role of the players is also reflected. 326 world altars are scattered in every place in this country. Even if Lin Jin wants to find all the world altars, it will take a lot of time. It might even have been missed. But all the players dispersed and worked together to help Lin Jin find the world altar. This efficiency was simply astonishing. In the 326 world altar, you can get the top rewards 3 times a week, which Lin Jin is looking forward to. You know, this is a manifestation of the will of the world, and the reward is definitely not small. At the same time, during his Legion's campaign, his points also soared rapidly, reaching more than 20 million in a short period of time. Lin Jin did not hesitate. He directly exchanged more than 20 million yuan into Asha's Tears fragments, and exchanged a total of 2 Asha's Tears fragments. As for the remaining one, there seems to be no suspense. After all, Lin Jin's army was far ahead of other countries. Even if they gather the power of the entire country and put all the benefits into one person's name, their points will not reach 10 million in a short period of time. Not to mention, they simply cannot gather the power of the entire country. In this world, except for Lin Jin, who defeated the Holy Empire and the Hasima Empire, no player force could defeat the original NPC forces. Most of them chose to rely on them. Since it is impossible to establish a country within the sphere of influence, it is easy for heroes to compete for supremacy. Several guilds divide the cake together. Although at some point, they may unite together and appear to be monolithic, they will never be as highly unified as Lin Jin. So on the ranking list, you can see Lin Jin's name, riding Juechen, directly pulling everyone away. This stretched data also represents his unparalleled dominance. Not long after, Lin Jin's points reached 30 million, and he directly exchanged the 10 million that he had not yet used for the Tears of Asha fragments. Everything has been settled. Fragments of Asha's Tears. King of Eternal Night, you deserve to die. On a plain, a figure wrapped in bandages was hunched over with a crazy look on his face. In front of his eyes, he saw the endless regiment fighting against an army of demons, and there were also quite a few mummies among the undead. There are even some pharaohs with titles. This man is the tomb guard. He completely dedicated his soul to the pharaoh and also dedicated his loyalty to the pharaoh before he came to this world, and it was to help the pharaoh. From the news he received from the pharaoh, he knew that the fragment of the Tears of Asha was an extremely precious thing, and it was also what the pharaoh had been looking for. In the world update after that, he immediately gathered all his strength and tried his best to defeat the invaders in order to exchange his points for the fragments of Tears of Asha. However, he just watched helplessly as the first fragment of Tears of Asha was exchanged by Lin Jin. Then he watched the second fragment of Tears of Asha being exchanged by Lin Jin, and finally the third fragment of Tears of Asha. It wasn't until the third fragment of Tears of Asha was exchanged that the madness in his heart finally became uncontrollable. Got it. Die, 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 die to me. The next moment, he rushed directly into the demon army. The bandages in his hands flew wildly, killing all the demons around him. However, he saw a bandage directly binding a beloved concubine. Then he suddenly, with a force, he pulled Chong Ji into his arms. The bandages danced wildly, locking Chong Ji and him together crazily. Then the bandages suddenly shrank, and only the sound of bones and flesh being ground could be heard, and countless blood flowed from in the gaps between the bandages, crazily emerged. After the blood dissipated, the bandages on the tomb guard automatically relaxed, revealing the body inside. His originally shriveled and withered body was now regaining its vitality, and his muscles it was full and looked very powerful. Not long after, he fell into crazy killing again, as if to vent the anger in his heart. King of Eternal Night. The Knight of the Round Table looked at the rankings and couldn't help but feel a wave of excitement in his heart. He was already very proud. In this country full of classes, he was also an upper-class aristocrat. In the game, he also always stood out and lived well. Shuichi. Before Lin Jin broke through the Holy Empire, he didn't even regard Lin Jin as a real opponent. When he noticed Lin Jin, the latter was already beyond his reach. Now his points are only ranked third. There is still a gap between first and second, let alone him. Now, judging from the rankings, the second place's points are far behind him. No matter what, I will not give up. Our empire will eventually regain its dominance. Wherever the sun shines, there will definitely be our territory. The turmoil for a moment was immediately smoothed, and there was only dullness in his heart. Now there are many world altars in his country. Relying on this world altar, he can slowly catch up. After all, people like Lin Jin, his strength and room for growth are still limited. But he is different. He still has a lot of room for growth. Furthermore, in recent times, even the empire in his game has begun to keep in contact with the surrounding empires. Everyone, the same issue discussed is to unite to resist the undead. This includes the undead of the Sand Golden Tower Empire and the undead of the Eternal Night Empire. Once they unite, they will not be afraid of the so-called undead at all. When the time comes, they will, with all the first and second undead forces defeated, it would naturally be his turn to stand on top of the world. Thinking of some of the methods prepared by the Empire, he could not help but narrow his eyes slightly. Everyone around the world was amazed by Lin Jin's strength. But it is precisely because of this that he has become a thorn in the side of many people. Most people don't fight for power and have no ambitions, so they naturally won't care, but anyone who is ambitious will want to get rid of Lin Jin quickly. His success also made everyone more determined in their ideas. The world is undercurrent, and everyone is staring at the same goal. Once the time is right, perhaps the day of slaying the dragon will come immediately. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. Master, the war here is over, and all the invader legions have been wiped out. High in the air, Raphael reported to Lin Jin. No matter how many invading legions there are still not enough Death Angels to kill, especially Lin Jin's Death Angels. They are too many. This number is enough to kill hundreds of them head-on. Wan's low-level legions were all killed. Moreover, Lin Jin still had the assistance of players, which made the Death Angel feel like a fish in water. Although the entire country is huge, the overall war-ending speed can be said to be the fastest in the entire world. You lead 1,000 Death Angels to stay and guard various cities and world altars. The rest of the Death Angels are ready to follow me to the United Kingdom and the Thousand Islands country. Lin Jin said in a deep voice. If there were no rewards, Lin Jin would not even consider going to other countries to help them kill all the invaders. But now, these invaders have become meat and potatoes. Lin Jin is now you need a lot of points. Now that you have killed all the monsters on your side, just go to the rest of the places. The first choices are the Thousand Island Kingdom and the United Kingdom. Their predecessors in the game are the Hasima Empire and Kalko United Kingdom. These two empires were originally conquered by Lin Jin. One was completely conquered by Lin Jin, and all the sea islands were brought under the control of the Eternal Night Empire. The other one voluntarily surrendered to Lin Jin and paid the protection fee as high. It is most appropriate to attack these two countries. Lin Jin is not satisfied with just 326 world sacrifices. There must be at least 400 altars. Yes, Raphael responded respectfully. The Death Angels dispersed one after another, and there were only 1,000 Death Angels left in the audience. These Death Angels all turned their eyes to Lin Jin, with piety in their eyes. Let's go? Lin Jin glanced at them, flapped his wings, and immediately crossed the sky, heading towards the Thousand Islands country. The other Death Angels also flapped their wings and followed closely behind Lin Jin. The entire legion, like black rays of light, the marching speed is simply astonishing. This is also the effect of the Abyss War Shadow Greaves on Lin Jin. With this Abyss War Shadow Greaves, at least Lin Jin has a unique advantage when it comes to traveling. It is the 40% movement speed bonus provided by this that allows these already fast Death Angels to bring up after images. The players here in the Kingdom of Thousand Islands are also trying their best to attack all the invaders. What I have to say is that the overall strength of the players in the Kingdom of Thousand Islands is still strong, and they are very good at investing in themselves. Although their legions are now scattered and displaced, there are a considerable number of 12th level beings and even crown-level beings in the whole group. After the invaders broke out, they also killed the invaders and gained points. This made them all feel like they were running away. Ha ha, God is really helping us. Now a total of 4 world altars have been discovered on the island. As long as we occupy these world altars, we can receive endless rewards. This will further increase our strength. The evil ghost of the shield suddenly laughed and said, "This worldwide activity can be said to be a solution to their urgent needs. As long as they occupy these world altars, their strength will continue to improve. Yes, there are points. These points can be exchanged for almost anything. What is the use of the tears of Asha fragments exchanged by King Eternal Night? We will exchange them for top-level strategic magic scrolls and smash him to death when the time comes." Haha, his points have reached the limit. It seems that he should have cleared out all the monsters. No matter how strong he is, if no monsters appear, what can he do? Right? He's at his limit now, but we're just getting started. King Yongyi has been stealing the limelight during this period, but now, we are not afraid of him being in the limelight, but we are afraid that he will not be in the limelight. The higher he stands, the harder he falls, the more limelight he gets, and the more miserable his death will be. I want him to die without a burial place. Our country of 1,000 islands is invincible. The other players of the Evil Ghost Club also said one after another. They had been suppressed by Lin Jin for so long, and now they finally saw hope. Just as they were smiling happily, one of them suddenly froze. The one who was stunned was no one else. Shield Demon. What's wrong? Shield Demon. The world altar I occupied was captured. At this moment, the evil shield ghost murmured, "Bastard, who on earth dares to attack your world altar? Is it someone from Shadow Hall and Dongying Snow Mountain?" Everyone turned their attention with a menacing look on their faces. Now in the entire 1,000 Islands Kingdom, except for the Shadow Hall and Dongying Snow Mountain, no one dares to go against the evil spirits. It can be said that the world of the 1,000 Islands Kingdom, the ownership of the altar, has been determined from the beginning. However, the 3 parties have already divided the territory. If the other party steps over the boundary, it will simply provoke a war. No, it's the King of Eternal Night. At this moment, the shield demon looked like he had lost his soul and said blankly, "The second world altar." In his feelings, even the second world altar has disappeared. The occupier, it is still King Yongya. Hearing this, the whole place fell into a dead silence, and everyone's faces suddenly became ugly, with disbelief in their eyes. How dare this King Yongya come to fight? In their knowledge, Lin Jin will only protect the country he is in, and it is impossible to attack other countries. This is equivalent to provoking a war. Forget it in the game, but this is reality. How dare he do such a thing? However, now reality and the game world is about to be integrated. So why doesn't he dare to do it? Lin Jin is not the kind of pedantic person. Since some things have been done, then he should do it. Indecisiveness and hesitation are the most stupid things. As the saying goes, hesitation leads to defeat. So, even if you are the first person to start a war in reality, so what? If you want to wear the crown, you must bear its weight. It is difficult to bear this kind of pressure. No, then what's the point of talking about revenge? The altar of Minecraft has also been occupied. At this time, the evil ghost of the sword also said suddenly. The evil ghost of the shield might not be able to explain anything, but with the words of the evil ghost of the sword, everyone was finally convinced. Lin Jin had indeed fought and began to fight for their world altar. This is already an ironclad fact. However, at this moment, no one knew what to do. Fight. Thinking of this, their hearts sank, and their faces became confused. Despair. Feilu reminds you. 3 things about reading collection. High in the sky, Lin Jin is leading the army to a space crack. Below, a war is breaking out. A large number of players from the 1,000 Island country are resisting the enemy's attack, and in front of them is the demon army. Yes, it can be seen that these demons have obviously been weakened on the islands, and their combat power has been reduced a lot. As for the players in the 1,000 Island country, they have gained certain gains. There are still many players who have turned into Nagas. And Snow Girl, these exclusive job transfers allow them to explode with stronger power on the sea. Of course, compared to Lin Jin, the players in the 1,000 Island country are nothing at all. Since coming to this sea area, all the angels of death are in high spirits, and their bodies are filled with powerful power. Lin Jin has the amplification of the title of King of the Sea, and he has merged with the stars of the ocean. He is the real ruler of the sea. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Hear Lin Jin's order after that. Angels of death flew down from the sky one after another. Their eyes were sharp, and the swords in their hands were emitting dark light. They arrived in front of the devil in an instant. They saw a death angel slashing with two swords with both hands, and the three people around him. The demon was cut in half in an instant, and she continued to rush forward. A long, horned demon rushed towards her, and she cut it in half with one knife, and a three-headed hell the dog rushed from the side. She turned sideways and swung her sword to kill it directly. She was like an unparalleled god of death, completely dominating the battlefield. A death angel is like this, and so are all death angels. That's right. Under the command of Lin Jin, their combat power bonus has reached the point where it can't be increased, and this sea area can also give them stronger power, which makes them become like demons. This is really crushing. Thousands the famous angel of death. This is simply like 1,000 cheating gods of death. All the players, and even the onlookers around them, were dumbfounded. There is no doubt that these demons have caused a lot of trouble to them, and also caused there were a lot of casualties. After all, there were too many space cracks, and more demon legions emerged. This number was far greater than the number of players. Even if they could defeat these demon legions, it would take a long time, and must slowly disperse these demon legions and defeat them one by one. But Lin Jin's Death Angel is simply killing. Each Death Angel can fight 1 against 100, 7 in and 7 out. Invincible in all directions. These 1,000 the killing songs swept by the Angel of Death simply stunned their eyes. Is this still those ferocious ones? A player murmured. His strength is only level 4. He has not experienced many battles, and he doesn't know much about Lin Jin's strength. He only knows that Lin Jin is very strong, but he has never had any direct idea. But now, when he saw the war in front of him, he suddenly had an idea in his mind. It's too strong, it's too strong. Thousands of rank and file troops, it's simply a massacre. Is this the true strength of King Yongya? Whether in the game or in reality, he actually has this kind of god-like control. Is the gap between us and him actually so big? How can we defeat such an opponent? This is not just something that can be done by military strength, right? All the players also began to murmur. When they realized that this was their enemy, they suddenly felt a sense of powerlessness in their hearts. How are they going to fight? They don't even have many championship qualities, and they have already reaching the scale of the Legion. All members are in the title class. Moreover, the increase Lin Jin gave these Death Angels is too exaggerated. Everything in front of them is an instant kill, whether it is the 4th level Horned Demon Army or the 6th level 3-headed Hell Dog, or she is an 8th level concubine, and everything is an instant kill. Ordinary crown. Ranked troops may not be able to achieve this level. You know, the Death Angel seems to be a unit that clearly prioritizes agility. Their strength should be better to be lowered. But everything in front of me is not like this at all. As if they were shattered, all the demons were slaughtered by the Angel of Death, leaving only stumps and broken arms, which was extremely bloody. In just 10 minutes, in a matter of seconds, these nearly 7,000 demon legions were all killed by the Angel of Death. This is too exaggerated. On the battlefield, the Angel of Death standing on the blood and corpses gave people a cold and arrogant feeling. Not only are they not disgusting, they actually have a unique sense of beauty. They are heroic, or perhaps cold and arrogant. Especially when compared with the demon corpses on the ground. They appear to be the kind of brave and fearless warriors. However, they are obviously not caring about the eyes of others, but seeing their wings flapping, they all flew back into the sky. Divine spiritualism. Lin Jin waved his right hand, and black mist rose up, and all the demon corpses underneath were shrouded in black mist. In this black mist, soul fires rose up one after another, and the undead began to reappear one after another. After getting up, ghosts and ghosts could still be seen in the black mist, and there were many resentful souls. This resurrection resurrected nearly 5,000 undead legions. Lin Jin mobilized the undead legions to the nearest world altar, guarding the world altar, and then leaving 2 death angels to guard. He took the remaining death angels and left here. This place is different from his own country. In his own country, Lin Jin would be at the world altar, stationed at the same time as the space rift. Once encountering an enemy invasion, the Death Angel will immediately attack the intruders who are the space rift. But here, Lin Jin is only stationed at the world altar. For him, ensuring the world altar the right of ownership is the first priority. If there is an enemy invasion, Lin Jin will not let the Angel of Death take action unless Lin Jin's legion comes over or the enemy attacks the world altar. On this point, there is still an obvious difference in purpose. His goal is the world altar. But unfortunately, the actual territory of the Thousand Islands country is not large. Although there are many islands, the world altar is placed on the islands based on population density, so there are no uninhabited islands. There are no world altars. Because of this, the number of world altars in the Thousand Islands Kingdom is much less. There are only 54. Even if Lin Jin occupied them all, plus the 326 he occupied, there would only be 30. This he has not yet reached his goal. In fact, we can also see the power of his country here. There are 326 altars in the world, which is definitely the first in the world. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. Coming. On the battlefield, the elite players of the Evil Ghost Society were fighting against this demon army. At this moment, they suddenly felt an oppressive aura coming from the distance. Many of the elite players of the Evil Ghost Society were those who have seen Lin Jin have also felt the pressure brought by Lin Jin's army. So at this time, they all know that it is Lin Jin's army that is coming. They have been waiting for so long. Lin Jin's army finally it came. Everyone behind them couldn't help but stop the attack. Their faces were solemn, and they all looked in that direction. In their gaze, black figures appeared quickly in the sky, and then appeared from the sky again. Here, they flew powerfully into the sky. In a short period of time, one death angel arrived in the sky. All the death angels were in the sky, looking down at the battlefield below, and the leader was Lin Jin. The figure carries a kind of oppressive pressure, making the whole world become a bit dignified. His cold eyes, without any emotion, make people dare not look directly at them. King of Eternal Night, the shield demon murmured. The moment he looked into Lin Jin's eyes, he seemed to have seen an abyss. His body and soul couldn't help but tremble. He couldn't even produce a trace of resistance. Heart, too strong. This is really too strong. Even if you just look at Lin Jin's strength from a distance, you will feel the innate sense of fear. This is also the suppression of the souls of both parties. It drives them to feel fear. Yes, but it is their biological instinct, the desire to survive that creatures are born with. Their bodies are telling them most instinctively that this is an opponent they cannot defeat no matter what. Kill. In the sky, all the angels of death flew down, with fierce murderous intent, overturning the world. All the players were trembling, and their hearts were covered with a layer of great fear, and they were unable to move. It's over. Almost everyone had this thought in mind. With their strength, how could they be the opponents of the angel of death? Under such absolute suppression, even they could not have the courage to fight. But in the eyes of people, they saw the death angels swooping down one after another. Some death angels could be seen passing by these players, and the sharp blades in their hands were indifferently slashing at the demons in front of them. Blood spurted out, streaks after streaks. Blood splashed on the faces of these players. It took them a moment to finally react. These death angels were not here to kill them. Their eyes finally regained their agility, and they looked at the death angels who had swept the battlefield with force, but saw there in his gaze, all the angels of death swept across the entire battlefield. The evil ghost of the shield also came back to his senses. His eyes couldn't help but look at Lin Jin in the sky. The only thing he saw was a pair of unfathomable eyes. The eyes were still so deep, so cold, like an abyss. It's like a bottomless black hole that can swallow everything. What finally emerged was indifference. The demon of shield knows that this is a warning. Lin Jin's behavior told them that if they were in the way, Lin Jin wouldn't mind killing them. But resist? He doesn't dare. Originally, before Lin Jin arrived, the shield demon had thought of a lot of high-sounding questions about Lin Jin, which involved various aspects. But now he can't say a word. He felt that he was too naive, that he still had some hope for Lin Jin's character, and that he even thought of using words to deceive Lin Jin. This is a killer. Regardless of the game or reality, His eyes were still terrifyingly cold. Not only the shield demons, but also the rest of them were ordinary. They couldn't say a word at all. They just looked at the war in front of them and the killing show in front of them with shocked expressions. Like the shield demon, they knew Lin Jin's thoughts when they saw Lin Jin's movements and words. They also all know that this is a warning. But they didn't dare to offend Lin Jin's warning. This is not a game. Once they die, there is no chance to come back. If Lin Jin launches an attack on the entire Thousand Islands country and transforms it into an undead army, then their entire force will cease to exist, let alone a comeback. Everything they have in the game will be completely shattered when reality is shattered. Even the elite player legion of the Evil Ghost Society could only watch helplessly as Lin Jin grabbed their monsters and took away their points, but there was nothing they could do about it. They didn't even dare to say a word. Not long after, all the demon legions here were defeated. Without saying a word, Lin Jin resurrected the undead army in front of the evil shield ghost, and then occupied a nearby world altar. Then left here. This action cannot be described as arrogant. After seeing that the latter didn't show any signs, Lin Jin breathed a sigh of relief. If possible, Lin Jin doesn't want to start a war against the Thousand Islands country yet. He knew that if war broke out, there would be rivers of blood. But for this world, its existence is to protect the world. It is precisely because of this that the mission was issued and this event ceremony was held. If Lin Jin launches a war against the Thousand Islands country and wipes out the Thousand Islands country, some punishment mechanism may be triggered by then. Lin Jin didn't feel that he could challenge the power of this world now. Besides, even if he could challenge it, he wouldn't do it. There are obvious benefits, so why do you always want to challenge this rule? Even if Lin Jin really wanted to destroy the Kingdom of Thousand Islands, he would only kill all the players in the Kingdom of Thousand Islands in the game instead of starting a war in reality. Mr. Shield Demon, are we just going to let him occupy the world altar? He just left 2 death angels. We may not be able to defeat them. A player asked unwillingly. This is their only chance to rise now. But seeing that this opportunity will be taken away by Lin Jin, how can they be willing to do so? Can you defeat 2 death angels? Can you kill all the death angels he has arranged in the Thousand Islands kingdom at the same time? Can you defeat all his legions? The shield demon glanced at him and said lightly. He was the most unwilling person, but he knew the seriousness of this matter. No one is stronger, that's it. If one day they have the strength, then they would be crazier than Lin Jin. But now, they can only break their teeth. Fei Lu reminds you. 3 things about reading collection. 42 million, 45 million, 48 million, 52 million. Along with the attack, Lin Jin's points were still soaring rapidly. During this process, some enemy legions appeared in Lin Jin's homeland, and those legions were also killed by the Angel of Death. Coupled with the battle here, his points have increased astonishingly. Of course, this points value is not the points value he can use. This is the score value of the ranking list, which records the total points obtained by Lin Jin. Among these points, Lin Jin has used 30 million points and only has 22 million left. However, as long as he continues to fight like this, his points will eventually increase again. After fighting day and night without sleep, Lin Jin finally killed all the large-scale legions in all the space cracks, and the entire world altar in the Thousand Islands was completely captured by Lin Jin. In addition to the world altar, Lin Jin also occupied all the large resource mines. On the other hand, it is a small and medium-sized resource deposit, which he can consider to be reserved for players in the Thousand Islands country. After capturing this place, Lin Jin did not stop and led his army to fly towards the United Kingdom. Not enough. Lin Jin was not so easily satisfied. Moreover, Lin Jin is not the kind of person who is greedy for pleasure. It's still not the time to relax, so he won't relax at all. If ordinary people reached his level, they would all think about how to relax and be lazy. He was the only one who never slacked off at all. Since he couldn't bring a hero to this world, he simply led the team himself and spawned monsters day and night, just to improve his strength. This can be considered the ultimate achievement. Blackblade, what should we do next? After Lin Jin left, the heads of the 3-player guilds in the entire Thousand Island Kingdom also gathered together. Their faces now are a bit complicated. For the entire Thousand Island Kingdom, Lin Jin can be said to be the savior. After all, Lin Jin, he helped them kill all the large-scale demon legions. If it were them, even if they could defeat these legions, they would have to pay a certain price. Lin Jin helped them avoid these costs, especially for civilians. Lin Jin Ku and the others have solved the hidden danger. From this point of view, Lin Jin has also won the recognition of many people. But for these guilds, Lin Jin not only took away the world altar, occupied large resource points, but also took away they killed all the monsters. You know, they can also defeat some legions. They just need to pay a small price and spend a certain amount of time. But now, Lin Jin has directly taken away all these, which is equivalent to controlling them. Their development. This alone makes them extremely uncomfortable. What else can we do? Let's go back to the game, start migrating immediately, leave the United Kingdom of Calco, and then find a way to develop slowly and wait for the time to change. Blackblade side. This also clearly expressed their attitude towards Lin Jin. If there were still people who had other thoughts in their minds before, then with Blackblade's words, their last chance was gone. Then it disappeared. Let's go back to the game. In reality, we still have some concerns after all. If King Yongye is really crazy, there is nothing we can do. Sakurayama Snow Girl frowned, her eyes full of worry. Lin Jin's appearance can be said to have caused a new round of blow to their morale, and it was a fatal blow. Forget it in the game, this is really a real blow. It's an offline PK. The opponent is still holding a knife and putting it on your carotid artery, and you are still helpless. Following Sakurama Yukiana's words, the others nodded. Even the already somewhat crazy Guinji, the evil spirits, have stopped talking now. This level is obviously different. After all, the Kingdom of Thousand Islands has given in again. It must be said that they are miserable enough, insisting on confronting Lin Jin and then being hanged. I was beaten to death, and there was nothing I could do. The situation here in the United Kingdom is not as good as in the Hasama Empire. The civil strife among the players here is already very serious. The main camps they stand on are trolls and goblins, and there are also some other camps. Regardless of whether it is the Troll Kingdom, the Goblin Kingdom, or other forces, it is inevitable that they will fight against each other. Players from the Kingdom of Thousand Islands were able to gain a foothold in the United Kingdom of Calco because of the other party's civil strife, which gave them the opportunity. It was also because players from the Kingdom of Thousand Islands arrived and began to compete for resources in the United Kingdom of Calco that the players here slowly unified and competed with it. Of course, despite being unified, their player power is still very weak. From the first plane invasion, they suffered great chaos and suffered heavy casualties. From this aspect, there are also reasons why these players from the United Kingdom of Calco were able to agree to surrender to Lin Jin. Their strength is not strong and their power is weak. If they are expelled from the United Kingdom of Calco, they are in real danger of destruction. Therefore, they must choose to surrender to Lin Jin and pay protection fees to Lin Jin to avoid his destruction. They have chosen the right approach, but this can only relieve part of the pressure. Now the damage to the entire country is still huge, and they cannot be unified, and they do not have such a strong will. This leads to players who are greedy for life and fear of death, and may not choose to fight on the front line. Ordinary people also suffered heavy losses. It was in this chaotic night sky that the Angel of Death arrived. The Angel of Death descending in the darkness was like a ray of light that saved everyone's lives. However, all the Angels of Death were scattered and launched powerful attacks in various places. All the powerful demon legions and undead legions were also blocked. Under the night sky, the Angel of Death also took to the water, slaughtering the enemy. At this moment, Lin Jin's points increased by leaps and bounds again. There are many more monsters here than in the Thousand Islands country, which also means more points. In addition, Lin Jin also occupied all resource points and world altars. The number of world altars he owns has also begun to increase again. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. When the first light of dawn fell on the battlefield, what emerged were endless corpses. This is already the last large-scale invader army in the United Kingdom of Calco. In one day and one night, Lin Ember destroyed the United Kingdom of Calco. His points had soared to more than 60 million, and all 30 world altars in the United Kingdom of Calco were under Lin Jin's control. Now, The number of world altars occupied by Lin Jin has reached 410. This also meant that Lin Jin had initially achieved his goal. Now he can get a total of 4 top rewards just by relying on the world altar. It's a pity that this reward will not appear until a week later, and Lin Jin still doesn't know what the reward will be. After capturing the United Kingdom of Calco, Lin Jin also breathed a sigh of relief, and another idea emerged in his mind involuntarily. Attack other countries. With Lin Jin's current strength, he can travel to other countries, continue to capture all world altars, and snatch all monsters and points. He believes that no one in this world can stop him. After just thinking about it, Lin Jin gave up the idea. This is too crazy. Lin Jin can defeat any force, but it is impossible for him to defeat all forces. Moreover, there are many masters and hidden forces hidden under the whole world. The forces in this game have not yet been fully displayed. Come out. At this time, Lin Jin chose to go to war with the entire world, forcing the entire world to unite. This is so unwise. Maybe Lin Jin can get massive rewards, but he will also truly become the enemy of the world, and the kind that is irreversible. By then, even he would be exhausted in the face of endless means. More importantly, he also has 2 enemies, angels and demons. Originally, he wanted to use the rest of the world's power to fight the demons together so that he could concentrate on dealing with the angels. Once he becomes the target of public criticism, the situation will be even more difficult when the devil attacks him again. That is forcing yourself into a real desperate situation. Powerful power always makes it easy for people to lose themselves. The reason why the undead became something that everyone shouted for and even disappeared from history for a time is inseparable from their madness. It is for the sake of power that they become enemies of the entire world. Lin Jin will never lose himself and reason to power. Moreover, unless he captures the entire world, with the number of world altars he currently has, even if he attacks another country, he will not be able to add a top-notch reward. If you attack too, it is no different than attacking the whole world. This is not worth the gain. King of Eternal Night. These are the resources we have collected. While Lin Jin was scanning the battlefield, the players also rode bats and came to Lin Jin. They were in suits and leather shoes and looked old. They looked like business tycoons. At first glance, they were the upper echelons of the entire country. This is also the leader of the Kinmen Group, Indo Group, and 7-Star Group. However, they used to be aloof, but now they are extremely humble. The United Kingdom is in danger and has suffered heavy losses. They have no way to deal with the attack of the invaders. Even if it is to destroy all the enemies, it will take a lot of time. Therefore, the appearance of Lin Jin can be said to have saved them in a real sense. For the entire United Kingdom, Lin Jin is a hero. This has led to many civilians. Also, Lin Jin was extremely grateful. Now, there were many people around here, and they all knelt down to express their devout gratitude to Lin Jin. Lin Jin could feel that the power of faith gathered in the realm of gods was rapidly increasing again. In the previous game, he developed some believers in the United Kingdom of Calco, and now in reality, he has also developed a group of believers. This can be regarded as an unexpected surprise. I will send death angels to guard the world altar. If your country believes in death angels, then I will send more death angels to help you fight against the enemies of the space rift. The highest level unit that appears this time is the 8th level unit, but the next time it appears, it will be the 12th level unit. Therefore, your belief will determine the amount of reinforcements I have. Lin Jin took the gold and resources and said calmly, "The world is merging and the barriers are getting weaker and weaker. The creatures that can cross the world will only become stronger and stronger." According to Lin Jin's understanding, the highest level of creatures that will appear next time, it will be level 12, and the last time it will appear is the crown level. Once the crown level appears, perhaps the 2 worlds will be truly integrated. Of course, once the enemy invades next time, then Lin Jin will even dealing with matters in his own country will take a lot of time, and the number of death angels that he can really reinforce the United Kingdom will only be smaller. But no matter what, they have to be given some opportunities. If they really have Lin Jin wouldn't mind helping them if they could provide Lin Jin with a lot of faith, but if they couldn't provide them with a lot of faith, Lin Jin might have to give up on them. Yes, we will try our best. Everyone's expressions darkened, and they responded one after another. They all realized the seriousness of the matter. They are all exhausted in the face of such low and middle-level legions. Once the high-level legions appear, how will they deal with them? Fortunately, here Lin Jin is still helping them. If Lin Jin doesn't help them, I'm afraid the entire United Kingdom will be destroyed. Once the United Kingdom is destroyed, they will become slaves of the subjugated country and lose all authority they have. This is terrible. It was not what they wanted. As for Lin Jin's words, they did not doubt it at all. When Lin Jin attacked here, his points basically did not increase, which meant that he had already solved the enemies in his country, so he chose attack outwards and plunder points. Once the cracks in the world appear next time, and the enemies that appear are strong enough, there is no need for him to advance outwards at all. Lin Jin would really give up on them. Once Lin Jin gives up on them, they will face a real test. Everyone was determined to convert the entire United Kingdom into a believer in the Angel of Death. In the face of the crisis of national annihilation, this is also the first thing to bear the brunt. Walk. Seeing their expressions, Lin Jin didn't care. He took the remaining hundreds of Death Angel legions and left here. With the figures flying, Lin Jin and the Death Angel disappeared in this area in an instant. The sky. Only people with solemn faces are left. Too strong. Everyone has indeed seen Lin Jin's strength, which really makes them unable to resist at all. Fei Lu reminds you. 3 things about reading collection. In the sky, Lin Jin was returning quickly with the Angel of Death. On his way back, he found a burst of magic power coming from his image crystal ball. This was someone contacting him. Being able to contact Lin Jin directly and choosing to contact Lin Jin can only show that there is indeed something very important. The image crystal ball cannot communicate across borders. The only people in this world who can contact Lin Jin now are Raphael and Sky Covering Wings. Lin Jin stopped in the air and took out the image crystal ball in his hand. A ray of light emerged from the image crystal ball, and a figure appeared in front of Lin Jin out of thin air. This is clearly Raphael. In addition to Raphael, Sky Covering Wings, and some people were also nearby. Master, these are people from the Volcano Kingdom. They are here to seek strategic cooperation from us. They are now facing a powerful offensive from the demons, and are willing to pay a large amount of gold and world altars to invite us to help them defeat the demons. Raphael explained respectfully. He knew that Lin Jin needed points and a world altar. Now someone came to his door and confirmed it through the wings of Shrouding Sky. So he took the initiative to contact Lin Jin. How much gold and how many world altars? Lin Jin asked. The Volcano Kingdom is also an ordinary country. It is not big, maybe not as big as the United Kingdom. Their power in the game is not strong. It is quite satisfactory. When their country suffered a fierce attack, also wanted to seek help, and from the ranking list, the top one was Lin Jin. Except for Lin Jin, the other countries had not yet solved the enemies in their own countries, let alone helped them. 50 million gold, 1 world altar. The man from the Volcano Kingdom answered honestly. When he saw Lin Jin through the image, he felt great pressure. Coupled with large resource deposits, I can send troops. Lin Jin nodded and was unambiguous. The Volcano Kingdom is not big and it is far away from his country. Lin Jin has no interest in them for the time being. Now that he is sending troops to help them, he can also obtain many benefits. This is not what is unacceptable. Besides, making friends from afar and attacking close. He will choose to suppress the forces that are close to him, but he will not choose to suppress the forces that are relatively far away from him. Instead, he will make friends. The undead can develop from the beginning, too. Lin Jin adopted this kind of relaxed diplomatic relations. He didn't want to make himself the target of public criticism. This would be too stupid. The best thing is to win over a group of people and suppress a group of people, leaving room for leeway. Only in this way can the frog be boiled in warm water. Sit tight on the Daitai. As for the reward, the Volcano Kingdom doesn't seem to have much. Maybe Jin can directly increase the price and let them pay a little more gold, but that doesn't make any sense. This little gold is not a problem for him. It might as well keep it as a favor. As for the world altar and large resource deposits, he must take them. These are the real treasury. Good. The representative of the Volcano Kingdom looked happy and agreed quickly. He was originally worried that Lin Jin would look down on the money or put forward some other conditions, but he didn't expect Lin Jin to agree so decisively. As for this is not a problem for large resource mines. For them, once the entire kingdom is destroyed, then the world altar and volcano will fall into the hands of others, so they might as well simply hand it over. They can come to Lin Jin. Obviously, I was also forced to the point where I had no choice. Deal done. I'll go straight to the volcano kingdom. Lin Jin didn't hesitate and said directly. After saying that, he closed the image crystal ball. Here, after the people from the volcano kingdom expressed their gratitude, they delivered the gold and left here. In addition, regarding Lin Jin's attack, everything about the invaders from the Thousand Island Kingdom and the invaders from the United Kingdom has also spread. Now, the news about Lin Jin accepting the commission from the Volcano Kingdom to help them defeat all the invaders has also spread. In a short time, the whole world is shaking again. For ordinary people in the world, as long as their life and property safety is threatened, they are eager for someone to help them. Now it seems that Lin Jin is the hero of the world. No matter what he is for, he also has indeed protected the world. This is also what the will of the world wants. As for the player guilds, and even the top forces, they are not so comfortable. There is competition between players, especially after Lin Jin defeated the United Kingdom of Calco. Many forces began to form an alliance, intending to join forces to eliminate the undead. At this time, they had already come to the opposite side of Lin Jin. But now they can only watch Lin Jin's crazy plundering points, improve their points, but there is nothing they can do. Lin Jin's power will only make them feel more desperate. Many people even call them crazy. They found that Lin Jin's points increase is completely 24 hours a day. It can be said that Lin Jin is harvesting points day and night. This is too hard. Even if Lin Jin is very strong, there is no need to do this. A person who is far stronger than them is actually better than them. They worked countless times, but this was also destroying their fighting spirit bit by bit. Since they couldn't do this, they had already lost to Lin Jin. In addition to improving their points, it was also difficult for them to create a character. A feeling of common hatred emerges. If Lin Jin is defined as the enemy of the world and the enemy of living things, causing everyone to reject Lin Jin and attack Lin Jin, then they will have a great chance of winning and attract enough masters and cannon fodder. But now, they have no way to do this. There will even be some hesitation in their hearts. They can't judge whether they have to pay such a high price just to defeat Lin Jin. After all, Lin Jin's growth may not have that much to do with them. Facing Lin Jin, if they can't unite as one, fight against all odds, and fight against all odds, the winning rate will only be lower. Killing people is heart-wrenching. Lin Jin's actions will always break their plans, not to mention the past. Although he is tough and easy to break, Lin Jin has always grasped his own limits and remained calm, which makes him always invulnerable. This makes his enemies feel powerless in their hearts. Watch the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. The points reached 80 million, and it also came to a standstill. At this time, Lin Jin's redeemable points reached 50 million, which could be redeemed for a national weapon. However, Lin Jin still hesitated and did not start redeeming it immediately. On the one hand, he lacked a lot of national weapons. Although he could exchange for one part, he didn't know which part he wanted to exchange for. On the other hand, he has not yet obtained the top reward of the World Altar, which may also contain national weapons. If there is a conflict by then, it would be such a waste. After thinking about it, Lin Jin still kept the points for the time being. After leaving 28 Death Angels to guard the World Altar as usual, he led the remaining Death Angels back to his own country, and then returned to the game himself. It is worth mentioning that when Lin Jin attacked the demon army of the Volcano Kingdom, the power of faith absorbed by his divine realm was constantly rising. This also surprised him. Logically speaking, even if the faith absorbed by his divine realm is improved, it should be improved slowly. But in fact, the improvement in the power of faith has shown a leap forward. He didn't find out until later. This is precisely because of the rankings. The rankings appear in everyone's mind and can be consulted at any time. Even any guild in any country cannot control what ordinary people think. It is precisely because of this that the incident about Lin Jing and the Angel of Death began to spread. There are so-called churches of the Angel of Death in every street and alley. They are promoting the Angel of Death, showing that the Angel of Death is the guardian of the world and will help them resist all disasters. There will be people joining all kinds of evil sects, not to mention the church that believes in the angel of death. At least the angel of death really exists and helps them. Therefore, along with the church's propaganda, Lin Jin inexplicably gained many believers around the world, and these believers were also praying devoutly, so the belief in the realm of God would double day by day. This increase in faith is much greater than the faith the Holy Empire gave angels back then. Owner. After Lin Jin appeared, Erica appeared immediately. Has anything happened recently? Lin Jin asked. Of course, under normal circumstances, there will be no problem. If there is a problem, the wings of covering the sky will remind Lin Jin immediately. The Eternal Night Empire is developing very smoothly without any glitches. However, on the Elolin Elves side, the war there has further intensified. The undead from the Sand Golden Tower Empire have begun to invade the forest and release plague. The Guardian of the Forest appeared and severely damaged the undead army. Now the undead army has just been defeated and is being repaired. Erica reported respectfully. The entire Eternal Night Empire is in a prosperous situation, so there will naturally be no problems. The only thing worthy of attention is the war between the Undead Legion of the Sand Golden Tower Empire and Elolin. No, not to mention, the Orolan Elves are also strong enough, and the Empire's undead are also extraordinary. The two copies are evenly matched. The number of crowned undead dispatched by the Sand Golden Tower Empire has reached more than 2,000, including the number of high-level undead. There are even more fully formed organizations and legions. This power is enough to challenge the former Holy Empire, but it is not the main force of the Sand Golden Tower Empire. The two sides went from the original probing attack to the subsequent tug of war. It can be said to be extremely tragic. The battle has been going on for nearly half a month now. Both sides have begun to increase their efforts, and the Sand Golden Tower Empire has finally invaded the interior of the forest. However, what they encountered was none other than the Earth Dragon God, Shilai, the incarnation of Na. Silena, the Earth Dragon God, is the main god of the Elven camp. As the Earth Dragon God, he protects the forest and nature. Further attacks by the undead made the elves finally turn to Silena. Silena also helped them, united all the elves, and defeated the undead of the Sand Golden Tower Empire in one wave. The undead have relatively strong resilience, and their main force still exists, so the Sand Golden Tower Empire did not give up, but continued to mobilize the undead. Legion, prepare to launch the next attack. This is also a big event recently. Let's go, gather 3,000 Death Angels, and let's go to Irolan Forest to visit. When Lin Jin heard this, a light flashed in his eyes. Roar! In the air, a dragon roar sounded, and the dark iron ghost dragon emperor also flew over and came to Lin Jin's feet. Lin Jin also stood on the generous back of the dark iron ghost dragon emperor. Yes, master. Erica responded respectfully. After the order was conveyed, 3,000 Death Angels came from the Holy City to Lin Jin in the air in an instant. Lin Jin also used the Return to City spell and chose a place relatively close to the Ilolan Forest town. In the next moment, Lin Jin and the 3,000 Death Angel Legion disappeared from where they were. Irolan Forest. Just to the west of the forest, an elven army is stationed here. This elven army looked very tired, and many elves could be seen sitting on the ground, silently arranging their equipment. Some scars can also be seen on their bodies, which fully illustrates the cruelty of war. The ground and even the air here are covered with a faint layer of poisonous mist, and the flower demons and forest demons are constantly dispelling the poisonous mist. There are also many forest demons flying to the withered ground to repair the wounds of the forest. Surrounded by a crowd of elves, there was an extremely large creature. It has 4 legs, which are thick, short, and powerful. They are covered with emerald scales. The emerald scales are as hard as diamonds and are covered with moss, plants, trees, etc. Its head is like a dragon, its body is like an animal, its tail is also covered with moss, and its huge body is like a mountain range, stretching for more than 10 meters. Earth Emerald Dragon. This is the incarnation of the Earth Dragon God. It can be felt that the Earth Jade Dragon also exudes a peaceful atmosphere, as if it can calm the air. There is also a halo surrounding the Earth Emerald Dragon, which allows all the elves to begin to repair their scars on their own and quickly restore their strength and magic power. The earth and air are also being purified. Rich vitality also began to escape from the trees, repairing everything around them. This mythical beast can also exert greater power, especially in the forest. The entire forest entered a peaceful and harmonious atmosphere. This is the long, lost silence of the forest. At this moment, the huge pupils of the Earth Emerald Dragon suddenly opened and looked in another direction, and then the eyes of the elven heroes also looked in another direction. They felt a powerful, ominous atmosphere. King of Eternal Night. All the elves felt a thump in their hearts, and their faces became ugly. Feilu reminds you, 3 things about reading, collection. As the war here drags on for a long time, no elf has forgotten that there is a powerful undead empire to the east of the Iralan Forest. For the elves in the Iralan Forest, the Eternal Night Empire is a much greater threat than the Sand Golden Tower Empire. They are also all on the east side and have deployed a certain amount of force. However, they prayed every day that Lin Jin would not lead his army to attack them, and Lin Jin seemed to have forgotten the elves here as they thought. Especially some time ago, Lin Jin led his army to attack the United Kingdom of Calco, which also made them relieved. They even transferred a certain amount of the Elf Legion from the eastern defense line. But now, when the elves suffered heavy losses and their defenses were empty, Lin Jin led his army to the elves' forest, which really gave these elves a huge fright. The Sand Golden Tower Empire was fighting so hard. If Lin Jin participated in the war, how could there be any hope for their Iralan Forest? The whole forest is now haunted by a shadow. If King Yong Yi wanted to attack us, he would have attacked us long ago and would not wait until now. At this moment, the elf prince Ernier said suddenly. He had fought against Lin Jin and knew how terrifying Lin Jin was. He was still observing Lin Jin's movements and even the situation in the Evernight Empire. He knew that if Lin Jin really wanted to take action, he would have had many chances. Oh, you mean he has other purposes? Elven Queen Genova turned her bright and gentle eyes over and asked curiously. Her eyes were very crystal clear, as if they had been washed by mountain spring water, rippling with clear and translucent water waves. Her face was gentle, and she was interested in everything. They are all full of affinity and can make people instinctively let go of their guard, giving them a healing feeling. The Elf Queen is the chosen one. The same goes for Genova, who was blessed by Silena, the Earth Dragon god, after she was born, is extremely talented and has a strong natural affinity. After she received the blessing, she became the queen of the Elven Forest and began to practice. After the previous queen abdicated, she succeeded as the new elf queen and was responsible for ruling the Iralan Forest. The same is true for the elf prince Elner. He was also chosen at birth. If Genova abdicates, the elf prince will automatically become the elf king. In this regard, the elf queen and the elf prince have no blood relationship. That's why the elf queen respects the elf prince so much. I personally prefer this, but I can only know it after meeting him. Elner said in a deep voice. He didn't say a word. They prayed that Lin Jin would do as he said. He did have other purposes. Once Lin Jin really came to attack the Iralan Forest, elves alone, they can't resist it. Well, let's go. Elven Queen Genova also nodded. Then she saw an Emerald Dragon King flying down from the sky. The Elf Queen also jumped up and jumped on the back of the Emerald Dragon King. The latter flapped its wings, whipping up the wind, and quickly heading towards the east of the forest. The Elf Prince Elner and the other elf heroes were the same. They also rode on the Sun Deer, Moon Deer, Unicorn, and Emerald Dragon, and followed the Elf Queen to the east of the forest. As they galloped, it didn't take long for them to arrive at the eastern part of the forest. All the elven heroes and elven masters looked from a distance, and all they could see was a field of death angels. Each one exuded power. The breathy angels of death are flapping their dark wings, standing high in the sky. Their eyes are deep, and the sword blades in their hands are all emitting a faint black light. From a distance, it seems that the sky is completely taken over by the angels of death. Upon entering, the most dazzling thing among them is the dark iron ghost dragon king. The gorgeous figure, the body made of dark silver, and the powerful aura fill the sky and are very conspicuous. When the Emerald Dragon King sees this dark iron ghost dragon king win, there was a bit of disgust in his eyes, but more of it was fear. The Dark Iron Ghost Dragon King is much more powerful than the Emerald Dragon King, and there is a level gap between the two sides. If the Emerald Dragon King and the Dark Iron Ghost Dragon King fight, then before they fight, the Emerald Dragon King will be suppressed. On the back of the Dark Iron Ghost Dragon King, a lonely figure stands proudly between heaven and earth, with deep eyes, like an abyss, making people dare not look directly. The King of Eternal Night. Although many elves have never seen the King of Eternal Night, the moment they saw Lin Jin, they knew that Lin Jin was the King of Eternal Night. The name of a person is the shadow of a tree. Since the days of Ernie in the past, after you were defeated, Lin Jin's reputation spread in the elf forest. What's more, Lin Jin established the Eternal Night Empire, said that he would bring down the demon prince of hell, kill Raphael, and fight in the north and south, expanding his power. He was simply too powerful. Even the arrogant elves have to admit Lin Jin's strength. Is this the Angel of Death? Elf Queen Genova looked curiously at the Angel of Death in front of her. Finally, her clear and translucent eyes looked at Lin Jin. When she saw Lin Jin's face, she could not help but feel a trace of sadness in her heart. The Elf Queen is blessed by Silena, the Earth Dragon God, and has a strong affinity. Her mind is clear and flawless, without any scheming, and she can also feel the good and evil, joy and sorrow of living beings. Her face reveals Lin Jin's face, but felt the sadness in Lin Jin's heart, the resentment and pain that remained in the past. In addition, she did not see the so-called evil in Lin Jin. The pharaoh exuded a strong aura of death, and the elf queen could also she saw pure evil thoughts and an extremely ominous aura from the pharaoh. But she could not see such an aura from Lin Jin. If it were really used to describe it, Lin Jin's body was half light and completely dark. He stood between heaven and hell, between darkness and light, both good and evil, good and evil. Although Lin Jin caused countless killings, he also protected many people, including dark elves and orcs, especially now that he has founded the Eternal Night Empire and has blessed countless people, even in real life. Many people are grateful to him, believe in him devoutly, and respect him. No one can truly define Lin Jin. Becoming evil. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. King of Eternal Night. I wonder what your purpose is in coming to Irolan Forest. The Elf Queen quickly recovered her mind. Her eyes returned to calmness, and she asked in a gentle voice. Her voice made people feel very comfortable, and it was born with a healing power. Irolan Forest used to attack our army. I heard about the recent chaos in Irolan Forest and came here to watch the battle. You don't have to mind, Lin Jin said lightly. The Elf Queen's voice also made him feel very comfortable, like a spring breeze. This was not any magical power, but a kind of charm that she brought with her. Of course, despite this, Lin Jin had already become strong-willed. Ice will not be affected in any way by this. Lin Jin's words echoed over the Irolan Forest, and all the elves changed their expressions. Lin Jin's words sounded disgusting. The Irolan Forest attacked him in the past, but now he came here specially to watch the battle and told them not to mind. How could they really not mind? This was meant to take revenge on them. King of Eternal Night, do you want to attack the elves? Elves are not that easy to defeat. Anyone who wants to destroy the elves of Irolan will pay a heavy price. After listening to Lin Jin's words, an elf elder became angry in his heart and finally couldn't help shouting. How could they stand such a threat? Oh no. After hearing the words of this elf elder, Elner's face changed. After a change, he secretly said something bad. He knew Lin Jin's character. Since he had not launched an attack, it meant that both parties still wanted to ease up. In other words, he might be testing the attitude of the elf. Now this elf elder still thinking about threatening Lin Jin. This will only further anger Lin Jin. Shut up. In desperation, Elner could no longer care about anything else and scolded the elf elder directly. This scolding resounded throughout the world. All the elves around him were also stunned. None of them I thought that Elner would actually lose his grace and curse. What's more, he didn't expect that Elner would actually scold his own elf elder. Especially the elf elder who was scolded, His face was green and white, but he just lowered his head and did not dare to refute. The elf prince, this is the future heir to the throne, and he has also been blessed by Silena, the earth dragon god, and his status is unshakable. If he scolds the elf elder, he will be the future heir to the throne. There was no argument left. On the side, Lin Jin also turned his attention to Elner. He did not expect that Elner would be so straightforward and would directly scold the elf elders. This also made him dissatisfied with Elner. Hi. Yes, Lin Jin came here because he wanted to use the elves to do something. But if the elves had no intention of cooperating, Lin Jin would not force it. He would just treat the dwarves of the past, thoroughly bury them, and bury all risks. His cooperation is already a grace given to the elves. King of Eternal Night, the last time we sent troops to attack your undead forces, we lacked consideration. We, the Iralan Forest, are willing to compensate. In the future, Iralan Forest will also promise not to attack the Eternal Night Empire. We both have no conflict with each other. Elner ignored the elf elders next to him, and instead looked at Lin Jin with a serious expression. 3,000 Death Angels. This is still an insignificant part of Lin Jin's strength. If Lin Jin attacks the elf forest, their Iralan Forest, we are really going to face the disaster of extinction. In the face of the continuation of the race, even the elves have to put down their pride. From this point of view, the elves are not as good as the dwarves, who do not know how to adapt. As soon as these words came out, all the elves they looked at him sideways. Does this mean surrender? They can't accept this. Although they all know that they are not Lin Jin's opponent. Even if they mean to express surrender, they have to go through the process. This way, Elner means surrender. Proceed compensation completely disgraced the face of the elves. However, Elner and the Elf Queen were qualified to speak at this time. As long as the Elf Queen did not speak out to stop Elner, then they had no way to intervene. They couldn't help but look at the Elf Queen, but found that the Elf Queen had no intention of interfering at all. This made them all a little confused. The Elf Queen saw the depths of Lin Jin's heart, and she also knew that Lin Jin was not purely evil. She did not want the elves to fight to the death with Lin Jin. Therefore, she would naturally not interfere with Elner's words at this time. As for Elner, he knew Lin Jin quite well and had been paying attention to Lin Jin's affairs. From then on, Lin Jin conquered the orcs and dark elves, slaughtered the dwarves, united the Silver City, state, and now created the Eternal Night Empire to accept the people of the original Holy Empire. Elner also learned about Lin Jin's character, negotiating with Lin Jin, and finally, it's better to show your sincerity from the beginning. If you still have other ideas, you will really push yourself into a desperate situation. I have to say that the Elf Prince Elner and the Elf Queen Genova are indeed better than each other. Compared with ordinary elven elders, they are more suitable to be leaders. They can also see more things. Once they choose hard steel at this time, it will really put the elves to death. Compensation? How to compensate? Lin Jin asked calmly without changing his expression. We are willing to compensate for all war losses. If you have any other requirements, we will seriously consider them. Elnir looked at the Elf Queen. Seeing that the Queen had no objection, he became more convinced of his own ideas and said accordingly. War losses, the most direct of which is the loss of troops. This is also the agreed-upon compensation for the defeated on the mainland. Method. No matter how much damage they caused to Lin Jin's legion, they would pay several times the compensation based on the cost of those units. Of course, Elner also knew that this matter could not be that simple, so he simply asked Lin Jin's mean. You led your army to attack our army. Since you want compensation, as a former general, you can choose to commit suicide or sacrifice your soul. If you can do it, then I can believe in your sincerity. Lin Jin's words were not surprising. As soon as he finished speaking, the whole place fell into a dead silence. Fei, Lu reminds you 3 things about reading collection. Offering his soul means that he is completely loyal to Lin Jin. No matter which one of these 2 he chooses, it is impossible for the Elf Prince to stay in the Iralan Forest. You must know that the Elf Prince is the heir to the Elf Forest. It is simply a fantasy for him to surrender to an undead hero and be loyal to him. In the deathly silence, all the elves' eyes slowly filled with anger. However, Lin Jin pretended not to see it at all. He doesn't care either. King of Eternal Night. Irolan Forest, am willing to express my sincere apology and compensate you. But Prince Elnor is the heir of Irolan Forest, and he will not leave the forest. At this time, the Elf Queen finally spoke again. Then compensate 1 billion gold and 10 million units of mercury. Lin, Jean continued. UWM. The elite elder finally couldn't bear it anymore and started to yell. 1 billion gold and 10 million units of mercury. I really think there is a treasury in the Ilolan Forest. In addition to top forces like the Devil, who have a big family and a big business, there is not so much gold. Moreover, the Ilolan Forest is currently at war, and they need to spend a lot of gold. If they give such a large amount of gold to Lin Jin at this time, they will not have to continue fighting. This is obviously it's hard to force someone to do something. But as soon as he opened his mouth, he was immediately covered by the person next to him, and Elnor stared at him. Then he gritted his teeth and stopped talking. In exchange for the survival of your Ilolan Forest, you, Elnor, can survive. If you don't want to, then forget it. I think your attitude towards the undead in Irolan Forest should be the same as that of the dwarves in Shawandishan. Then I will help you. Lin, Jean said coldly, looking at the elf elder with contempt. I will give you some time so that you can mobilize the elven army to prepare to resist our attack. However, the guard regiment you dispatch must be stronger than the western defense line. Because my army is much more terrifying than the undead army of the Sand Golden Tower Empire. The elf's looks of hatred made Lin Jin lose his last bit of patience. He only gave others opportunities, but only opportunities. He would not let the seeds of hatred remain. Since these elves are so repulsive to the undead, then, as a neighbors of the Eternal Night Empire, are also Lin Jin's thorn in the side. If we don't take advantage of this moment to destroy the elves in the Ilolan Forest, why don't we still keep them to celebrate the new year? As soon as Lin Jin finished speaking, a ray of light shot out from the eyes of the 3,000 death angels. With murderous intent, the blade in his hand flashed with dark light. The whole sky was filled with a cold aura. At this moment, all the elves realized again how strong the man in front of them was. This is a living legend. King of Evernight, I am willing to follow you, but you must promise not to attack the Irolan Forest and not to interfere with the Irolan Forest. Elnor's face changed, and he looked at the sky of death behind Lin Jin and finally gritted his teeth and said. After he finished speaking, he turned his attention to the Elf Queen. Queen, the Ilolan Forest will be left to you. Prince. Around, all the elven heroes lowered their heads with sad looks on their faces. The breeze blew, the leaves rustled, and the whole forest was trembling. As if the forest was sad. King of Eternal Night, let me take the place of Prince Elnor. I am willing to leave the Irolan Forest and submit to you. At this moment, the voice of the Elf Queen came again. Queen. Elnor turned his gaze to the Elf Queen in disbelief. He saw the Elf Queen shook her head slightly, pursed her lips, and then said, Prince Elnor, you are the heir to the Ilolan Forest, and you are the one who owns Eloland, the hope of the forest. Moreover, the Irolan Forest is currently at war. The forest may not need me as a queen, but it cannot live without you. The new heir represents the real future. Moreover, the Elf Queen is not good at war. She is only good at internal affairs and mediating the relationships and conflicts between various elf tribes. Now is a time of war and troubled times. She is not as good as AI. Erner lowered his head and said nothing when he heard this. He also knew that this was the best way. He really could not leave the elf forest. Now he is the commander-in-chief of the entire elf forest, even if the fight against the Sand Golden Tower Empire was all controlled by him. Although he was still young, he had already shown excellent war talent. If it were the Elf Queen who commanded the entire war, I'm afraid their losses would only be greater. Even the Sand Golden Tower Empire has already invaded the Irolan Forest. Everything should focus on the overall situation. King Yongya, I wonder if this can show the sincerity of the elves. The Elf Queen turned her gaze to Lin Jin again, and then said in a gentle voice, Can. Lin Jin looked deeply at the Elf Queen, then at the Elf Prince, and nodded in agreement. The Elf Queen is now the nominal representative of the Irolan Forest, so in comparison, if the Elf Queen can submit to Lin Jin, that is naturally better. King Yongya, I don't know if you can let me stay in the forest for 3 more days. After 3 days, I will leave on my own." The Elf Queen's bright eyes looked at this lush forest with some reluctance. She knew that once she left, it would not be that simple to return to this forest. "I will come again in 3 days." Lin Jean nodded and said directly, "Thank you, Lord Yongya." Elven Queen Ying saluted. Lin Jean did not directly use the return to city spell. His legion disappeared in an instant. On the spot, only the depressed elves were left. They were very unwilling, and their original pride was completely destroyed. "Queen, do we really have to compromise with the undead? We elves are not afraid of sacrifice." The elf elder finally couldn't help but said, "Yes, Queen, we are willing to fight for you, and we will never yield to any evil forces. Fight to the end, fight to the end, rather die than surrender." "Elf Queen, let us fight." The rest of the elf elders and elf heroes also shouted firmly. If they could, they would rather fight or die in battle. The undead are not an evil force, and King Eternal Night is not purely evil. We should have always misunderstood him. He is different from the undead forces in the Sand Golden Tower Empire. The forests of Irolan have always remained independent, and we should not be drawn into such unprovoked wars. But the Elf Queen shook her head and said softly again, "Not pure evil." Elnir shook his head, his eyes a little confused. In fact, as he investigated Lin Jean, he also discovered the differences between Lin Jean and other undead forces. However, he did not think about it in this aspect, but he saw Lin Jin's decisive approach. Now with the words of the Elf Queen, he had to admit that Lin Jin did have many aspects that could not be called evil. In terms of looking at people, the Elf Queen was much stronger than him. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. After walking around for a while, Lin Jin returned to the Holy City. This operation was surprisingly smooth. Lin Jin had already made plans to send troops, but everything went so smoothly, and the Elf Queen was willing to submit to him. This really surprised him. As long as the Elf Queen is around, Lin Jin will be able to further control and intimidate the Irolan forest so that they will not dare to act rashly. Of course, after withstanding the fierce attack by the Sand Golden Tower Empire, the elves in Irolan forest may have suffered heavy losses. Unless the world merges, they have no chance to attack Lin Jin. Thinking of this, Lin Jin's eyes became solemn. Now the Evernight Empire is also walking on thin ice. As a new empire, although the Evernight Empire is developing very quickly, it still takes time. As long as Lin Jin is given some time, his undead army will only grow in number and the empire will become stronger. But before that, he must hide his capabilities and bide his time and remain stable for a while. Now, he has entered into a hostile relationship with the Dragon God of Water, Dragon God of Fire, and Dragon God of Light. Once he destroys the Elf Forest, he will also enter into a hostile relationship with the Dragon God of Earth. In addition, even if he destroys the Irolan Forest and the world merges, new elves will appear. With Lin Jin's current strength, there was no way to divide his troops into battles. For now, the larger his territory, the greater the danger he faces, and he will only be more confused when the time comes. Therefore, if he could avoid going to war with the elves and temporarily stabilize the elves, it would be of great benefit and no harm to him. Furthermore, although he and the Sand Golden Tower Empire are both undead, they must be in a competitive relationship. In other words, the undead forces in the entire underworld are originally competing with each other. He only wanted to hold the powerful power of the undead in his hands, and did not want others to obtain it. In addition to this, elves and demons are also enemies, and they may also become Lin Jin's allies in the future. If the Elf Queen all surrenders to Lin Jin, to the outside world, the elves in Irolan Forest will inevitably unite with the undead, so even if they want to attack Lin Jin, they will bypass the Elf Forest. The latter will also become Lin Jin's most stable barrier. Finally, there is the Elf Queen. The Elf Queen is indeed as beautiful as a fairy, with peerless beauty. Just looking at her is very eye-catching, and it can also make people feel calm and relax. 3 days later, in the real world, all the world altars burst out with a light, shining extremely brightly. In addition, a system prompt sounded throughout the world. Ding! Refreshed in the new week, ranked first in the world list, and obtained National Weapon 1, Gold 500 million, and Rare Resources 10 million. Ding. A new week is refreshed. The world occupiers will receive random prizes. The top 10 in the world hero rankings every week will receive additional rewards. As Lin Jin is the number one and the number one in the world, the rewards are naturally extremely generous. Ding. You obtain the national weapon, the Ring of the Magical God. Ding. You get gold 100 million and rare resources 10 million. Ding. You get the Tears of Asha Fragment 1. You get the exclusive Camp's National Weapon Treasure Map 1. You get the Seed of the World Tree 1. And you get Faith 5 billion. Ding. You got the Advanced Military Recruitment Order 300. You got the Gold 10 million. You got the Advanced Treasure Dragon King Shield. In the Holy City, bursts of system prompts also sounded in Lin Jin's mind. He also received extremely generous rewards. In addition to the ranking rewards, he also received 4 top rewards, corresponding to 400 world altars. In addition to these 4 top rewards, he also received some miscellaneous things. These are also rewards from the world altar, but they are not top rewards. They are the rewards of 10 world altars and 1 world altar respectively. The two are simply worlds apart. Currently, no one in the entire world can obtain the top rewards except Lin Jin. Even the Sand Golden Pagoda Empire, unless the latter expands to other countries, their entire country does not have 100 world altars. Lin Jin stood at the highest position, far ahead of others, and the rewards he received were also far ahead of others. After obtaining this fragment of Asha's Tears, Lin Jin already had 5 fragments of Asha's Tears. Originally, he only had 1 piece of Asha's Tears left. He exchanged points for 3 pieces, but the world altar was able to give him 1. This was like giving him timely help. He quickly started looking at the rest of the items. Description of the Ring of the God of Magic. The legendary ring that gathers magic power is the treasure that all mages dream of. It can release magic and become completely violent. Magic copy. You can copy the magic you released last time. Magic emergence. Your magic recovery rate is increased by 100%, and your magic value limit is increased by 50%. Release magic range plus 50%. Release magic power plus 50%. Strength plus 5. The ultimate offensive ring. Lin Jin couldn't help but take a breath when he saw the ring in his hand that was like a black hole in the stars. Although this ring did not increase the attack and defense attributes, nor did it have any bonus to the soldiers, it had a positive effect on Lin Jin himself. It's too exaggerated. The range of magic, the power of magic, and the strength attributes are all amazing enough, but they are not that eye-catching. But the most terrifying thing is magic copying. This is the real killing move. Copy the last time the magic released. There is no limit to the type of magic. In other words, if it was the top strategic magic Lin Jin released last time, then this ring can also copy the top strategic magic again. This alone is enough to shock the world. In addition, the magic power, the emerging passive effects also increased Lin Jin's magic recovery rate and upper limit of magic value. Lin Jin's own strength was sky high, and he was the master of the Angel of Death. Later, he merged with the ocean stars and killed the dragon god. Various increases made his magic has reached an extremely terrifying level. He can say that he is no weaker than Michael and the Demon King. Now, he has obtained such a national weapon, which is like a fish in water, even more powerful than a tiger. Just thinking about it, at the same time, the spectacular scene of releasing 2 dark burials made his blood rush faster. Perfect. This is too strong. Fei Lu reminds you. 3 things about reading collection. Seeds of the World Tree can be planted in the realm of gods to stabilize the world of the realm of gods. As the world tree grows, it will also feed back the world, increasing the aura of the world and the maximum number of soldiers it can accommodate. Spend. After putting on the magic god's ring, Lin Jin began to look at the seeds of the world tree. To be able to appear in this highest reward, there will definitely be nothing useless, and this world tree seed did not disappoint Lin Jin. This is also used to stabilize the world. The realm of God is equivalent to an isolated space world, which can breed level creatures, and is the final guarantee and source of creatures. Once the realm of God is breached, it may mean that a certain species will become completely extinct. This world tree seed can give birth to a world tree, and the world tree is equivalent to the support of a world, which can make the world stable and not easily invaded. Just like the realm of heaven and God, they have too many flaws with the outside world. If these flaws can be discovered, they can break into the realm of heaven and God through the flaws. In the past, the reason why hell could appear inside heaven and severely damage it was because the latter world was not that stable. If there is a world tree, it will be more difficult for demons to invade. In addition, the realm of gods has a certain scale, and the power it can accommodate is limited, not infinite. The crown troops born in the realm of God only do not need to pay maintenance fees. If they can accommodate endless creatures, then the creatures of each race will be endless. Depending on the size of God's realm, the number of creatures it can accommodate is also different. If the world tree grows, it can also feed back the world to a certain extent and increase the upper limit of the world's arms. This is equivalent to enhancing the power of the realm of God from another perspective. This is also a rare good thing. However, Lin Jin flashed and disappeared directly, appearing in the realm of gods. The realm of God at this time has not changed much from before, and the territory has not expanded. This is also because Lin Jin used his faith to maintain the space tunnel. During this period, more than 200 angels of death successively passed through the space tunnel and came to the real world. This is also to prepare for the next wave of enemy invasion. In the next world invasion, stronger enemies will appear, not only in quantity, but also in terms of quality. Stronger enemies mean higher points. If Lin Jin wants to plunder hundreds of millions of points, he must rely on the next war. After Lin Jin appeared, the 9 Netherworld Phoenix immediately flew to Lin Jin's side. The bright moonlight fell on the gorgeous body of the 9 Netherworld Phoenix, reflecting a faint elite light, giving people an extremely noble feeling. The current Jiuyou Mingfeng has grown up much more than before, and its aura is stronger. The faith that Lin Jin took away was the power that allowed the realm of gods to grow, but it did not take away the power of faith that Jiuyou Mingfeng needed, so it was still absorbing the power of faith and growing. He gently touched Jiuyou Mingfeng's head a few times and said hello to Jiuyou Mingfeng. The latter also flew gently around Lin Jin, magnificently. At this moment, a green seed floated in Lin Jin's hand. This seed exuded green light, filled with the breath of life, and brought light to the entire world. Even if this seed is worn on the body, it is enough to prolong life and prevent all diseases. This is the seed of the world tree. Lin Jin flashed and appeared directly in the center of the god realm. He gently placed the world tree seeds on the soil in front of him. The next moment, the seeds of the world tree seemed to move on their own, integrating directly into the earth and pouring into the deepest part. Not long after, the world tree seeds completely disappeared, and the soil seemed to be completely healed. I don't know how long it took. Maybe the world tree had reached the ground, but I saw that the soil under Lin Jin's feet began to vibrate slightly, and the vibrations became more and more intense. And then the radical, embryo, and hypocotyl grew out of the seed. And then a seedling broke through the earth and grew up at a speed visible to the naked eye. Just visible to the naked eye, this seedling has grown to nearly 5 meters tall, with lush branches and green leaves, exuding a vigorous vitality. It can be felt that the whole big tree seems to be very hungry. The big tree swallows up a lot of power of faith with every breath. Phew! Jiuyou Mingfeng screamed with some dissatisfaction, and the noble head moved towards Lin Jin, as if he was being coquettish. Recently, a lot of the power of faith in the realm of gods has been drawn away, leaving behind it wasn't enough for it to swallow. But the world tree came again, which suddenly reduced the power of faith it could absorb a lot. Don't worry, you won't be short of food for the time being. Lin Jin touched Jiuyou Mingfeng's head, and then with a thought, a golden sphere appeared in his hand. This was none other than the power of faith, and it was also the last reward Lin Jin received from the world altar. Faith 5 billion. Faith may not be calculated artificially, but it does have units. Its measurement is to calculate how much time a devout person prays devoutly to produce a unit of faith power. 5 billion faith power. This is definitely an astronomical number. According to Lin Jin's current belief, it would take a full 2 or 3 months to obtain it every day. But now, this belief appears in Lin Jin's hands. Perhaps this power of belief, it seems it is not as precious as other things. After all, Lin Jin was able to gain so much faith on his own. However, obtaining such a large amount of funds in the early days of starting a business helped Lin Jin directly get through the early stages of starting a business. From this point of view, what has been generated over this long period of time is the benefits are immeasurable. What Lin Jin needs most now is time. He can't wait for time to pass quickly. It's best to spend the long time safely. Then he will be invincible. Unfortunately, he does not have that power. Now, he can make up a little gap, then make up a little gap. Break it into pieces. Lin Jin squeezed his right hand gently and saw the golden light in his hand suddenly dispersed. In an instant, an extremely majestic aura spread out in an instant, filling the entire divine realm. At this moment, the divine realm was completely shrouded in thick fog. This is nothing else. It is the power of faith. In the sky, the bright moon also begins to greedily swallow this power and then spits out energy. With the swallowing and spitting of the bright moon, the realm of gods began to spread again. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. The power of 5 billion faith is an astronomical number. This power of faith, even in the realm of large gods like heaven, has benefited a lot. You know, Lin Jin's current rate of gaining faith is much higher than that of paradise in its heyday. During war, it is easiest to collect the power of faith. The number of civilians in Lin Jin's kingdom in the real world is extremely large. They all believe in the angel of death, which is much more terrifying than the Holy Empire. In addition, people around the world believe in the angel of death every day, which is an endless source of belief. In the game world, there are also a huge number of people within the Evernight Empire and the Calco United Kingdom. All mixed together is the power of faith that Lin Jin has absorbed. With Lin Jin's exaggerated speed, it would take 2 to 3 months to collect so much power of faith. This shows how exaggerated the amount of power of faith is. In an instant, the entire world seemed to be cheating, constantly expanding. They were all playing games, and Lin Jin was obviously acting like a money-spending boss. He spent hundreds of millions in cash before starting to play games. If anyone sees this change in the realm of gods, I am afraid they will be stunned and shout that they are cheating. The world absorbs power and is constantly changing. Throughout the realm of God, all Death Angel underworld altars began to give birth to new Death Angels. The original 13th level Death Angels all closed their eyes and began to absorb the energy around them. However, they saw their auras flickering, and soon each of them broke through to 14th level. Jiao Mingfeng's body was also filled with energy, and its body began to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. Apart from the Angel of Death and the 9 Netherworld Phoenix, the one that has changed the most is the World Tree. The entire World Tree began to grow crazily. 6 meters, 8 meters, 10 meters, 15 meters, 25 meters. The entire World Tree kept growing. In just half an hour, the World Tree once grew to 25 meters, and it looked like it could cover the sky and the sun. The trunk is also constantly expanding, and the diameter of the entire trunk alone reaches nearly 10 meters. The World Tree is growing crazily, and the land it is rooted in is also growing crazily, spreading continuously. At the same time, Lin Jin can also feel that the space is thicker. This is where the space barrier becomes stronger. In the sky, the bright moon shines extremely brightly, a bit like the sun, but not as bright as the sun. It is like the warm sun in winter, which makes people feel very comfortable. This makes the whole world shine brighter. As far as the eye can see, the world is constantly expanding. Just now, the territory of Lin Jin God Realm has reached square meters. This is still incomparable to hell and heaven. It has reached a level even bigger than some deep-rooted realms of gods. Not every god's realm has much power of faith. Even after a long time, their own god's realm is only too powerful. Ding! The World Tree has been upgraded to the first stage, and the biological output of the realm of God has increased. The Death Angel Underworld altar can independently give birth to a Death Angel every week, and the Death Angel cycle has been halved, and the quality of the Death Angels born has slightly improved. Ding! The World Tree has been upgraded to the first stage. The current realm of God is very stable. Any enemies that attack the realm of God will be suppressed even more. Ding! When the world tree is upgraded to the first stage, the world tree will continue to spit out energy, and the upper limit of the world's military units will be increased. Ding. The world tree has been upgraded to the first stage, and when the realm of God is attacked, it will be alerted immediately. The system prompt tone also sounded. World tree, this is not in vain. A large part of the power of faith just now was swallowed up by the world tree, which was like a bottomless pit. But now, it has begun to feed back to Lin Jin. After being promoted to the first stage, the world tree can provide long-term growth to Lin Jin's realm of God. The death angel Hades altar can give birth to one death angel every week, with the birth quality increasing and the growth period decreasing. These are huge long-term gains. You know, this birth does not require additional payment of gold resources. In addition, as the world tree grows and the realm of God strengthens, enemies attacking the realm of gods will also be more suppressed. This further protects the realm of gods. The upper limit of troop capacity has been increased, and you can be reminded immediately after being attacked. These are also very practical abilities. After inspecting the changes in the realm of God with satisfaction, Lin Jin exited the realm of God. Now he is more confident. The realm of God is the foundation of everything. Even if Lin Jin's Eternal Night Empire is destroyed, as long as the realm of God can be defended, there will be a chance for a comeback. Moreover, even if others want to take action against Lin Jin, they must consider this aspect. Now the souls of Lin Jin and the undead heroes can be directly bound to the realm of God. As long as the realm of God is immortal, all undead heroes will be immortal. If they can't guarantee to destroy Lin Jin at once, then Lin Jin's revenge will make them sleepless. Next, it's Irolan Forest. A flash of light flashed in Lin Jin's eyes. 3 days have come, and it's time for Lin Jin to pick up the Elf Queen. He wants to see if the Elf Forest will hand over the Elf Queen honestly. If so, if you don't pay, then there is no chance that the war will break out again. But now, Lin Jin's strength has improved, and he is no longer afraid of this war. The world altar can refresh rewards every week. According to Lin Jin's calculation, this will have to reach the fusion of the world time. Then Lin Jin can improve his strength every week. This strength will be improved by leaps and bounds. The legions gathered and disappeared out of thin air. Irolan Forest. At this time, Irolan Forest has no time to be immersed in sorrow. Now the Sand Golden Tower Empire has launched another attack on the forest. The characteristic of the undead is that the more they fight, the harder they hit. After the defeat, the pharaoh not only did not flinch, but was aroused with anger in his heart. He sent people to launch attacks around the Sand Golden Tower Empire and massacred several small countries. Through the sacrifice of creatures, he opened the gate to the underworld, summoned many of his legions in the underworld, and launched an attack on the Irolan Forest. The incarnation of the dragon god. So what? Ordinary people may not dare to challenge the incarnation of the dragon god at all, but he is different. He is not afraid at all. Not only that, he also wanted to kill the incarnation of the dragon god to plunder the dragon god's power. The dragon god is not invincible, especially now. The world has not yet merged, and the water in the world is not yet muddy. It is the best time to defeat the incarnation of the dragon god. Once the world merges, maybe he will have to consider whether anyone will benefit from it. Fei Lu reminds you. 3 things about reading collection. The Irolan Forest has once again entered the flames of war, but the undead all over the mountains and plains are once again charging towards the forest. With resentful souls flying, everything makes this world look like a ghost land. Energy bombs and arrows were fired from above and below the ground, and an overwhelming attack enveloped the battlefield. Continuous explosions also sounded. A new week means that the strength of both sides has been refreshed. But it is obvious that the strength of the undead has increased much higher than that of the Irolan Forest. Scatter all the poisonous Lamassu and rush into the forest for me. Catapult, drop ghouls, and plague zombies. I want this forest to be completely corrupted by the plague. Pharaoh King Aktanan shouted with a gloomy face. Beside him, there were also a large number of pharaohs gathered. These pharaohs were dressed in golden cloth armor and held golden scepters. They looked glittering. However, their bodies still wrapped in bandages. His face looked very gloomy. You can see that many pharaohs are waving their staffs, and have begun to cast spells. In the distant sky, the rain of corrosion has also enveloped the entire forest. In the drops of this rain of corrosion, the entire forest began to wither quickly. The raindrops falling on the bodies of the elves were also corroding the latter, making a series of shishi sounds. Yes. Soon, all the rotten lamassu in the sky dispersed and rushed towards the interior of the forest again. They did not entangle with the elves' legion at all, just to rush into the forest. This kind of rampage requires the elves to pay only with greater energy can they be completely stopped. The elves cannot sit idly by. If all these rotten lamassu enter the forest, then they will cause more damage to the forest and even completely pollute everything in the forest. Boom, boom, boom. Behind, the catapult was launched, but what was on top of the catapult was not a stone, but a ghoul and a plague zombie. But these ghouls and plague zombies jumped up, directly cut through the sky, and headed towards flying into the forest. The catapults are projecting every minute, endlessly. Although the elves also destroy the enemies thrown in a short period of time, the number of enemies is still too many after all. After all, ghouls and plague zombies rushed in. These ghouls and plague zombies were destroying everywhere. Some ghouls simply ran into the lake, and the plague toxin spread immediately. There were many more in the forest. Animals, a large number of animals were killed by them. The whole forest was stained with blood. King Actanon was too cruel. He was the whole forest. As long as he destroyed the homes of the elves and caused damage behind them, naturally, it can also further weaken the elves. Quickly, send the sun deer and the holy unicorn to clear out the enemies in the forest, and immediately ask the druid elders to mobilize the legions from the eastern defense line. Elner shouted loudly. He was also shooting arrows at this time, but he saw the arrows flying, and all the undead fell down. Prince Elner, if we withdraw the legions on the eastern defense line, once the Eternal Night Empire launches an attack on us, we will have no power left to resist, and they will be able to directly invade our forest in a short period of time. A druid elder couldn't help shouting. With the defense we have laid out, if King Yong Yi leads his army to attack, we will not be able to stop him at all. Instead of doing this, it is better to choose to deal with the enemies here comprehensively. Elnir immediately turned his gaze. The elder druid's face was stagnant, and he said no more. Immediately, someone rode a deer and quickly headed to the eastern region. As for the face of the elf queen on the back of the Emerald Dragon King, she calmly looked at the battlefield in front of her, looking for an opportunity to take action. No one saw the sadness flowing deep in her eyes. On the other side of the battlefield, the Emerald Dragon of the Earth was launching an attack, but she saw a large number of undead around her attacking the Earth. Emerald Dragon, bursts of destructive magic bloom from time to time on the Earth Emerald Dragon. However, the Earth Emerald Dragon's defense is extremely powerful. When it steps on the ground with all four legs, it has a large amount of increase, and its health points are also constantly increasing. It was recovering. The dragon god, who was originally the gentlest, was completely irritated at this time. However, he saw his front right foot violently trampling the ground, and saw that stone thorns began to emerge one after another in front of him. These stone thorns suddenly appeared, and the undead were all penetrated, and the ghouls were also cut off by the lazy waste one after another, which was extremely miserable. There were also some mummies. They were physically strong, but their health points dropped sharply, and they were not cut off at the waist, but they still survived. After the stone thorns disappeared, these mummies quickly recovered and flew towards the Earth Emerald Dragon. Roar! The latter breathed out dragon's breath again, and its dragon's breath was mixed with or fragments, which possessed powerful destructive power. Any mummy hit by this dragon's breath would be like being hit by countless gravels, and its body would be completely shattered. It was relying on the power of the Earth's Emerald Dragon that the elves were able to sustain themselves. Just as the elf queen was looking at the battlefield, she suddenly felt something, and her eyes couldn't help but turn back and look in the opposite direction of the forest. The breath of the undead came. Got it. King Elner, I leave the Irolan forest to you. The elf queen turned her eyes to Elner and shouted solemnly. She has done what she can, but now her magic values have been emptied and she cannot release magic, and she cannot help Elner in battlefield command. Now on the battlefield, the elves are fighting in an orderly manner, and she feels at ease. Perhaps what she can really do is to neutralize the threat posed by Lin Jin. You will always be the queen of the elves. Elmer finally put down the bow and arrow in his hand and looked at Genova. Within 3 days, the elves also made a choice. All elves knew that this was the only chance of survival before the elves. In order to calm down the king of eternal night is so angry that he must hand over the elf queen. Genova didn't say anything. She got off the back of the Emerald Dragon King, jumped onto the back of a moon deer next to her, and sat sideways on the moon deer's back. But she saw the moon deer immediately running and jumping briskly. In an instant, he disappeared from everyone's eyes. Queen. When all the elves saw Genova, they felt very sad and sad. They completely transformed all their sadness into strength and poured it all on the undead army in front of them. Roar! In the sky, the Emerald Dragon King also swooped down, spitting dragon breath from his mouth, sweeping in a large number of undead legions. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. In the eastern part of the Iralan Forest, Lin Jin has led the Death Angel Legion to the sky here. He looked at the Iralan Forest in front of him, thoughtfully. The Iralan Forest in front of them seemed very empty, and it was obvious that many of the guards had been transferred away. The offensive of the Sand Golden Tower Empire came too fast, and once again put great pressure on the Iralan Forest, even forcing them to weaken their defenses here. From here, we can also know that the threat from the Sand Golden Tower Empire is obviously greater. The undead forces from the underworld. It seems that the Sand Golden Tower Empire is indeed extraordinary. Lin Jin thought in his mind. Even the undead have a certain buffer period. Even if the undead can quickly assemble their legions, they still need a certain medium. They are not created out of nothing. Can the Sand Golden Tower Empire continue to cause such a big impact on the elf forest? The pressure is obviously not ordinary. Then contact the information collected by Zhitian Wing about the Sand Golden Tower Empire, as well as about the other small countries. Lin Jin probably knew about large-scale sacrifices. Lin Jin took away the fragments of power in the underworld and had made enemies with all the undead lords in the underworld. There are all undead heroes from the underworld. As long as they don't submit to Lin Jin, they must be Lin Jin's enemies. Therefore, the Sand Golden Tower Empire may not be able to easily defeat the elf forest. While Lin Jin was thinking, he saw a moon deer jumping out of the forest, and a figure could clearly be seen on the moon deer. Even if it is just the moon deer, it makes the elf queen look so noble and gentle. Everything looks like it appears in a painting. But I saw the elf queen gently smoothing her hair that was blown up by the wind. Her movements were so gentle and elegant, and her movements exuded a unique charm. Lord of Evernight, I have come to fulfill the promise of Iralan Forest. The elf queen just stood on the ground. She raised her head and looked at Lin Jin with her bright eyes. Lin Jin also looked at her like this. In the gaze of both parties, Lin Jin's figure suddenly disappeared into the dark iron ghost. On the Dragon King's back, the elf queen was stunned, but at this moment, another figure emerged behind her, and her waist was already being held. This was none other than Lin Jin. Beside the elf queen, Lin Jin could feel a sense of tranquility. Her long hair was blown up by the breeze, and a few hairs passed through Lin Jin's nose, carrying a natural floral fragrance. It was an elegant fragrance, but it smelled extremely good. In the sky, the dark iron ghost dragon emperor also swooped down at this time. Just when the dark iron ghost dragon emperor came to the sky above Lin Jin, he stepped lightly again, held the elf queen in one hand, and came directly to the dark iron ghost dragon emperor. Iron ghost dragon emperor's back. Queen. Seeing Lin Jin taking the elf queen away, the elves guarding them couldn't help but exclaimed. Some elves even shed tears at the corners of their eyes. The elf queen sacrificed herself for the safety of the entire forest. This has to make them feel sentimental. Give your soul. Lin Jin let go of the elf queen's waist and said lightly. Again, only by offering your soul can you gain Lin Jin's trust. Before that, no matter who you are or how beautiful you are, it's useless. On behalf of the Iralan Forest, I confirm one thing again. After I sacrifice my soul, you will give up attacking the Iralan Forest, and the two sides will not invade each other. Genova's eyes became serious, and she looked at Lin Jin at such a close distance. At this moment, she still showed the demeanor of a queen. As long as the Iralan forest does not affect me, I will not attack the Iralan forest. But if the Iralan forest hinders me again, then I will still destroy the Iralan forest without mercy. Lin Jin also stared at the Elf Queen. Tit for tat. There was no sympathy at all. The Elf Queen wanted to confirm the relationship between the two parties, but the so-called peaceful coexistence was not absolute. Lin Jin would not leave any substantive contracts. Limit yourself. Moreover, even if the two parties are negotiating, the Elf Queen does not have any conditions that can be negotiated. Now, Lin Jin is powerful. No matter how harsh the conditions proposed by Lin Jin, the Elf Queen has no choice. Choice rejection is just a choice to perish. Iralan Forest will not affect you. The Elf Queen glanced at Lin Jin again and said quietly. At the same time, she also chose to offer her soul. Ding. The Elf Queen Genova is willing to sign a soul contract with you and offer her soul to you. Do you accept it? Yes. Lin Jin did not hesitate and chose to accept. Soon, a connection was established between the two parties. Lin Jin immediately checked the Elf Queen's panel. The Elf Queen is also a hero of legendary quality. As the Elf Queen, her panel is also very gorgeous, very excellent, and has many amplifying effects. In addition, she is blessed by the Earth Dragon god Silena and can also exert stronger power in the forest. In addition to the normal effects, Lin Jin discovered that the Elf Queen also has a special effect, Breath of Tranquility. This effect can make people and even creatures within a certain range around the Elf Queen calm down. It also has the ability to calm the nerves and cleanse the soul. Simply put, as long as you follow the Elf Queen, everyone around you has the chance to slowly improve your qualifications. If it is an ordinary beast, it will also slowly improve your wisdom and open your spiritual wisdom. The blessing of the Earth Dragon god Silena also protects the Elf Queen's deep love. Everything. If Lin Jin is bound to the Elf Queen, then Lin Jin will also receive the blessing of Silena, the Earth Dragon god. The generous Earth Dragon god is already the slowest, calmest, and most patient of all the dragon gods. As for how it happened bonds, biological bonds between living creatures, the simplest one is to merge into one. Needless to say, this made Lin Jin's eyes change when he looked at the Elf Queen. Generally speaking, Lin Jin would not give up any enhancement opportunity, but the enhancement in front of him is obviously a little different. It's not that Lin Jin doesn't have this ability, it's that Lin Jin hasn't thought about it. However, if he can carry the blessing of the Earth Dragon god Silena, the power of Lin Jin may have different effects in many cases. Thinking of this, Lin Jin's heart rippled again. As for the Elf Queen, she didn't realize there was anything wrong with Lin Jin's eyes at all. As clear as if she were caught by mountain spring water, her washed eyes were still looking at Lin Jin curiously. Since she had given her soul, she didn't need to think too much at this time. Faye, Lu reminds you, 3 things to do in reading collection. Elner that from now on, the Evernight Empire and the Iralan Forest will be on equal footing, and the two sides will no longer be at war. If you need war assistance, as long as you pay the price, the Evernight Empire will be happy to help. Lin Jin turned his eyes to the Iralan Forest in front of him and shouted faintly. The voice resounded throughout the world. After saying that, Lin Jin did not stay for a long time and led his army to leave here. However, no one noticed it and kept guarding the figure behind Lin Jin has disappeared. Here, the elves quickly brought the news to Elner. Lin Jin's retreat also made all the elves heave a sigh of relief. No matter what, the current Iralan Forest cannot withstand the attack of the Eternal Night Empire, and they have withdrawn the legions on the eastern defense line. Lin Jin is bound to notice it. But in this case, Lin Jin still chooses to withdraw, which is enough proof. His attitude. After all, as long as Lin Jin marches at this time, their Iralan Forest will be destroyed. Therefore, Lin Jin's withdrawal has also made these elves have a lot of changes in the Eternal Night Empire and Lin Jin. At the very least, I believe that Lin Jin is not the kind of undead who keeps his word. In addition, they can also safely gather all their legions to fight against the Sand Golden Tower Empire. If they can concentrate all their strength to fight against the Sand Golden Tower Empire, then they will not so passive. As for the war aid that Lin Jin said, it also left a mark in their hearts. Although no elves would want to ask Lin Jin for help now, when they are desperate, they will naturally think of this last life-saving measure. Straw. A dead horse is treated as a live doctor. At a critical juncture, they have no choice but to. Damn it! How come the power of these elves has increased again? Pharaoh King Actanon frowned, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. It was clear that they had a great advantage, but in a short period of time, the enemy's strength doubled, and even some of the undead that entered the forest, they were all annihilated quickly. Visible to the naked eye, the number of emerald dragons and ancient tree spirits in the air increased a lot. A continuous stream of druids and hunter masters were also coming from behind. Master, this should be the legion of the elves guarding the Eternal Night Empire. They are no longer guarding against the Eternal Night Empire. Maybe they signed some agreement. Beside King Actanon, a player who was wrapped in bandages also said, "This is the Tomb Guard. He has cleared away the invaders in the Cairo Kingdom, but he does not dare to attack the surrounding areas." Expansion. So I immediately returned to the game and listened to King Actanon's orders again. The King of Eternal Night, it's him again. However, if the Earth Emerald Dragon destroys the Iralan Forest and uses the Iralan Forest as an altar to summon the army of the underworld, I want to see if he can conquer the army. A flash flashed in the eyes of King Actanon. He originally attacked the Iralan Forest to open a road to attack the Eternal Night Empire. But he didn't expect that the Iralan Forest was so powerful and persisted for such a long time. This further aroused his anger, and the fight with the Iralan Forest became more and more intense. However, if he could not conquer the Iralan Forest, then he would not even mention fighting Lin Jin. He was chatting below, but they did not notice that there was a figure in the sky, staring at them from a distance, listening to their conversation. This was Erica. Lin Jin retreated, but he did not evacuate everyone, but stayed behind. Erica was killed. Erica's strength is second only to Lin Jin, and she is definitely the best in this world. Moreover, Lin Jin also used the fragments of Asha's tears to strengthen Erica's stealth ability. This makes Erica, it was even more elusive. As long as she didn't get close to the target, it was very simple for her to monitor everything. However, she didn't expect that she had just arrived here and heard such important news. She turned her attention to the battlefield. The Earth Emerald Dragon. The latter is still fighting non-stop. The power of the divine beast requires endless legions to pile up to death. Even if it is attacked by a large number of undead, the Earth Emerald Dragon's health value is still very terrifying. If there is nothing, the trump card is like killing the Emerald Dragon of the Earth, which is unrealistic. From this point of view, King Actanon must have some trump card. The reason why he did not use it was to further consume the power of the elves and obliterate the power of the elves. Once he waits until if the other party is careless, King Actanon will definitely take action when the time comes, destroy the Elf Legion in one fell swoop, and kill the Emerald Dragon of the Earth. Of course, at that time, the person who will really benefit is not necessarily King Actanon. Master, is there anything you need me to do? In the Holy City, Genova asked softly. Her voice was soft, especially the word master, with an inexplicable feeling. However, she did not have other thoughts. She signed a soul contract with Lin Jin and dedicated her soul, so she had nothing wrong with Lin Jin calling her master. You will stay with me from now on and be my secretary. Lin Jin thought for a moment and then continued. Although the Elf Queen is very strong, she currently has little room to perform. Rather than letting her lead the army in battle, it is better to keep her to assist. With her here, Lin Jin's thinking will be clearer and his soul will be washed. This feeling is quite comfortable. In the past, Erica was responsible for everything Lin Jin, equivalent to Lin Jin's secretary, but Erica's strength is 2 if she is strong enough. Letting her do this is overkill. Now that Lin Jin has almost finished cultivating Erica, Erica should be allowed to deal with more important things. Secretary? The Elf Queen's beautiful eyes flashed, with doubts and confusion written on her face. Let Elena come here. Lin Jin obviously didn't mean to explain, but called the Dark Elf Elena. Elena was sent by Lin Jin to assist the wings of covering the sky and manage the players. Although she was an assistant, she really had the powerful power. The power, the Dark Elf Spy, has been put in long ago. Elena's learning ability is also very strong. She has completely learned everything about human beings and is handy with all kinds of things. Let her teach the Elf Queen, it should be more smoothly. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. The main responsibility of the secretary is to assist the leader in handling comprehensive situations, conducting investigations and research, contacting and receiving, handling documents and assigned tasks, etc. Its fundamental nature is to assist the leader in handling various matters. The leader referred to here is naturally the master. On the street, two beautiful figures walked side by side, attracting a lot of attention. The one on the left was like a white lotus, pure and transparent, with a gentle face and bright eyes, but there was a graceful and luxurious aura about him. People dare not blaspheme, and even feel a sense of shame. On the right, a man is dressed sexily, with a protruding front and back. Although he is not old, he is naturally charming, and his every move and smile is extremely alluring. This one on the left, the one on the right, is the elf Queen Genova, and the one on the right is the dark elf Elena. The elf and the dark elf are originally two extremes, just like light and darkness. Originally, the elf also hated the dark elf very much and was ashamed of them. Dark elves also hate elves very much, thinking that the latter are too hypocritical. But there was no hint of hostility between these two people. On the one hand, the atmosphere within the dark elves has completely changed. Although their style is relatively bold, they are no longer full of conspiracies, and their spiritual level has also taken on a completely new look. Elena was originally relatively young, and she was impacted by modern culture. She looked exactly like a female college student in reality. The elf queen is already very tolerant. She didn't feel the rotten aura from the dark elves, so naturally she wouldn't dislike Elena just because of her first impression. Sounds like this position is very important? Genova asked while looking at the nearby streets curiously. They were also in a main city, which was very advanced. It was not only very clean and tidy, but also had a sense of technology. This sense of technology lies in the streets and alleys. Some of the magic props and magic puppets are the props of the Silver City State. For some contents in the city planning, the Eternal Night Empire asked the Silver City State to cooperate. This group of mages also created many items that facilitate life. You can also see there are many people wearing magic apprentice clothes. Their clothes are all solemn black. According to the lines on them, they represent their magician level and attributes. People have smiles on their faces and are talking to each other. Of course, it is very important. There is a saying that is very appropriate. If the secretary has something to do, it will be fine. Well, anyway, basically all the master's things need to be managed by you. Alina seemed to have thought of something and looked at Genova curiously again. Genova looked a little confused. I will work hard. Genova didn't ask any more questions, but nodded seriously. After seeing this town, she completely changed her mind about Lin Jean. The atmosphere of the people here was light, free, and positive, and everyone's faces were full of enthusiasm, with a smile and a strong desire for knowledge. This new city is also completely full of new impetus. This is enough to prove that the undead are not evil. Because of this, does Genova want to do more for these people? Moreover, from at present, it seems that there is really no need to go to war between the elves and the country. If she can satisfy Lin Jean, maybe the Irolan Forest can form an alliance with the Evernight Empire. At the very least, the crisis ahead can be solved. By the way, the building complex in front is the Warrior Academy, and the tower-shaped building over there is the Magic Academy. Throughout the Evernight Empire, as long as they reach a certain age, compulsory education will be carried out and people will be helped to confirm their talents. Those with strong talents will go to the Warrior Academy, where there are the most top warriors, not only taught by people from the Dragon Knights, but also outstanding swordsmen and heroes from the original Wolf Empire, as well as brave orcs. Academy of Magic, which is mainly the Silver City. Generally speaking, there are only a few people with magic talents, but recently, many people with magic talents have appeared, and the potential of the Magic Academy is also very strong. Alina went on to introduce everything in the city. In her tone, there was also they all have a strong sense of pride. Everything in the Eternal Night Empire here, the integration of all cultures, is also her part. She is also involved in it, and she is also satisfied with her achievements from the bottom of her heart. Alina, just when Elena was introducing him, someone walked over to her. Hello, Isabel. Elena also smiled and said hello. Queen Isabel of the Greyhound Principality also has a high level of popular support and is also responsible for the city's planning. She happens to be giving a public speech here to promote the deeds of the Evernight Empire and promote the new city, some laws and rules, and let people love the Empire and believe in the Angel of Death. As the entire Empire changes, many laws will change, and even the worldview will change. This is a cultural shock, so some contradictions will inevitably occur. At this time, the speech can naturally resolve certain contradictions. However, it is just as smooth for her. After all, before the collapse of the Holy Empire, everyone's life was in dire straits, and they were frightened every day, and their lives were precarious. Since the Eternal Night Empire after the establishment, their lives took on a new look, which naturally made it easier for them to integrate. Are you the Queen of the Greyhound Kingdom? Elven Queen Genova looked at Isabel curiously. She is the former Queen of the Greyhound Principality. Just call me Isabel. Are you the Elf Queen? Well, she is also the Queen of the past. Just call me Genova. The two looked at each other and smiled, looking extremely harmonious. However, this smile shocked the entire city. Everyone around them was stunned. A dark elf, an elf queen, and another spirit from the past. The king of Tea Duchy, but these three people are all extremely beautiful. When temperament and appearance are mixed together and set off each other, this smile is really charming. Okay, let's not reminisce about old times here. Let's go to the Warrior Academy together. Alina glanced around and said with a smile again. She was not afraid of attracting any attention, let alone attracting any covetousness. This is Lin Jin's city, and there are angels of death nearby watching here. If anything happens, the angel of death will also arrive here as soon as possible. As for these players, they can only show their envious eyes. No one dares to come near here, let alone anyone who dares to come and strike up a conversation. If nothing else, just it's Elena's identity, so it's not something they can covet. King Yongye is so lucky, everyone around them said with envy. However, they were not jealous in their hearts. On the contrary, they thought it was reasonable. Except for Lin Jin, no one could be worthy of them. Fei Lu reminds you. 3 things about reading, collection. Master, this is a dynamic in the maritime realm. Ships have been attacked one after another recently. According to the news from Emperor Orm, this should be done by the North Sea giant monster. Elf Queen Genova said respectfully. In just 2 or 3 days, she understood what a secretary should do, and then followed Lin Jin and was responsible for tutoring Lin Jin. Speaking of which, the Elf Queen herself is good at handling political affairs. She not just a vase. North Sea troll. Lin Jin frowned slightly as he checked the information. Although Lin Jin occupied the Hasima Empire, it does not mean that he has complete control over the sea. On the sea, no force can compete with Lin Jin, but the vastness there are still many powerful creatures in the boundless seabed. The most famous among them is the North Sea giant monster. It is said that this is a creature that has existed since the War of the Elders. It is a seabed creature contaminated by the chaos dragon god Oga. The blood of sea was mutated and transformed. This also has the strength of the crown. When Lin Jin was fighting against the Hasima Empire before, the Hasima Empire was also fighting against the Beihai Trolls, and once defeated the Beihai Trolls. But they were busy fighting Lin Jin later and had no time to pay attention to the North Sea Trolls. During this period, the North Sea Trolls grew and multiplied crazily on the bottom of the sea and caused disasters. Anything else? Lin Jin continued to ask. On the side, the Elf Queen also continued to report. However, they were all trivial matters, either involving a noble rebellion, remnants of the Church of Light, or some thieves. The empire is so big. What about the matter of completely clearing away the remaining sins has been going on? However, Lin Jin does not need to pay attention to this kind of thing. His subordinates will help him handle matters of this level. Therefore, only this North Sea monster is left. But before the world merges, this part of the disaster should be completely eradicated. Lin Jin also narrowed his eyes slightly. He has always known about the North Sea giant monsters, but he has never had time to pay attention to them. Logically speaking, this should be the enemy that the Undersea Naga tribe should deal with. The reason why he ignored it, and also wanted them to kill each other. But now the North Sea Trolls have begun to expand and move frequently, which also means that the Abyssal Nagas on the seabed should be in a very bad situation. This is also the case. The original Hasima Empire was very powerful. They also have crown creatures, so they can naturally defeat these North Sea monsters easily. However, after all their territories were realized and all occupied resource points were gradually conquered by the undead, their power began to decline. They themselves, the clansmen, also suffered heavy losses in the war. Now that there is no way to sustain the battery, there is no way to deal with the monster attacks. Now that he decided to eliminate these hidden dangers, Lin Jin did not hesitate. He established the Death Angel Legion and then brought the Dark Iron Ghost Dragon Emperor with him. The Elf Queen uses the Return to the City spell and is now on the island. It has to be said that in this world dominated by magic, many things are indeed very convenient. Although this world is larger, the assembly of various legions, and even the march of legions, cannot be used judging by common sense. The advance is actually extremely fast, especially for the elite army. Like Lin Jin's Death Angel army, the strategic strikes that can really be carried out are even more complex and diverse. Owner. After Lin Jin appeared, OM also rushed over immediately. Emperor ORM. The Elf Queen was quite amazed when she saw ORM. Although there is a certain distance between the Iralan Forest and the Hasima Empire, she has also heard of the name of Emperor ORM. As the overlord of the sea, the Hasima Empire, it was once considered unbeatable, and even the elves did not think they could defeat the Hasima Empire on the sea. But the undead did it. Even the former Emperor OM has now become an undead hero, becoming Lin Jin's subordinates. This made her sigh even more about the power of the Evernight Empire. Where are the North Sea trolls concentrated? I will attack them now. Lin Jin nodded and said directly. Soldiers are very fast, and he doesn't want to waste too much time here. Master, here is a map about the North Sea trolls, which mainly focuses on the abyssal fissures, which is the lair of the North Sea trolls. Wem said respectfully. In fact, the power of the undead is already very strong, especially the Angel of Death. The Angel of Death can also fight under the sea. If he can command the Angel of Death, and with the Poseidon trident in his hand, he can fight against the abyss. The Crack launched an attack. However, the highest commander of the Death Angel is Lin Jin, and he still has no way to mobilize the Death Angel. Moreover, even if there is a real crusade, the Death Angel hero will definitely be dispatched, and he is still unable to exert the power of the Death Angel. Come up and lead the way. Yes. Unexpectedly, Emperor ORM jumped up and jumped directly onto the back of the Dark Iron Ghost Dragon Emperor. The Dark Iron Ghost Dragon Emperor also quickly flew towards the edge of the island. The Angel of Death behind him also followed closely. In a moment, the Dark Iron Ghost Dragon King came to the sea, only to see ORM pointing in another direction, and then the Dark Iron Ghost Dragon King plunged into the sea. Boom! With a loud noise, the Dark Iron Ghost Dragon King also crashed directly into the sea. Behind him, the eyes of the Death Angels flashed, and they dived one after another, like bullets submerged into the sea. These 3,000 angels of death shot into the sea one after another and disappeared into the sky. Entering the sea, a cold feeling suddenly emerged. This was the coldness of the sea. However, instead of feeling any discomfort, Lin Jin felt very comfortable. I feel that all the power in my body is beginning to emerge. Not only does he have the title of King of the Sea, but he has also merged with the stars of the ocean. He can be said to be the true master of the sea. In this seabed, he can exert stronger power. At this moment, he also hugged the Elf Queen beside him. The latter was covered with a layer of special power, and the surrounding seawater could not penetrate her at all. She was still a little nervous at first, but after feeling this power, on the contrary, he became relaxed and looked at Lin Jin with grateful eyes. After entering the sea, Emperor OM also broke away from the Dark Iron Ghost Dragon Emperor. He swam quickly and flew away in one direction. But he saw that the 4 swords in his hand had transformed into the Poseidon trident. The Poseidon trident in his hand shone with light, and the surrounding sea area changed accordingly, with undercurrents flowing continuously. These undercurrents happened to be moving along with him, direction which further increased his speed and even the speed of the entire legion. The Dark Iron Ghost Dragon King's bone wings flapped, following the sea current, and quickly rushed towards the target. This speed was even faster than in the air. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Feilu.